since in the latter there is no possibility at all of variety. Straight lines must be transformed as far as possible into wavy lines such that within the figure as a whole a balance that is as perfect and as proportionate as possible is observed between concave and convex shapes, those curved in and those curved out. Merely with this simple device one is able to lend the various members greater or lesser lightness, since a preponderance of outward curves suggests weight, of inward curves lightness. These principles, however, all of which are based on the symbolic significance of the particular forms themselves, are by no means to be understood as the so-called elegant painters understand them. In their attempt to avoid as much as possible any square or angular forms, they fall into the error of nullity and of complete shallowness. One is, indeed, well advised to avoid abbreviations in figures whose nature it is to appear attractive or enticing, since here the muscles are variously interrupted by the fact that the sublime forms conceal the sinuous ones. In this case, a kind of section necessarily creates an angle. Hence, everywhere the character is to be hard, the expression strong, one should not shy away from these forms. Otherwise the slavery of pleasantness suppresses the truly great style that aims for a much higher truth than that which flatters through the senses. All the rules that the theoreticians offer concerning forms are of value only insofar as these forms are conceived in their absolute state, namely, in their symbolic quality. One cannot deny that for the eye, too, the straight line is the symbol of hardness, of inflexible dimensions, just as the bent line is a symbol of flexibility, the elliptical one placed horizontally of gentleness and transiency, the wavy line of life, and so on. I now arrive at the primary demand that must be made of drawing, namely, truth, which admittedly would not be saying much if one were to understand by it only that particular kind of truth attainable through faithful imitation of nature. The artist who wishes to attain it in the true sense must seek it at a deeper level than even nature has suggested and than the mere surface features of figures show. He should unveil the interior of nature, and thus particularly as regards the most worthy object, the human form, not satisfy himself merely with the usual appearance of that form, but bring the more deeply concealed truth to the surface. Hence, he must penetrate into the deepest connections, into the play and patterns of sinews and muscles. In a broader sense he must show the human form not as it actually appears, but as it is in the design and idea of nature, which no real form fully expresses. The truth of form includes observance of the relationship between individual parts, or proportion, which, again, the artist is to portray not according to the accidental appearances of truth in common reality, but freely, and according to the archetype of his own intuition. Everywhere in nature we notice the consistency in the formation of parts. For example, we expect to see just such feet and hands corresponding to a certain kind of face. Since the human figure is complex, and the symbolic significance possessed by the whole is distributed to the individual parts, the main point of proportion consists in observing the appropriate balance of parts such that each in particular expresses the meaning of the whole insofar as is appropriate. Here the famous torso of Hercules can serve as an example. I see, Winckelmann says, in the powerful contours of this body the undefeated energy of the victor over the powerful giants who rebelled against the gods, and who were defeated by him in the Phlegrean fields. At the same time, the gentle features of these contours, which make the structure of this body light and flexible, represent for me the quick movements of the same person in his battle with the Aclaus, which in spite of all its polymorphous metamorphoses was unable to escape his hands. In every part of the body the entire hero reveals himself, as if in a painting, performing a particular deed, and just as one correctly perceives the intentions within the rational structure of a palace, so also does one here see the use and deed for which each and every part served. Here in this passage Winckelmann expresses the ultimate mystery of the drawing arts. It is, first, to conceive the portrayal or representation as a whole symbolically, and thus not empirically as the object of a single, individual moment, but rather in the wholeness of its existence, and in so doing to use the individual component parts of the body themselves as representatives of the individual moments of this particular existence. Just as the life of a person is unified in its idea, and all his deeds and acts are intuited simultaneously in that idea, so also in the painting. It should portray that object in its absoluteness by taking it out of time, exhaust the infinite element of its concept and of its meaning completely by means of the finite, and portray the whole within the part, just as all parts, in their own turn, within the unity of the whole. The final and ultimate demand made on drawing is that it apprehend only the beautiful, the necessary, and the essential, and that it avoid the accidental and superfluous. Within the human figure it will thus focus the greatest energy into the essential parts. It will allow the bones to show through more clearly than the small folds of flesh, the sinews of the muscles more than the flesh, the active muscles more than the stationary ones. Besides those things that directly destroy beauty, such as something disgusting in itself, there are things that, without actually being ugly, nonetheless ruin beauty. The most prominent among these is the portrayal of the superfluous, particularly in that which is accidental, for example, the surroundings that are to be depicted simultaneously with an act. For example, in a historical painting the architecture and so on may not be worked out as thoroughly as the main figures themselves, since in that case the observer's eye would necessarily be distracted from what is essential. Clothing stands in a closer relationship to the object and stands fully in identity with what is essential, namely, the figure itself, which that clothing is sometimes to conceal, sometimes to reveal, and sometimes to elevate. If, however, clothing is made into an end in itself, one may well find oneself in the same situation as that painter who asked Apelles to evaluate his painting of Helen and received the answer, "Because you did not know how to make her beautiful, you at least tried to make her rich." Something standing in an even closer relationship to the essential elements of a painting, but to that extent even more detrimental to the portrayal itself, is the observance of the various details of the figure, of skin, hair, and so on. The works of some Dutch masters are particularly good examples of this. They are executed as if for the sense of smell, since in order to recognize precisely that whereby they intend to be pleasing, one must bring them as close to one's own face as one does flowers. Their attention was directed toward strict imitation of the smallest detail, and they shied away from depicting even the smallest hair differently than they actually found it. In this way they sought to present to the sharpest eye, indeed, even to the best magnifying glasses, the most imperceptible details of nature, every skin pore, every nuance of a beard. This kind of artistic ability might be advantageous for insect painting, or desirable for the physicist or naturalist. To the extent that the drawing turns its attention away from the accidental and depicts only the essential, it approaches ever closer to the ideal element, for the idea is the necessity and absoluteness of a thing. In general, one can say that with the removal of that which does not belong to the essence, beauty emerges automatically, since beauty is the absolute first element of a thing, its substance and essence, whose appearance is only disturbed by empirical conditions. Formative art, however, should everywhere depict the object not in its empirical, but rather in its absolute truth, liberated from the conditions of time, in its essential nature. Expression and composition are usually also counted as part of drawing. Expression is in general the portrayal of the inner substance by means of the external elements. One sees, however, that this portrayal has two sides, that of invention and that of execution. Only the latter is part of drawing. When the question is what mode of expression should be given to the object, the answer can only be given within a higher investigation into the poetic aspect of painting, an investigation that cannot yet be conducted here, since we are speaking only of the technical conditions of art, insofar as they are of absolute significance. Under composition one understands either the poetic configuration of a painting, which also cannot be discussed here, or the technical configuration. In this case the main goal of drawing must be to lend significance to the space in the painting in and for itself, and to employ it for the sake of a pleasing effect, grace, and beauty as regards the larger whole. In this respect the two main constituent parts of the art of a painting would be symmetry and grouping. Symmetry refers primarily to the two halves of a painting. Identity is the predominating element of painting. Identity is suspended if, for example, One side of the painting is filled with figures, while the other is left relatively empty. This disturbs the symmetrical balance. This kind of balance without any real antithesis is an enduring norm of all products of nature. All antithesis is expurgated in the individual. There is no more true polarity, but rather balance, for example, in the dual nature of the primary appendages. Wherever there are two sides, however, there is also a middle, and the middle of the painting is the point into which necessarily the essential element falls. We have already remarked, however, that formative art, particularly insofar as it portrays something living, acts just as does nature by avoiding geometrical regularity in its organic products. This becomes the case only where it has transcended the boundaries of the organic. For this reason the rule is by no means that the main figure be placed into the true middle of the painting, the point of intersection of the two diagonals, but rather that it be placed a bit to one side or the other. For just this reason, symmetry is not really to be sought in the perfect geometrical equality of the two halves, but rather more in a relative and inner balance of the two. The grouping already constitutes a higher synthesis. The unification of parts into an organic body is not really grouping in the true sense. Grouping can actually be only the collectivity of parts, each of which is in and for itself independent, an independent whole and yet simultaneously a member of the higher whole. This is the highest relationship between things, thus a large part of the excellence of a painting depends on its observance. The ordering of figures into individual groups produces clarity and conceptual simplicity. It puts the eye temporarily at ease by not forcing it first to bring the figures together itself and in that synthesizing activity to make a decision concerning various possibilities. Since the best form of grouping is triplicity, even the greatest variety of figures is thus thereby reduced again to three unities, such that in the first viewing the group itself can be seen as an individual figure. In this way, the whole precedes the parts even in that viewing itself, just as it must precede them in the original conception. Grouping is even more important from the standpoint of simultaneously expressing the autonomous nature of each individual and its independence from the whole, as well as the position it occupies within that whole. The artist expresses his own intention completely by not leaving any doubt about the significance he has attributed to each individual part. The final function of grouping, and the one most difficult to attain, is the synthesis of the object with space. Since the variety within the grouping is possible primarily only through the different sizes of the objects in question, which they possess either through their natural form or their position, the pyramidal form is the one that best unites all the advantages. Although antiquity more or less alludes to this form, its most excellent advocate is Correggio, who also employed it such that both individual groups, each viewed in and for itself, as well as the whole resemble this form. The significance of numbers is also unmistakable in the composition of the groups themselves. Even though one is free to compose them from both even and uneven numbers, the double even ones, for example, and so on, are excluded. Only those composed of uneven ones are tolerable, for example, and so on, even though the uneven ones are always the most appropriate. An additional rule of grouping asserts that the group possess the appropriate depth, and that thus the figures not be placed in a single row, or at least that the extremities such as the heads not meet in straight, horizontal, vertical, or diagonal lines. Yet this rule pertains most eminently to the play and accidentals of chiaroscuro, serving to emphasize these with more facility. In drawing in and for itself, which is the real form of art and does not rely on illusion, this rule is merely of secondary importance. Examples from antiquity: Raphael. To illustrate each of these particular forms, let me choose that individual who has attained the highest excellence in each. When one speaks of drawing purely as such, one must mention Michelangelo. He showed his profound awareness already in one of his earliest works, a cartoon, which one only knows now through Benvenuto, description of an attack of naked warriors in Arno. Michelangelo's style is great, indeed even frightful in its truth. The profound sensibility of a rich and completely independent spirit, the proud confidence in himself, the taciturn seriousness of his disposition, the inclination toward solitude, all this is imprinted on his works. They witness equally well his profound study of anatomy, which he pursued for 12 years and to which he returned again and again even in his old age, whereby he penetrated into the most hidden mechanism of the human body. His figures are not gentle and weak, but rather energetic, strong, and defiant, as are those of Dante, for example, his Last Judgment. This concludes our discussion of drawing as the real form within painting as the ideal art form. The completely ideal form of painting is chiaroscuro. Here art seizes the entire appearance of corporeality and portrays it, removed from matter as appearance and in and for itself. Chiaroscuro makes the body appear as body, since it is light and shadow that instruct us concerning thickness. The most natural example is the sphere. In order to elicit artistic effect, however, it must be transformed into surfaces so that the various parts of the shadow and light separate themselves out more individually. This is illustrated most completely by the cube. Of its three visible sides, one separates out light, the other the partial shading, and the third shade itself. Together, they display these sides in juxtaposition and thus as a surface. Even this simple example shows us that chiaroscuro does not consist only of black and white, but rather that its effect is also attainable through lighter and darker colors. Yet even this does not yet suffice to give us a complete understanding, since it is precisely the employment of these colors that constitutes chiaroscuro. I now want to say a few words about natural chiaroscuro, that is, about that which even a cursory look at natural bodies teaches us about chiaroscuro. RI makes an initial distinction between surface and depth simply because the elevated parts of a surface appear to reflect light in a completely different fashion, namely, at a different angle, than the flat and deep parts. Thus if the eye is led quickly from a larger to a smaller angle, or vice versa, the object will appear interrupted or truncated, and that imperceptible gradation of light and shadow that constitutes chiaroscuro would appear disrupted. It is the effect of natural chiaroscuro that in nature itself there are almost no perfect angles, and most angles are actually small, crooked lines that disperse in two lines branching out. It is the effect of natural chiaroscuro that the contour of bodies rarely appears with a genuinely light color, but rather with a medium color, for if the contour were highly illuminated the actual illumination of the object itself would be destroyed. A general law of natural chiaroscuro as well is that light and dark colors cannot stand next to one another unaltered and without having an effect on one another. One color really should both elevate and temper the other, even augment it, expand and contract it. The most magical effect of chiaroscuro arises through what we may call reflexes. The shadow in the reflex of a light body is often neither completely shadow nor truly illuminated. In the same fashion, a body whose primary color actually makes it light may be affected quite differently by the shadow a different body casts upon it. For example, it may be white or yellow, but when a shadow falls on it, it is now neither the one nor the other. One of the most eminent parts of chiaroscuro is the aerial perspective. It distinguishes itself from linear perspective in that the latter merely informs us how an image presents itself from a certain standpoint, whereas aerial perspective reveals to us the degree of lighting in proportion to distance. The farther away a body is, the more liveliness its colors lose. The smaller gradations of tints and shading within it melt away such that it becomes not only monochromatic but also flat. Since all visible elevation depends on chiaroscuro, all relief disappears. Finally, when farthest away, its natural color disappears entirely, and all objects, no matter how differently they may be colored, assume a general color caused by that distance. The decrease of chiaroscuro with distance occurs according to definite laws. If, for example, among several figures placed according to a certain perspective there is the same degree of difference from the first to the second figure, this difference will already become less from the second to the third, just as the decrease in size within linear perspective also takes place in increasingly smaller degrees with increasing distance. An object near to me is indeed quite different as regards the intensity of chiaroscuro than an object one or several hours away. If, however, I compare with that second object yet a third that is one or several hours even farther away than the second, the difference regarding these two will be almost imperceptible, such that the decrease in chiaroscuro does not keep up with the increase in distance. I think this suffices to give us an idea of chiaroscuro, whose successive decrease with distance illuminates aerial perspective for us. All these matters, however, must be the most serious concern of the artist. Intuition must perform the main work in these matters, and without such intuition even the clearest description will not be able to instruct a person adequately. I now must speak of the significance of chiaroscuro in art. Chiaroscuro is really the magical part of painting in that it intensifies illusion in the positive sense. Through chiaroscuro one can produce not only sublime figures standing apart from one another, between which the eye moves to and fro without encountering resistance, but also all kinds of lighting effects. Through the art of chiaroscuro it has even become possible to make pictures completely independent, namely, by putting the source of light into the picture itself, as in that famous painting by Correggio in which an immortal light, emanating from a child, mystically and mysteriously illuminates the dark night. No rule reaches the heights of this art. It is attainable only by a soul sensitive to the most delicate perceptions of light and colors, a soul that as it were is itself light and in whose inner vision all the recalcitrant, repugnant, hard elements of form melt away. Things, being particular, can in contrast to absolute ideality appear only as negations. The magic of painting, however, consists in allowing negation to appear as reality, darkness as light, and on the other hand reality as negation, brightness as darkness, and through the infinity of gradations to allow the one to blend into the other such that they remain distinguishable in their individual effects without, however, being distinguishable in themselves. The material of the painter, as it were the body in which he apprehends the most fleeting soul of light, is darkness, and even the mechanical elements of art force him toward this material, since the black colors he is able to use come much closer to the effects of darkness itself than the whites to that of light. Even Leonardo da Vinci, the precursor of the heavenly genius Correggio, said, "Painter, if you desire the splendor of fame, do not fear the darkness of shadows." That identity into which light and darkness are to be fused such that they are one body and one soul, automatically demands that they, united into a great mass, be as if poured from one mold. This identical mass, one admitting of gradations only within itself, lends to the whole an expression of profound peace and puts both the eye and that inner sense that neither light alone nor darkness alone satisfies, into a condition of indifference that has been produced from difference, a condition that must be the truest and most genuine effect of all art. If we are to illustrate the highest peak in the attainment of the art of chiaroscuro, then this is possible only by naming Correggio. I have already mentioned the vacuous prejudice that denigrates this artist as regards drawing. If one understands this to be true of the objects themselves in his drawings, then it is true that he did not choose the simple forms of antiquity. In him the genuinely romantic principle of painting expresses itself, in him the element of the ideal thoroughly dominates his art, whereas in the art of antiquity, in the plastic arts and surely also in painting, the element of the real predominated. If the point is that he did not, like Michelangelo, penetrate into the depths of the art of drawing, and did not, like Michelangelo, portray the developed interior of the organism, and was not as daring in his treatment of nudes as was Michelangelo, then this, too, can be supported. Yet in none of his original works is there anything that might contradict the true art of drawing. This is even the judgment of Mengs, although he otherwise views Correggio as an antithesis, and constitutes an eclectic in art himself. In and for itself, chiaroscuro is inseparable from the art of drawing, since a drawing without light and shadow can never express the true form of a thing. We will leave unanswered the question of whether an intensive study of chiaroscuro also taught Correggio the perfection of forms that we admire in his works, whether this taught him that the edifice of the human figure consists neither in purely straight lines nor in variations of crooked and straight lines, but rather in varying curvatures. Or whether in a reverse fashion through drawing itself, and a deep knowledge and precise imitation of truth he penetrated into the mysteries of chiaroscuro. Be that as it may, he unified both these forms of art equally in his works, just as they are united in nature itself. Correggio, however, attained the ultimate as regards chiaroscuro not only from the perspective of forms and of corporealities as such, but also in the more general realm encompassing the distribution of light and shadow. By virtue of his unique fusion and gradation, both the light of each individual figure as well as the light of the entire picture is one light for him. The same is true of the shading. Just as nature never shows us different objects with one and the same emphasis as regards illumination, and just as the various positions and gestures of bodies produce different light effects, so also Correggio in the interior of his pictures and in the highest identity of the whole nevertheless rendered the greatest variety of lighting effects and never repeated the same strength or intensity, be it in light or shadow. In the case mentioned earlier, in which a body, through its own shadow, alters the illumination of a different body, it is not inconsequential which particular color the shading body possesses. This, too, Correggio observes in his works with the highest reflection. Besides these aspects of chiaroscuro, he particularly employed his knowledge of the diminution both of chiaroscuro as well as of colors as a result of distance, that is, the aerial perspective. In this regard he can be viewed as the first initiator in art itself, even though before him the thoughtful Leonardo da Vinci had disclosed the initial principles of this theory, and the full cultivation of the aerial perspective was first possible only by being treated independently from the other aspects, particularly those of drawing, within landscape painting. In this regard one can say that Titian laid the first foundation. We still have to speak about the necessity of chiaroscuro as the one form of painting and about the limitations of this necessity. Immediate viewing teaches us all that chiaroscuro is the only possible way without color to attain the appearance of corporeality in drawing. This does not prevent one, however, from treating this form more or less independently, and from subordinating truth more to appearance or appearance to truth. The point is this: painting is the art in which appearance and truth must be one, in which appearance must be truth and truth appearance. One can, however, either merely desire appearance insofar as by virtue of the nature of this art it is required for truth, or one can simply love it for its own sake. To be sure, in painting there could never be appearance that was not simultaneously truth. Whatever is not truth is also not appearance here. Yet either truth can be portrayed as the condition of appearance, or appearance as the condition of truth, and the one subordinated to the other. This will generate two completely different kinds of style. Correggio, whom we just presented as the master of chiaroscuro, possesses the first kind. In his art there is nothing but the most profound truth, but appearance is treated as the primary element, or appearance counts further than is required for truth in and for itself. Here, too, we cannot explicate this better than through the relationship between antiquity and modernity. The former aims for the necessary, and employs the ideal only insofar as it is required for this. The latter makes the ideal itself into an independent and necessary element. It does not thereby transcend the boundaries of art, but it does proceed into a different sphere of art. No absolute requirement exists in art stipulating that there must be deception or illusion, which enters as soon as appearance is taken further than truth in and for itself, thus when it is taken as far as empirical, physical truth. There is no categorical imperative of illusion, but neither is there one against it. Precisely this, that art is free in the production of illusion or of appearance up to the point of empirical truth, proves that here art steps beyond the boundaries of strict regularity into the realm of freedom, of individuality, where the individual becomes a law unto himself. This is in general the sphere of modernity, and that is why Correggio is to be considered the first modern in this sense. The style in this sphere is that of grace and charm, for which no categorical demand exists even though it is never superfluous. Similarly, this style is limited to certain subjects, and for that reason it is beautiful only in Correggio. The style of the other kind is the sublime, strict style, since for this one there exists an absolute demand, and appearance is merely the condition for truth. This shows that there is an extremely sublime, indeed in its own sphere an absolute kind of art in painting without the use of chiaroscuro, except insofar as it is required for truth, but not for deception or illusion. Without a doubt the first style of ancient painting was of this kind in comparison with that of Paracelsus and Apelles, who was known particularly as the painter of the graces. In more contemporary times, this is the style not only of Michelangelo but also of Raphael, whose strictly rendered forms have appeared to some people to be hard and stiff compared to the soft outlines and gently rounded forms of Correggio. This recalls Winckelmann's comparison, in which Pindaric rhythm or the strictness of Lucretius might sound rough or neglected compared with the charm of Horace or the gentleness of Tibullus. I do not say this to deprecate Correggio. He is the first and only in his own sphere. Indeed, this divine man is actually the painter of all painters, just as Michelangelo is the first in the sphere of drawing, although the highest and genuinely absolute essence of art appeared only in Raphael. It is a necessary and much more general view that each particular form is in its own turn absolute when taken by itself, and is able to cultivate or develop itself for itself into a cosmos, just as this has indeed been the case historically, as we will find out later. None, however, can cultivate itself within particularity into absoluteness without encompassing the others as well, albeit in a subordination within the whole. It is, as we have seen in music, that this entire art form throws itself into harmony, which in itself is only one form of music, though in the degeneration from rhythm it has even made itself independent. In painting, however, the particular case occurs that in it, as an ideal art, the ideal element must necessarily strive for predominance. If one thus looks for painting within painting, then it is chiaroscuro, and if this is viewed as a particular art itself, then to that extent Correggio, as we have already said, is the real painter KTE*Ox*V in particular, especially, here it carries the sense of par excellence transaction. We have already explained that empirical truth is the last demand made of art, since, first and foremost, art is to portray a truth that is elevated above the senses. Thus, if chiaroscuro by itself is a necessary form without which painting cannot be conceived as art at all, then on the other hand aerial perspective, insofar as it concerns itself with empirical truth, cannot be reckoned as an essential part of art, employed in any other way except in complete subordination, as with Correggio, it constitutes misuse. The diminution of colors at a distance depends on empirical and therefore accidental circumstances, namely, that a transparent, obscuring medium lies between us and the objects. Linear perspective, which is not concerned with colors, is based on universal laws of space and is concerned with size, figure, and thus with general determinations of bodies. It is indeed true that a picture in which aerial perspective is observed will remind us less that it is a work of art we are viewing than will one in which it is not observed. Yet if one were to universalize this principle, there would be no art at all, since it cannot be universalized, then illusion, that is, identification of truth with appearance up to the point of the truth of sense reality, cannot possibly be the purpose of art. In addition, from all we know of them, the ancients did not observe aerial perspective, nor did the painters in the 14th and 15th centuries, for example, Pietro Perugino, Raphael's teacher, paintings in Dresden. Even Raphael's paintings observe aerial perspective only moderately. Chiaroscuro concerns itself with the surface effects of light in general that produce the appearance of corporeality. Within chiaroscuro, light is still only the element illuminating the body and generating the particular effect of the body without really being the body itself. The third form, here as always, is thus the one that determines the third dimension or embodies light, and thus portrays light and body as truly one. This form is coloring. The treatment of color concerns itself not with the general brighter or darker light of the whole. Its foundation is the local or specific colors of objects themselves, even though, as we have already mentioned in our discussion of chiaroscuro, these colors have an effect themselves on the overall light and have a determining influence on the manifestations of chiaroscuro. Since in what follows we will have to determine more exactly the stages in which light weds itself to a body, I here want to present merely the general elements of importance. For the most part, the most primal, simple, and pure colors are found in the inorganic bodies, the minerals. The most general coloring medium in nature appears to be the metals. Yet wherever the metallic character disappears most completely, it re-emerges as total transparency. Specific and unique coloring and living colors appear first in blossoms and some fruits of plants, then in the feathers of birds, which feathers are themselves a plant-like growth, then in the colored covering of animals, and so on. As simple as the art of coloring in monochromatic bodies may appear, the production of that coloring with all possible determinations of individuality is extremely difficult, since besides the color itself other specific effects must also be expressed, such as dullness and luster. The ultimate union of light with matter, such that the essence itself becomes completely matter and completely light, occurs in the production of flesh. Flesh is the true chaos of all colors and for just that reason resembles none in particular, but is rather the most indissoluble and beautiful admixture of them all. Yet even this completely unique kind of color is in addition not immovable, as are the other kinds of color, but rather living and flexible. The inner stirrings of anger, of shame, of yearning, and so on move, in a sense, that sea of color and cause it to pulse in sometimes more gentle, sometimes more violent waves. This is thus the ultimate task of coloring. I recall the following here. Every art form corresponds to a dimension, and in every art form that particular element is its essence, its substance, which corresponds most closely to its dimension. Hence, we found that in music, rhythm is the actual substance of this art, since music itself is subordinated to the first dimension. Thus in painting it will be chiaroscuro, and coloring is, to be sure, the third dimension insofar as in it light and body are not merely apparently but genuinely one. Chiaroscuro, however, is as it were the substance of painting as such, since painting itself belongs only to the second dimension. Whoever has seen the paintings of Titian, who in this respect is to be called the best, has himself acquired the insight and feeling that a more perfect identification of light and matter than he attained is inconceivable. The art of coloring acquires a broader distribution in larger compositions, where its highest accomplishment within the whole is that which one can call the harmony of colors. The demand is here not only that each individual element be treated appropriately as regards color, but also that the whole itself produce a harmonious impression and hold the soul hovering, as it were, in the highest pleasure, between disturbed and recreated balance, both in activity and rest. This already shows us that neither the mere mode of illumination nor the uniform dampening of colors by the atmosphere generates harmony in a painting. Harmony and harmonious effect by no means depend on the degree, as many imagine, but rather on the mode and quality of colors. By means of the latter, painters are capable of producing a far more sublime kind of agreement than through any balance resulting from gradations. Only quality renders possible the highest contrast and accordingly also the highest mode of identity. The foundations of harmony must thus be sought in the original system of colors themselves and in the demands of the eye of which we spoke earlier. Light is the positive pole of beauty and an emanation of eternal beauty in nature. It is revealed, however, and actually appears only in the struggle against night, which itself, as the eternal ground of all existence, does not itself exist, even though it manifests itself as power through its perpetual antithetical effect. Insofar as they participate in this night or density, things have a threefold relationship to light. The first is that they separate themselves from light purely as negations and manifest themselves within that light as such. This is general outline or contour. The second is that from the action and reaction of light and shade themselves the higher appearance of corporeality is produced. The eye does not actually see the bodies themselves, but rather only their ideal design within the illumination. Hence, the natural appearance of the body by means of illumination depends on chiaroscuro. The third relationship is that of absolute indifferentiation of matter and light, where, however, for that reason the highest beauty is ignited in that matter, and the element of the immortal conceives itself completely within the mortal. The three necessary forms of art correspond to these three relationships, forms that portray things only in and through light: drawing, which designates only the negation, the outline, whereby the thing extracts itself as a particular thing, chiaroscuro, which shows the body as such nonetheless within light and accordingly within identity, and finally coloring, which in its ultimate employment transforms matter not only superficially but completely into the interior as well, into light, and light into matter. The relationships of form already suggest also the higher relationships of subjects that painting can choose. Painting is the first art form that has figures and accordingly also genuine objects. Music in its highest significance expresses only the evolution or development of things, the eternal informing of unity into multiplicity. Painting portrays fully formed things, and for precisely that reason we must speak particularly of objects when discussing it, for the object simultaneously designates here the stage of art itself. All the stages can be determined by the various relationships of light to corporeal things. There are three opposing categories or determinations of light as regards things. Either it is external, inflexible, and inorganic, or it is internal, flexible, and organic. All possible relationships of light fall between these two extremes. The lowest stage is that where completely inorganic objects without inner life and without movable color are represented. The principle of painting here can at most reveal itself in the ordering or position by virtue of which things, without being in disorder, nonetheless find themselves in a pleasant but accidental and unadhered position, which offers the opportunity to portray them in all their nuances by means of abbreviations, mutually concealing one another, by means of shading and mutual reflexive effects. We call such portrayal still L-Liv-E, and D as subordinated a form as this may be. I am not sure whether one should not view it as a kind of symbolic painting, since it alludes to something higher by expressing the traces of activity and existence that are not portrayed along with it. At least the unique charm and the poetic element of this kind of picture may consist in the fact that it allows us a glimpse into the spirit of the person who produced this particular positioning of objects. One scene from Goethe's Faust expresses a kind of poetic still life. Faust is in Gretchen's room and describes the spirit of order, satisfaction, and the paradoxical fullness of poverty. The second stage of portrayal would be that of such objects in which the colors are external and organic, but inflexible or rigid. This is flower or fruit painting. One cannot deny that flowers and fruits appear bright and lively when fresh, and that concrete painting is certainly possible with them. On the other hand, however, this kind of portrayal can have value only in an allegorical or symbolic usage. Colors in and for themselves are symbolic. A natural instinct has elevated them into symbols of hope, yearning, love, and so on. Insofar as flowers display these colors in natural simplicity, they are already capable of acquiring such character, and in the positioning of those flowers a simple, uncluttered disposition can express its peaceful inner life. To the extent that it were possible to express enough significance through the positioning of flowers such that an inner condition or disposition really were recognizable there, this kind of picture would be suitable for allegory. The third stage would be the portrayal of color insofar as it is flexible, organic, and yet merely external. This is the case with animal painting. This form is flexible partly insofar as living creatures do possess within themselves the capacity of self-movement and of variation, partly insofar as the uncovered parts of animals, for example, the eye, really do possess a flexible, living fire. Yet here color still always remains external, since in animals flesh as such does not really appear, and the portrayal thus must limit itself to the reproduction of their colorful coverings, their movements, and, in the case of the more powerful among the animals, to the reproduction of the fire of their eyes and the disposition it expresses. Animal nature itself and individual animal bodies are of symbolic significance taken just by themselves. Nature itself becomes symbolic in them. Hence, animal paintings can acquire artistic value either through the emphasis of the symbolic significance of the figures themselves through energetic, strong portrayal, or through higher associations. Some Dutch painters have even sunk so low as to paint chicken yards. If such depiction is still tolerated to a certain extent, it is because even a chicken yard can allow us to experience something of the inner disposition of a house, the poverty or wealth of its owner. Animal paintings acquire higher associations where animals are portrayed in real activities and in struggles either with one another or with human beings. The most basic level of historical painting is the hunting painting. The following artistic stage is that where light is externally inorganic, yet flexible, and to that extent living. This is landscape painting. In this type, light itself as such becomes an object in addition to the normal object or body in the painting. This type not only needs space for the painting, it also concerns itself specifically with the portrayal of space as such. The subjects of the previously mentioned types, as secondary as they may be in other respects, nonetheless are indeed significant in and for themselves, and a genuinely objective portrayal of them is possible. In landscape painting, only subjective portrayal is possible, since the landscape itself possesses reality only in the eye of the observer. Landscape painting necessarily concerns itself with empirical truth, and the ultimate of which it is capable is to use precisely this empirical truth itself as a covering through which it allows a higher kind of truth to manifest itself. Yet only this external covering is actually depicted. The true object, the idea, remains formless, and it is up to the observer to discover it from within the fragrant, formless essence before him. One cannot deny that certain relationships of normal light to a palette of objects before us evoke certain dispositions of the soul according to whether that light lies over nature more brightly or buffered, more strongly and distinguishably or more weakly and diffusely. In an indirect fashion it can awaken ideas, or rather the spirits of ideas, and often, before our very eyes, it lifts the veil that conceals the invisible world from us. Yet all intuition of this sort reverts back to the subject. We see that the more paltry the poesy of a nation, the more it is inclined to such formless essence. What opportunity there is in Homer for depicting landscapes, and yet not a trace. In contrast, the songs of Ossian are full of descriptions of the misty world and the formless nature surrounding him. The beauty of a landscape depends on so many accidental elements that it is difficult, indeed impossible to attribute to it the necessity within art that inheres, for example, in every organic form. External and powerful factors, not internal ones, determine the form, the declivity of mountains and the curves of valleys. Assuming an artist possesses such profound knowledge of the earth itself that within the landscape that he portrays before us in a panoramic view, he is simultaneously able to present the grounds and laws of its structure, the course of the river forming those mountains and valleys, or the power of the subterranean fire that simultaneously pours out over the area both destruction and streams of luxuriant growth. Assuming he is able to portray all this, nevertheless that particular moment of light he chooses, the degree of illumination or dampening lying over the whole remains an accidental factor. Since this is precisely what he is portraying and taking as his actual object, in the other types it appears expressly only as an accidental of the object itself, since he is treating independently and portraying autonomously something that merely is part of appearance, he is himself thereby subjected to an insurmountable accidental and, in a manner of speaking, reverts back as regards painting to the lower level, formless art. Drawing actually cannot be found at all in landscape painting as such. Everything in it depends on the arts of aerial perspective and thus on the completely empirical character of chiaroscuro. Landscape painting is thus to be viewed as a completely empirical art form. The unity that may well inhere in a work of this kind reverts back to the subject. It is the unity of a mood that the power of light and of its miraculous struggle with shadow and night in nature at large elicits in us. The feeling of objective meaninglessness of landscapes prompted painters to give this form a more objective meaning by enlivening it with people. It is self-evident that this is always the subordinated element, just as in the higher forms of art the true artist will scorn the impulse to lend his picture more charm by the addition of a landscape, since the completely adequate object for him is the human figure in its sublime meaning and infinite significance. In the case before us, where landscape painting enlivens its descriptions with people, an element of necessity must yet be brought into its relationship to those people. Even the sight of a landscape, particularly, however, the color of the sky, instructs us concerning the climate, since the northern world broods as if in dull night compared to the gaiety of the southern sky, and allows the trained eye to make conclusions about the people who inhabit the landscape. Hence, the people in a landscape either must be portrayed as indigenous, as autochthonous, or they must be portrayed as strangers or wanderers, recognizable as such by their general disposition, appearance, or even clothing, all of which is alien in relationship to the landscape itself. In this way proximity and distance yet allow themselves to be combined in the landscape in a different sense, and the unique feelings attendant on our conceptions of such juxtaposition can be elicited. The final, highest stage of the manifestation of colors is that upon which they appear internal, organic, living, and flexible. Since this is fully the case only in the human figure, this is the final and most perfect object of painting. Here art steps into a realm in which for the first time its absolute products begin, and its true world unfolds itself. Here, too, the lowest stage is mere imitation of nature, and wherever this is the goal and the full agreement of the picture with the object is intended, the portrait emerges. People have argued from time to time about the portrait's artistic worth or lack of it. It appears, however, that one need only agree on its concept in order to come to an agreement concerning the portrait itself. A portrait, they say, is slavish imitation of nature, and to be sure, if one does not wish to equate art as such with mere imitation, or to declare the microscopic painters who overlook not one skin pore as the greatest artists, there can be no doubt according to this understanding of portraiture that it must make do with an extremely low status. If, however, one understands under portraiture a portrayal that, by imitating nature, simultaneously becomes the translator of its significance, turns the interior of a figure toward the outside and renders it visible, then one must no doubt recognize the significant artistic value of a portrait. Portraiture as art would then admittedly have to be limited primarily to such subjects in which symbolic significance is seen to inhere, and in which one can see that nature has followed a reasonable design and, as it were, the goal of expressing an idea. The true art of portraiture would consist in embracing the idea of a person that has dispersed into the individual gestures and moments of life, to collect the composite of this idea into one moment, and in this way make the portrait itself, which on the one hand is ennobled by art, on the other more like the person himself, that is, the idea of the person, than he himself is in any one of the individual moments. Pliny the Elder tells us that Euphranor painted a picture of Paris, which admittedly was not a portrait, such that in it one could see simultaneously the judge of the three goddesses, the abductor of Helen, and the person who defeated Achilles. This portrayal of the entire person in his individual manifestations would be the ultimate, although as one can easily see, also the most difficult task of portraiture. Regarding the question of whether the person should be portrayed at rest or in some activity, it is clear that as a rule the highest possible condition of rest is preferable, since every possible activity suspends the comprehensive character of a picture and fixes the person in the moment. The only exception allowed occurs where the activity itself is so much a part of the essence of the person that it is characteristic of him. For example, to conceive a musician engaged in his art would thus be preferable than a poet, say, with quill in hand, since musical talent is more isolated and more tightly interwoven with the nature of the person possessing it. Otherwise the requirement the portrait necessarily must fulfill is the highest truth, except that such truth not be sought in detail and merely in empirical reality. The pictures of the older painters are of this sort, particularly of our German painters such as Holbein. Certainly no one can view without being moved that one picture on display in Dresden that portrays a mayor of Basel with his family by having him worship the Blessed Virgin. This is true, to mention this in passing, because in this as in other similar pictures the viewer can recognize the genuine, older German style, which is by far closer to the Italian than to the Dutch and carries within it the germ of something more sublime, a style that without the particular unfortunate fate of Germany doubtlessly would have developed further. In addition, this picture has ethical significance and, just as all others cast in the same style, recalls for the viewer that better time, the strict discipline and the seriousness and piety of that period. I note in addition that the most excellent historical painters Leonardo da Vinci, Correggio, Raphael all painted portraits. Indeed, it is well known that in some of his independent compositions Raphael introduced real portraits. We now come to the final artistic stage of painting. The ultimate aspiration of the spirit is to produce ideas that are elevated above the material and finite. The idea of beauty, Winckelmann says, is like a spirit drawn from matter through fire that seeks to beget a creation according to the image of the first reasoning creature designed within the understanding of the deity. We must now determine which means are available in painting to do justice to this striving and to portray the ideas. Since formative art as such is the representation of the universal through the particular, it has only two possibilities through which it can attain the ideas and present them in actual, visible form. Either it allows the universal to be signified by the particular, or the particular, by signifying the universal, is itself simultaneously that universal. The first mode of representation is the allegorical, the other the symbolic, according to the explanations already given earlier. I will recall some major points concerning allegory in general here and then speak specifically about allegory in painting. Allegory in the broader sense can be compared to a universal language, one that does not rest, as do the particular languages, on arbitrary, but rather on natural and objectively valid signs. It constitutes a signification of the ideas by means of real, concrete images, and is accordingly the language of art and of formative art in particular. Since formative art is, to cite the words of an ancient, a silent form of poetry, it must allow its thoughts to be presented personally, as it were, by means of figures. The strict concept of allegory, however, which we are here presupposing, asserts that what is actually portrayed signifies or means something other than itself, and suggests something different from itself. Just as it is different from language, allegory is also different from hieroglyphics, for the latter, too, are not only arbitrary in the larger sense and not necessarily tied to the essential context of that which is to be signified and of that whereby it is signified. Beyond this they are also more a matter of need than of that higher intent that is directed toward beauty in and for itself. Hence, for the hieroglyphic it is enough if it alludes to the thing at all, regardless of whether it does so in a beautiful or repulsive fashion. Of allegory, on the other hand, one requires that every sign or image not be connected with the object merely in an allegorical fashion, but rather that it be designed and executed with freedom and intent with an eye on beauty. Nature is even allegorical in all those beings in which it has embodied their own infinite concept not as the principle of life and of independence. Hence, the flower whose color merely alludes to its inner nature or to the intention of nature or to the idea which amounts to the same thing is truly allegorical. Otherwise the instinct for allegory has also manifested itself in the fact that the foundation of all languages, particularly those of the most ancient peoples, is allegorical. To give a very broad and general example, how did it ever occur to people to categorize things in language according to gender, a categorization that permeates all not particularly unpoetic languages, without having allegorical and, for all practical purposes, personal prototypes of these things? The reason painting in particular, however, is allegorical inheres in its very nature itself, since it is not yet the genuinely symbolic art form, if it does not raise itself to this level, as is the case in the highest art genre, it can signify the universal only through the particular. Regarding allegory in painting, however, two cases must be sharply distinguished. Allegory is either used as an addition to an otherwise historical painting, or the entire conception and composition is itself allegorical. The first is always in error unless the allegorical beings themselves that are mixed in can possess historical significance in the painting. When, for example, in a picture of the so-called repose during the flight to Egypt, where the Holy Virgin is resting under a tree with her child and simultaneously looking at and fanning the child, when in this picture angels are portrayed on the branches, they really are to be viewed as historical objects. Or when in Albany's painting portraying the abduction of Helen, Venus is leading Helen by the hand out of the house of Menelaus, and gods of love, who delight in the event, are portrayed in the background, they, too, emerge here as historical beings. On the other hand, in a picture portraying the death of a modern king on whose deathbed perhaps even the royal insignia appears, if a spirit with a lowered torch were to stand on one side, this would be an extremely low use of allegory, since the spirit can in no way be taken historically into the painting. Or when Poussin, in a painting showing the exposure of Moses in Egypt, portrays the Nile as a river god who is hiding his head in the reeds, this latter stroke is a very beautiful allegory insofar as it suggests that the source of the Nile is unknown. When, however, little Moses is further laid into the arms of this river god, this allegory automatically suspends the sense of the painting because no one will take this to mean danger, since the child is given over to the care of a judicious God rather than the blind power of the unreasoning elements. Thus in my opinion there can be no partial allegory in a painting, since this introduces dissonance into the painting, wherever a being that in another context must be conceived allegorically appears in a historical painting, it must itself assume historical significance there such that the whole then acquires the character of a mythological representation. The field of the allegory is all the wider in a painting insofar as it is used without any restrictions or qualifications. The allegory here has no other limitations than the universal limitations of art itself, namely, that superfluity be avoided and the idea be represented as simply as possible. Simplicity, Winckelmann says, is in allegories like unalloyed gold and is the proof of the verity of that gold, since it then can explain much with little. Wherever the opposite is the case, it is usually a sign of vague and immature concepts. Simultaneous with simplicity comes clarity, which admittedly is relative and in which one must not demand base popularity, as is the case when one finds Guido Reni giving a pair of white turnips to an otherwise very beautiful penitent Magdalene in order to allude to her strict lifestyle. Why does the artist find it at all necessary to remind us that the penitent Magdalene partakes of earthly nourishment? The ultimate rule, however, is that of all art, namely, beauty, and that the purely horrible, repulsive, and disgusting be avoided. Raging necessity, as Horace calls it, the rage of war in Virgil, or the deviltry of Milton could be executed in painting only with poor success. Thus in St. Peter's Cathedral in Rome there is an allegorical painting that portrays heresy at the feet of the saints in the ugliest form, as if it would not have a much better effect portrayed in a beautiful female figure in such subjection and humility. Allegory in paintings can in addition be either physical and refer to objects of nature, or moral, or historical. An allegorical image of nature would be the picture of Diana with the many breasts. On the other hand, nature is portrayed in the well-known apotheosis of Homer quite simply in the image of a small child. Night is portrayed with a flying garment full of stars, summer running and with two burning torches held straight up. The Nile and its overflow of up to 16 feet, which according to common opinion means the greatest fertility, was portrayed by a corresponding number of children who are grasping onto the colossal figure of the river. I would like to mention that the most excellent allegories of formative art, considering that the fate of time has robbed us of the treasures of ancient painting, have come to us through the lesser monuments of sculpture in carved stones. The plastic arts do not simply cast off the limitations of painting all at once. In several genres they yet maintain space as a necessary addition. For that reason, as is the case with painting, they can only signify in most of their productions, but not be truly symbolic. Regarding moral allegories, we must note that those from antiquity cannot be judged according to our understanding of morality, since only the heroic virtues or those that elevate the dignity of human beings were valued, while others were neither taught nor sought. In the place of patience and subordination the ancients valued courage and manly, magnanimous virtue, which scorns petty aims and even life itself. In any case, the ancients had no concept of Christian humility, and all these passive virtues such as the repentance of the Magdalene can be found only in Christian pictures. On the other hand, even in antiquity works of art could not be dedicated to depravity or vice, and allegorical representations of it were possible only within very tight parameters. The most famous example of this is a painting of slander by Apelles, whose description we have from Lucian. Apelles painted slander because he himself had been falsely accused of being a co-conspirator in treason by one of his artistic colleagues to Ptolemaeus Philostratus. On the right of it sits a man with very large ears, extending his hand to slander. Near him, on one side, stand ignorance and suspicion. On the other side, slander is coming up, a woman beautiful beyond measure, but full of passion and excitement, carrying in her left hand a blazing torch and with the other dragging by the hair a young man who stretches out his hands to heaven and calls the gods to witness his innocence. She is conducted by a pale ugly man, who looks as if he had wasted away in long illness. He may be supposed to be envy. Besides, there are two women in attendance on slander, egging her on, one was treachery and the other deceit. They were followed by a woman dressed in deep mourning, with black clothes all in tatters. Repentance, I think, her name was. At all events, she was turning back with tears in her eyes and casting a stealthy glance, full of shame, at Truth, who was approaching. Other moral characteristics were indicated by more distant references, such as, for example, discretion by the rose, since the latter is the flower of love, which itself values discretion, or, as an old epigram suggests, because love gave a rose to Harpocrates, the god of silence, so that he might pass over the excesses of Venus in silence. Hence, in antiquity a rose was hung over the table during festivities as a sign that whatever was spoken should remain among friends. Among the moral allegories I include all those that indicated universal human relationships. Hence, fate was represented by Lachesis, who while turning a spindle sits on a comical mask with the tragic mask standing before her, thus indicating the mixed games on the stage of life. A premature death was represented by the image of Aurora carrying away a child in her arms. By means of allegory as well as emblematic elements, painting can elevate itself into the region of the supersensible. The animation of the body by the infusing of the spirit is doubtlessly one of the most detached concepts, yet it has been rendered tangible or perceptible to the senses in an allegorical poetic fashion. Prometheus constructs a human being from clay, and Minerva holds a butterfly over its head as an image of the soul, an act simultaneously summarizing all the various ideas evoked by the metamorphosis of this creature. The historical allegory has been employed particularly by contemporary artists, for example, the French, Rubens, to glorify the deeds of their kings. An example is the rejuvenation of a city by the patronage of a prince depicted on old coins, on which a female figure is elevated above the earth by a male figure. The picture of Aristides exemplified the highest style. He portrayed the Athenian people in its entire character simultaneously as light-hearted and serious, courageous and cowardly, wise and unwise, though one must admit that it is somewhat difficult to understand just how he did this. Now we must speak about the symbolic painting. Since, however, we will speak more at length about this in the discussion of the plastic arts, I will limit myself here to the most general comments. A picture is symbolic whose subject not only signifies or means the idea, but is itself the idea. You can see yourself that in this way the symbolic painting coincides completely with the so-called historical painting and actually designates the higher potence of the latter. Here again we encounter distinctions according to the object, which can either be something universally human that perpetually recurs and renews itself in life, or refer to completely spiritual and intellectual ideas. The latter is represented by Raphael's Parnassus and the School of Athens, which symbolically portray the entirety of philosophy. The most perfect symbolic representation, however, is offered by the enduring and independent poetic figures of a specific mythology. Hence, Saint Mary Magdalene does not merely signify or mean repentance, she is living repentance itself. Thus, the picture of Saint Cecilia, the patron saint of music, is not an allegorical but rather a symbolic picture, since it possesses an existence independent of the meaning without losing that meaning. So also is the image of Christ, since it visibly portrays the completely unique identity of divine and human nature. Similarly, the image of the Madonna with child is symbolic. The symbolic image presupposes that an idea precedes it, an idea that becomes symbolic by becoming historico-objectively and independently visible. Just as the idea becomes symbolic by acquiring historical significance, so in a reverse fashion does the historical element become symbolic only by being combined with the idea and becoming the expression of the idea. This accordingly brings us to the actual, ultimate concept of the historical painting, by which one is generally wont to refer to everything we previously designated as allegorical and symbolic. According to our explanation, the historical is itself merely one particular mode of the symbolic. History is doubtlessly the most appropriate subject of painting, since here the elements distinguishing gods and men, the worthiest subjects of painting, are recognized simultaneously in activity. Yet the mere representation of an action or event in and for itself would never elevate painting to the level the tragedy or heroic epic occupies in poesy. Every possible historical event is in and for itself an individual fact that accordingly is elevated to the level of artistic representation only by becoming simultaneously significant and wherever possible the expression of ideas, that is, universally significant. Aristotle says that Homer preferred to portray the impossible that is probable rather than the merely possible. One can justifiably require the same of painting, namely, that it elevate itself above what is generally possible and take a higher and absolute possibility as the standard for its portrayal. The historical painting, we said, can be the representation of ideas, and thus symbolic, partly in the expression given to the individual figures, and partly in the way in which the portrayed event takes place. Regarding the first statement, nothing satisfies that merely touches the senses and does not penetrate into the interior of the spirit. Mere beauty of outline does not complete the significance without a deeper background that is not apparent at first sight. A seriously beautiful object never lets us go away completely sated and satisfied, because we always believe we are able to discover something yet more beautiful and more profound in it. Such are the beauties of Raphael and of the old masters, not playful and charming, as Winckelmann says, but well formed and filled with true and original beauty. Through charms of this kind Cleopatra has become famous for all time, and the ancients even infused this dignified seriousness into the busts of Antonius. There is thus a dignity and loftiness of expression that goes beyond the beauty of outline, or that first makes the latter really significant. One demands of the portraitist that he ennoble the everyday nature of a person. He can attain this without abrogating the similarity, that is, without ceasing to imitate. That which is always and necessarily invented is the idea, and if this is expressed in the picture, it can even render the portrait symbolic by means of a higher charm. As regards the manner of portraying the events themselves, the highest norm, as is the case everywhere, is that art should portray for us the forms of a higher world and portray things as they occur in that world. The realm of ideas is the realm of authentic and clear conceptions, just as the phenomenal realm is that of false, dark, and confused conceptions. In the phenomenal realm, form and content, activity and being are sundered. In the realm of the absolute, both are one. The condition of highest rest is that of highest activity, and vice versa. All these characteristics must be transferred into that which is to be the impression of the absolute. We would have difficulty describing them differently than Winckelmann, the father of all science of art, whose views are still the ultimate and will always remain so, already did some time ago. The authenticity and perfection of conceptions expresses itself in the object through that which Winckelmann calls noble simplicity, and through that quiet power which, in order to appear as power, does not need to withdraw from the equipoise and balance of its existence. This is what Winckelmann has called quiet greatness. Here, too, the Greeks serve as archetypes for us. Just as the depths of the sea always remain peaceful no matter how impetuous and agitated the surface may be, so also does the expression of Greek figures demonstrate a peaceful and stable soul in the midst of passion. In the expression of pain and of physical torpidity itself we see the soul triumph and arise as a divine light of incorruptible serenity above the figure. Such a soul is expressed both in the face and in the entire body of Lacan, for appropriate examples of the highest symbolic style can only be taken from the plastic arts. As Winckelmann says in his splendid description of this work, the pain that discloses itself in all the muscles and sinews of this body, and that one almost experiences and feels himself in the painfully withdrawn lower body without even looking at the face and other parts. This pain nonetheless expresses itself without any rage either in the face or the body position as a whole. He raises no terrible cry, as Virgil describes his lacoon. The opening of the mouth does not allow this, it is only a fearful and oppressed sigh. The pain of the body and the greatness of the soul are equally distributed and, as it were, balanced by the entire structure of the figure. Laocoon suffers, but he suffers as does Sophocles' Philoctetes. His misery moves our very soul, but we ourselves wish the ability to endure pain as does this great man. This description suffices to show that this expression of the soul is no longer something taken from experience. It is an idea transcending nature that the artist had to possess within himself in order to imprint it into the marble. A similar image is that of Niobe with her daughters. The latter, at whom Diana aims her deadly arrows, are depicted in indescribable fear with stunned reactions, where numbness itself brings back peace and that high indifference that agrees best with beauty and does not change any features of the figure or form. After these observations we can reduce all the exigencies of painting in the symbolic style to the single requirement that everything be subordinated to beauty, for beauty is always symbolic. As regards his subjects, the formative artist is completely dependent on the figure itself, since this is the only thing he can express. The poet, who does not offer figures for our viewing, does not necessarily offend beauty even if he progresses to the point of violent passions. The formative artist, however, who is dependent on actual viewing, finds himself in the position of necessarily offending beauty if he does not limit himself to a certain degree in the expression of passion. This is, of course, even more the case with the plastic artist than with the painter, since the latter has access to many means of mitigation through light and shade to which the former does not, in part because on the other hand all plastic constitutes a greater power of reality. As regards painting, the limitations of those strict requirements that must be made on the plastic arts already emerge, by the way, from the fact that painting, even when merely allegorical, does not cease to be art, and that once it has joined forces with illusion it can combine itself with the empirical more boldly than can sculpture and has more room for play. In all more violent movements of the soul both the body's characteristics as well as its position, on the one hand, and all forms of beauty, on the other, become distorted. Serenity is the condition unique to beauty, just as peace is that of the undisturbed sea. Only at peace and rest can the human figure as such, and the human countenance in particular, be the mirror of the idea. Here, too, beauty points to unity and indifference as its true essence. The ancients called the opposite of this peaceful and grand style parenthesos, which generates a base style satisfied only by unusual positions and actions, audacious fire, and violent, fleeting, shrieking antitheses. Most of the artistic rules of contemporary theoreticians concerning composition and that which they call contramatter have been invented for the sake of producing this kind of confusing representation. The result is that in the works of this style everything is in flux, and one finds oneself, as Winckelmann says, among the objects as if at a party at which everyone wants to talk at once. Above all other contemporary masters, Raphael has attained the serenity within greatness and that higher symbolic element of historical painting that such painting acquires as the expression of the ideas. Only to him who has cultivated the appropriate inner sensibility will the highest beauty reveal itself in the peace and serenity of the main figures in his painting, figures that may appear lifeless to others. Such is his picture of Attila, in which that particular moment is portrayed when the Bishop of Rome convinces this conqueror to retreat. Everything in this picture that is of a sublime nature, the Pope and his entourage, as well as the two apostles, Peter and Paul, coming down from heaven has been conceived in this sense of serenity. The Pope appears with the quiet confidence of a venerable man who calms a disturbance by his mere presence. The apostles appear threatening and frightening without any violent gestures. In Attila we can perceive fright, and that peace and serenity of the more dignified portion of the painting is countered by the unrest and movement on the other side, where departure is being trumpeted and everything prepares for retreat with much confusion and alarm. In the larger sense, as regards the sublimity of invention, Raphael is the absolute master. If in the preceding discussions we have designated an artist as the most excellent as regards each of the particular art forms in drawing, Michelangelo, in chiaroscuro Correggio, in the treatment of color Titian, we must now assert of Raphael that he possessed all these forms in balance, and is accordingly the truly divine priest of contemporary art. The power of his own spirit drove Michelangelo in his drawing irresistibly and almost exclusively into the realm of the violent, powerful, and frightful. Only in such subjects could the true depth of his art become visible. His own great mastery of chiaroscuro limited Correggio within the realm of the delicate, gentle, and pleasing as regards his subjects. He needed those which particularly favor the execution of delicacy and which allowed soft outlines and the flattery of forms. Finally, Titian, as the highest master in the treatment of color, was thereby limited most to truth and imitation. In the soul of Raphael all these forms rested in equal balance, measure, and intent. Since he was bound to none in particular, his spirit remained free for higher invention as well as for the true recognition and appreciation of the character of the ancients, whom he, the only one among the moderns, did indeed equal up to a certain point. Yet his richness never leads him beyond the boundary of the necessary, and within all the mildness of his disposition there yet endures the austerity of his spirit. He scorns the superfluous, achieves the greatest effects with the simplest elements, and thereby breathes into his works such objective life that they appear to exist entirely within themselves, to develop from within, and to generate themselves with a kind of necessity. This is the source of the probability of his works, even though he elevates himself above what is usually possible. Hence, precisely in their supernatural aspects we find the highest naturalness, one transforming itself into innocence and one that is the ultimate signature of art. Until now we have spoken about the art of historical painting purely as such. Now, however, it is necessary that we discuss the subject matter of historical painting. One question in particular demands attention, one of interest not only to the friend of art in general, but to connoisseurs as well. Through what means inherent within art itself is it possible to portray an object pictorially such that it is recognized as that object? This question presupposes that the main point in historical painting is the real, empirical recognition of the subject matter. Yet this cannot, at least not arbitrarily, be made into a requirement, since as soon as it is conceived universally, the requirement itself is nonsensical. In the painting of Raphael just discussed, for example, anyone who wanted to have the Bishop of Rome portrayed not merely such that he be recognizable as this general character, but also such that he be recognizable personally and named as this or that specific Bishop of Rome, such a person would have to declare as most purposeful that custom of early painters whereby they had notes coming out of the mouths of their figures on which their meaning stood. Thus the requirement of conceiving a painting to the point of empirical reality must always be qualified, and the symbolic nature of the historical painting automatically elevates us above this point of view. We would lose nothing of the sublime beauty of the group of Laocoon even if we were not instructed by Pliny and Virgil regarding the name of the person suffering. The basic requirement is only that the subject matter in and for itself be completely and clearly recognizable. If the painting is symbolic by virtue of its primary subject matter, then it is of itself already part of a certain mythological context, the knowledge of which is generally presupposed. If its primary intent is historical, then enough artistic devices of pictorial representation are available to specify the epoch and nation, and not merely through what we call the observance of costume as regards clothing, something which, however, may not for that reason be transgressed in the case of subject matter from antiquity, since it is part of that beauty. Yet even in a painting portraying contemporary subject matter there must be enough means to characterize the epoch independently of clothing, even in the case of naked figures or of costumes uncharacteristic of the time. In the Battle of Constantine by Raphael, even without any other indicators, the sign of the cross would suffice to tell us that an event is being portrayed from the history of Christianity. Of that subject matter unable to be designated by genuinely artistic means, we can say ahead of time and with certainty that it is completely unworthy of artistic representation. When, for example, artists of a contemporary state are instructed to portray primarily noble events from the history of the fatherland, the required nationality, equals non-universality, is just as peculiar as the requirement of painting the morality of the actions. And do not forget that the soldiers nonetheless are still to be painted in Prussian uniforms. We must remind ourselves here of the remarks made in our investigation of mythology. Since we lack a universal mythology, every artist can create a special mythology from the material of his own age. That he not use anything from history that does not already inhere within that particular circle of history which one can assume as universally valid, is something to which he is limited by far higher reasons than merely the possibility that he may not be understood. Besides the general conditions of comprehensibility of historical painting, however, the more specific qualification can be added that one event is determined by an earlier one that is necessarily required for its comprehensibility. In the first place, one can also doubt in this respect whether an event worthy of artistic portrayal does not already in its own inherent richness enable us to see at least the immediate past even in the present. In the group of Lacan, for example, no one can have any doubts about that immediate past. To anyone who feels incapable of this, let us recommend another device of earlier painters who depicted earlier moments in history in the background and allowed the heroes of these moments to appear several times in the same picture. Yet another case would be when the event to be portrayed necessarily refers back to several events in the distant past and requires them in order to be understood. Here, too, I have my doubts. Even though if this requirement could really exist, one indeed would have to return to the suggestion in the Propylden, namely, that of a cycle of historical portrayals, a series of pictures establishing the various moments of a connected history. One should not, of course, take this too literally, as some have done, and require actual absolute continuity, for which even an infinite series of pictures would not suffice. The principle from which this entire investigation of the comprehensibility of historical paintings is to be decided is doubtlessly the following: the historical knowledge of the event portrayed, in all its present and past conditions, contributes to the enjoyment of the work of art, yet this kind of enjoyment itself lies outside the artist's sphere of intention. His work must not first borrow its attractiveness from this alien interest. Many portrayals in old works of art were incomprehensible and were subsequently deciphered through scholarly industriousness. Many are still incomprehensible and yet lose nothing thereby of their true artistic beauty. It is equally incorrect to demand that in the painting itself all necessary guidance be given concerning the empirical historical comprehensibility of the painting, and that the painter become, as it were, our instructor in history, or on the other hand to free the painting itself from this task while demanding scholarly learning from the observer. The latter is incorrect because, a. one does not know where one should begin with such scholarly knowledge and where one should end, and, b. one thereby causes empirical historical comprehensibility to become the essential element, and yet puts its very condition into something accidental, namely, the knowledge possessed by the observer. The painting is to fulfill only the inner requirements of being true, beautiful, expressive, and universally significant, such that in any case it can do without that accidental attractiveness resulting from the knowledge of the particular empirical event portrayed. It is equally erroneous for art to flatter either learnedness or the lack of it. A person who feels driven really to enjoy art and not to surrender this higher participation of his own disposition in a well-known event may himself see just how he puts himself into the position to understand historically, too, this silent poetic art that always and necessarily remains either allegorical or symbolic. His disposition or mood will become more moved by such attempts, yet the artistic intuition itself will gain nothing not already attainable without such knowledge. We have accompanied painting to the ultimate heights of historical symbolic representation. Yet just as all that is human, as soon as it has reached the summit in one direction, immediately begins to slide down on the other side, painting, too, has not escaped this fate. Shortly after attainment of the highest art, and in the very arena itself of the most splendid monuments of that art, there emerged that most strange degeneration of taste in the genre that pulls historical painting to the basest and most common levels, the Bamboxiad. It originated with the Dutchman Peter van Laer, called Il Bamboxio, who at the beginning of the 17th century went to Rome and distinguished himself with his farces, which displayed brilliant treatment of color and audacious brushwork. He gained such enormous applause that these farces soon became generally preferred and were patronized by the great men of the city as much as real art had been patronized earlier. One must admit that the first Bamboxians did not lack fine artistic treatment. They contrasted with the serious yet base Dutch paintings in that the former viewed themselves merely as parodies of great art. The necessary requirement of him who would jest with his art is that he possess a high degree of mastery. The aberration is admittedly still not as great as in the present age, where Bamboxiads in poesy and other arts are quite popular even while lacking all energy, authenticity, and talent. The stories of these spiritual epidemics mutually elucidate one another. Admittedly, however, what our own age has been able to produce in this lowly affair, at least compared to similar products of that earlier age, reflects the way our entire age distinguishes itself negatively as regards art in general in such a comparison. Those earlier painters were at least masters in the lowly genre, those today have not yet reached the first level of mastery even in the lowliest baseness, hence, the objectionableness of Hogarth. In this fashion we have traversed the entire circle of pictorial representation from the initial, mere imitation of lifeless objects up to the apex, and from there to the other side, where it sinks back down to baseness. Let me now briefly recall those propositions regarding painting. The last one, Addendum 2, was, the particular forms of unity insofar as they recur in painting are drawing, chiaroscuro, and coloring. Nothing was needed for the elucidation of this statement other than the universal concept of the three unities themselves. Drawing is adequately characterized by designating it as the real form, chiaroscuro as the completely ideal form of painting. All conditions and qualifications of each of these forms as well as their relationship to each other can be extracted directly from this designation. Regarding coloring in particular, it is that which makes appearance and truth, the ideal and the real completely indifferentiated and one. Hence, I will now add merely those propositions that concern the subjects of painting. Painting is to portray its subjects as forms of things as they are prefigured in the ideal unity. Music is to portray the real forms, painting is to portray things as they are in the purely ideal unity as such, since it comprehends only the purely ideal element of things and separates it from the real element. Addendum. Painting is thus primarily concerned with the representation of ideas from the ideal side. Every idea, just as the absolute itself, has two sides, a real and an ideal one. Or, it is with complete equality both real and ideal, but within the real as an other, as a being, not as idea. Hence, painting, by portraying objects primarily from the ideal side, necessarily aims at the portrayal or representation of ideas as such. Addendum. Insofar as painting signifies all objects in general not directly and in and for themselves, but rather only through their universal or ideal element, it is generally schematic. Taken by itself, or within itself, however, it is necessarily allegorical and symbolic. Annotation. The schematic element is the universal principle of modern religion. That is why painting predominates in the contemporary world. Why not the plastic arts? The Mother of God by Michelangelo equals Juno. Painting is merely allegorical in those subjects that are not portrayed for their own sake, for whatever exists not for its own sake, but merely for the sake of something else, signifies or means that other. Annotation. This includes the subordinated genres of still life, flower, fruit, as well as, on the whole, animal paintings. All these types are either not really artistic genres at all, or they are of allegorical significance. Concerning animal paintings in particular, nature itself is to a certain extent allegorical in the production of animals, it alludes to a higher element, the human figure. These are incomplete attempts to produce the highest totality. Even the character which nature really has given to the animal does not express itself in it completely, but is rather merely suggested and surmised. Yet even the well-known character of the animal is only a one-sided manifestation of the total character of the earth, and insofar as this is most completely expressed in human beings of human beings. Painting is merely schematic in landscapes, for here it is not the truly formed and limited element that is portrayed, and not the unlimited by means of it, but rather vice versa. The limited element here is alluded to by the unlimited and formless. The formed element is symbolized by form itself, which is itself formless. Hence, it is schematic. Painting within its own parameters elevates itself to the symbolic insofar as the object portrayed does not merely signify or mean the idea, but rather is it itself. The lowest level of the symbolic is where it is content with that symbolic element which the natural object possesses in and for itself, that is, where it merely imitates. Addendum. Since no natural object besides the human figure possesses truly symbolic significance, this is the case of the portrait. The higher level of the symbolic is where the symbolic element in nature is itself made into the condition of a yet higher symbolic element. This is self-evident. If the symbolic element in nature is made only into an allegory of the higher idea, an allegory of the higher sort emerges. Please note here that this transcends the first level of the symbolic insofar as the latter is already made into a condition or form and not into the object of portrayal. An allegorical painting in this sense is in the lower sense symbolic insofar as it makes the human figure in its beauty into the condition of the allegory, while in the higher sense or according to its higher intention it is allegorical. Painting is directly symbolic when it expresses absolute ideas within the particular such that the former and latter are one. Explication. Painting as directly symbolic can in general be called historical insofar as the symbolic element, by signifying or meaning something else, is itself simultaneously that other, thereby possessing in itself a historical existence independent of the idea. The historical painting is symbolic historical where the idea is the first element and the symbol is conceived in order to represent it. Examples: The Last Judgment by Michelangelo, The School of Athens and the Parnassus by Raphael. The painting is historical symbolic where the symbol or the history is the first element and is made to express the idea. This is the historical painting in the usual sense. Symbolism in painting occurs to the extent that the expression of the absolute is attained. The first requirement of symbolic painting is thus the appropriateness of the ideas and the elimination of any confusion within the concrete. Winckelmann called this high simplicity. Please note that this applies only to symbolic painting in the highest style, not to painting as such or viewed at large. From this requirement it follows of itself that being and activity be one in the object, for whenever being is confused by the activity in the object, or essence by form, the appropriateness of the conception and representation is abrogated. Hence, this necessitates moderate activity that does not suspend or abrogate the being and balance of the essential nature. This Winckelmann called quiet greatness. Since beauty is the absolutely symbolic in and for itself, beauty is the highest law of the pictorial representation. Painting can portray baseness only insofar as that baseness, as the antithesis of the idea, is nonetheless in its own turn the reflex of the idea and thus constitutes the reverse symbolic. This proposition is universally valid for the representation of the fine arts as such, which can enter the sphere of the lowly or base only insofar as here, too, they attain the ideal and completely reverse it. This reversal is the entire essence of the comic, and in this sense the ancients, too, produced comical or low works. This state of affairs is the same as that general view of the world according to which the wisdom of God becomes most objective in human foolishness. In this way the highest wisdom and inner beauty of the artist can be reflected in the foolishness or ugliness of that which he portrays, and only in this sense can the ugly become the object of art, namely, by ceasing to be ugly, as it were, because of this reflex. I will now proceed to the third form of formative art and will construe it just as I have construed the previous two. Borrowed proposition. The perfect informing or indifference of the two unities, now expressed within the real, is matter itself viewed from the perspective of essence. According to matter, viewed as a potence, is the real unity. Insofar as it encompasses all unities within itself, however, that is, viewed from the perspective of essence, it equals indifference equals third unity. Addendum. Let me clarify the connection with the previous material by making the following remarks. The construction of matter is based on three potences, yet these are general categories such that just as matter individually, so also is nature as a whole based on them. By means of the first potence matter is anorganic and subordinated to the schema of the straight line, by means of the second it is organic, and by means of the third it is the expression of reason. The same potences, however, recur yet again in regards to the whole of matter. Matter as a whole is anorganic, organic, and only in the third potence in the human organism the expression of reason. Applied to the present case, music is the anorganic art, painting the organic, since in its highest level the latter expresses the identity of matter and light. Not until the third art form does matter become the absolute expression of reason. We now assert that the perfect indifference of the two unities, now expressed within the real, is matter viewed from the perspective of essence. The essence of matter is reason, whose immediate expression within the material world is the organism, just as the organism, as the essence of anorganic matter, symbolizes itself in the latter. The first potence is the merely anorganic, the straightforward element of cohesion. Hence, the art form of the first potence, which merely takes the first potence as the means of its representation, acquires cohesion within sonority as its body. The second potence is based on the equality of light and corporeality through different stages, organic. Finally, the third potence is the essence, the essential nature of the first and second potences. The different potences differentiate themselves from one another merely in the following way. In the first the whole appears, though subordinated to finitude; in the second, it also appears, though subordinated to infinity or identity. The essence or essential nature is thus the same in all potences. The art form that takes the indifference of the two unities or the essence of matter as its body is the plastic arts in the most general sense of the word, for the plastic arts portray their ideas through real corporeal objects, whereas music portrays merely the anorganic element of matter, the form, the accidental element, and painting the purely organic element as such, the essence, the purely ideal element of the object. The plastic arts portray within the real form simultaneously the essence and the ideal of things, and accordingly the highest indifference of essence and form. Corollary proposition. The plastic arts as art are originally subordinated to the third dimension. Corollary proposition. Just as music on the whole is the art of reflection or of self-consciousness and painting that of subsumption or of perception, the plastic arts are primarily the expression of reason or intuition. Corollary proposition. I can also express myself as follows concerning the relationship between the three basic forms of art. Music portrays the essence within the form, and to that extent it takes up the pure form, the accidental element of things as substance, and uses it as its medium. Painting, on the other hand, portrays the form within the essence and, insofar as the ideal is also the essence, constructs things within the essence. Music is thus quantitative, painting qualitative. The plastic arts, on the other hand, portray substance and accidentals, cause and effect, possibility and actuality as one. Thus they express the forms of relation, quantity and quality as one. Corollary proposition. The plastic arts are essentially symbolic. This follows immediately from the fact that they portray neither the form alone, in which case they would be schematic, nor the essence or ideal alone, in which case they would be allegorical, but rather both in indifference, such that neither the real signifies the ideal nor the ideal the real, since both are absolutely one. The plastic arts in and for themselves encompass all other art forms as particulars within themselves, or they are within themselves in separate forms: music, painting, and the plastic arts. This follows from the fact that the plastic arts portray the essential nature of the other forms, that from which the others emerge as particular forms. Music and painting themselves, each in its own turn, also encompass all unities. In music, for example, rhythm is music, harmony is painting, and melody is the plastic constituent. Yet music encompasses these forms not as separate art forms but rather as its own unities. The same is true of painting. The point here is that the plastic arts as the totality of all formative art forms contain the other forms separated from one another. Elucidation. Music, as we said, takes as its form the informing of unity into multiplicity purely as such. Yet precisely this is itself a potence of matter viewed from the perspective of essence, and can thus also be expressed corporeally. Music does not portray this unity by means of bodies, but rather only as an act and to that extent ideally. Yet as soon as this same unity is portrayed within matter from the perspective of the real, namely, in the corporeal series itself, it can and must be expressed within the plastic arts, not merely through form, but rather essentially at the same time, and thus also corporeally, since essence and form taken together constitute body. The same can be shown as regards painting, which also takes the ideal unity only as a potence and to that extent as form. Yet, this same unity must also be able to be expressed actually, and accordingly corporeally and through the plastic arts. Let me remark ahead of time that the three art forms, music, painting, and the plastic arts, insofar as they all recur within the plastic arts as separate forms, are architecture, bas-relief, and the plastic arts, the latter now in the more narrow sense insofar as they portray rounded figures from all sides. I will now also present the construction of the three forms according to the given order. The anorganic art form or the music within the plastic arts is architecture. The proof is based on several middle terms, which are the following. That architecture in the larger sense is a form of the plastic arts is self-evident, since it portrays its objects through corporeal things. That it constitutes the music within those plastic arts, however, can be seen from the following. The plastic arts must in some way include an art form through which it moves back toward the anorganic. Since, however, at its deepest level architecture is essentially organic itself, this reversion can occur according to no other basis or law except the same one according to which the organism in nature reverts to the production of the anorganic. The organism itself, however, reverts to the anorganic only within the productions of the artistic impulses of animals. This proposition is proved in the philosophy of nature and is taken up here only as a borrowed proposition. The anorganic form can thus take place within the plastic arts only according to the law and basis of artistic impulses. Hence, we now must determine this law. In the philosophy of nature we proved that the so-called artistic impulse of animals is nothing other than a specific direction or modification of the general formative impulse. The most eminent proof I can provide here is that the artistic impulse in most species emerges as the equivalent of the reproductive instinct. Hence, it is the genderless bees that produce the anorganic masses of their cells externally. In other species the manifestations of the artistic impulse accompany the manifestations of the metamorphosis or sexual development, such that the artistic impulse also disappears with developed sexuality. In other species the expressions of the artistic impulse precede the time of mating. The previous observations already lead us to recognize in all cases of the artistic impulse a certain identity between the products and the producing agent. The bee produces the material of its edifice from within itself, the spider and the silkworm draw the threads of their webs from within themselves. Indeed, if we go even deeper, the artistic impulse merges completely with anorganic external deposits that remain in cohesion with the producing agent or animal. Such are the products of the polyps inhabiting coral, the shells of mollusks and oysters, indeed even the stone-like and hard coverings of some insects as well as of crabs, which therefore lack the artistic instinct, which in their case is lost completely in the production of that covering. The identity between the producing agent and that which is produced takes place here to the extent that, as Stephens has shown, we can view these productions as the externally reverted skeleton of the lower animal forms. Only at the higher levels of organization does nature succeed in coercing this anorganic mass back toward the inside and subjecting it to the laws of the organism. As soon as this has been attained to some degree, for example, in birds, whose skeleton, by the way, is yet very incompletely developed, the anorganic mass no longer appears in direct identity with the producing agent, but it emerges nonetheless not completely out of coherence with that agent. The artistic instinct expresses itself more freely in the nest building of birds. There is apparently a choice made here, and the product receives the impression of a higher inner life. This apparent freedom in construction of a product independent of, yet belonging to, an organic being goes even further in the constructions of the beaver. If we summarize all these relationships, we automatically arrive at the law that the organic everywhere produces the anorganic only in identity or in reference to itself. If we apply this to the higher case of the production of the anorganic through human art, we find that the anorganic, because it can have no symbolic significance in and for itself, must acquire it in production through human art, through the reference to the human being and the identity with him. Furthermore, in the perfection of human nature within itself, this relationship and potential identity cannot be immediate, direct, or corporeal, but rather only an indirect relationship conceptually mediated. For this reason, the plastic arts, insofar as they produce within the anorganic, must produce something external that stands in reference to the human being and his needs, and yet something equally independent of him and beautiful in and for itself. Since this can be the case only in architecture, it follows that the plastic arts in this case must accordingly be architecture. Various annotations. The assertion that architecture equals music follows in a preliminary fashion from the common concept of the anorganic, since music is generally the anorganic art form. A question this construction of architecture automatically begs is, to what extent can an art form that is subordinated to need and serves a purpose external to itself be counted among the fine arts? Fine art is absolute in itself, and thus without any external purpose. It is not a matter of need. For this reason many people have actually excluded architecture. The following, however, is the solution to this apparent contradiction. That art as fine art cannot be subordinated to a purpose is an axiom of the correct view of art, and to the extent that it really is subordinated, it is also really no fine art. Architecture, for example, would not be fine art if it addressed merely need and utility. For architecture as fine art, however, utility and the reference to need are themselves only condition, not principle. Every mode of art is bound to a specific form of appearance existing more or less independently of it, and only the fact that art puts into this form the impression and image of beauty elevates it to fine art. Hence, as regards architecture, precisely the expediency is the form of the appearance, but not the essence. To the extent art makes form and essence one, and makes this particular form one designed for utility simultaneously into the form of beauty, architecture elevates itself to a fine art. All beauty as such is the indifference of essence and form, the representation of the absolute in a particular. The particular, the form, is now itself the reference to need. Yet if art now puts the imprint of the absolute essence into this form, it pays attention only to this indifference of form and essence, and by no means to that form in and for itself. The particular relationship or the particular reference of this form to utility and need falls completely by the side, since it in any case is intuited or perceived only in identity with essence. Architecture as fine art is thus completely external to the reference to need, which is merely the form. In the following discussion we will determine how and in what relationship. Form, however, is not at all viewed in and for itself, but rather only in the indifference with essence. Other additional annotations serving to illuminate this point. A. Fine art is never suspended or rendered impossible by external conditions and limitations, for example, with alfresco paintings, where a certain space is prescribed not only of a specific size but also of a specific form. B. There are certain kinds of architecture where need and utility fall completely by the wayside, and its works are themselves the expression of absolute ideas that are independent of need. Indeed, often they even become symbolic, for example, in temples, the Temple of Vesta according to the image of the heavenly dome. C. That which in architecture actually refers to need is the inner element, and in this the requirement of beauty is made far more accidental than in the external elements. Corollary proposition. Architecture necessarily proceeds in its constructions according to arithmetical or, since it is music in space, geometric relationships. The proof is contained in the following. It was earlier proved that nature, science, and art in their various stages observe the sequence from the schematic to the allegorical and from there to the symbolic. The most primal schematism is numbers, where the formed or particular is symbolized through form itself or the universal. Hence, whatever lies in the realm of schematism is subject to arithmetical determination in nature and art. Architecture, as the music of the plastic arts, thus necessarily follows arithmetical relationships. Since it is music in space, however, in a sense, solidified music, these relationships are simultaneously geometric relationships. In the deeper levels of art as well as of nature, arithmetical and geometric relationships predominate. Painting, too, is also completely subject to these in its linear perspective. In the higher levels of nature, and of art as well, where nature becomes genuinely symbolic, it casts off the limitations of a merely finite regularity. A higher principle or law steps in that is irrational as far as the understanding is concerned and is comprehended and understood only by reason, in science, for example, that of higher relationships, which only philosophy understands, the symbolic science among the three basic sciences, in nature, the beauty of form and figure, which only the power of imagination comprehends. Nature is no longer concerned here with the expression of a merely finite regularity of form. It becomes the image of absolute identity, the chaos within the absolute. Geometric regularity disappears and the regularity of a higher order enters. The same is the case within art in the plastic arts in the narrower sense, which are most independent of geometric relationships and consider and portray with complete freedom only the relationships of beauty in and for themselves. Since, however, architecture is nothing other than a reversion of the plastic arts to the anorganic, geometric regularity must yet assert its rights in it before being cast off at the higher levels. This proof, by the way, leads us no further than to the understanding of the dependence of architecture on geometric regularity. We thereby comprehend it only from its natural side, and not yet as an independent and autonomous art form. Architecture can appear as free and beautiful art only insofar as it becomes the expression of ideas, an image of the universe and of the absolute. Yet a real image of the absolute and accordingly an immediate expression of the ideas is, according to, everywhere only the organic form in its perfection. Music, to which architecture corresponds among the various forms of the plastic arts, is freed from the requirement of portraying actual forms or figures, since it portrays the universe in the forms of the first and purest movement, separated from matter. Architecture, however, is a form of the plastic arts, and if it is music, then it is concrete music. It cannot portray the universe merely through form, it must portray it simultaneously in essence and form. The organic figure possesses an immediate relationship to reason, for it is its most immediate manifestation and is itself merely reason perceived in the real sphere. Reason has only an indirect relationship to the anorganic, namely, through the organism that is its immediate body. Hence, the first relationship of architecture, to reason always remains only an indirect one, since it can be mediated only through the concept of the organism. It is in general a relationship mediated through the concept. If, however, it wishes to be absolute art, it must in itself and without mediation be in identity with reason. This cannot occur simply by having a concept of purpose expressed in the material itself, since even in the case of perfect expression the concept of purpose is not transmitted into the object, just as it does not emerge from the object. It is not the immediate concept of the object itself, but rather that of something external to it. In the organism, in contrast, the concept is transmitted completely into the object such that the subjective and objective elements, the infinite and finite are genuinely one within it, and it thereby becomes in and through itself an image of reason. If architecture could become fine art directly through the expression of a concept of purpose, then there seems to be no reason why this could not also be the case with the other arts as well, and why, for example, there are no clothing artists as well as architectural artists. It must thus be a more internal identity coming apparently from within the object itself, a genuine fusion with the concept, that makes architecture into fine art. In the merely mechanical work of art, this connection is always only subjective. This constitutes the final answer to that first question. It was doubtlessly the feeling for this relationship that gave rise to the dominant opinion concerning architecture. That is, as long as architecture panders to mere need and is merely useful itself, it is indeed only useful and cannot simultaneously be beautiful. It is beautiful only when it becomes independent of need. Yet since it cannot be absolutely independent, considering that it again and again touches on need by virtue of its ultimate reference, it thus becomes beautiful only by simultaneously becoming independent of itself, as it were, the potence and the free imitation of itself. As soon as it attains through appearance both actuality and utility without intending these as utility and as actuality, it becomes free and independent art. Furthermore, by making the object already associated with the concept of purpose into its artistic object, thus making the concept of purpose itself with the object into that artistic object, the latter is for it as higher art an objective identity between the subjective and the objective, the concept and the thing, and is accordingly something that possesses reality in itself. Even though the usual understanding of architecture as the art of perpetual imitation, and of the building arts as the art of need, is not normally derived in this fashion, this reasoning must be the basis if such an understanding is to have any foundation at all. In what follows I will explicate this view in more detail. For now it suffices to be acquainted with it in a general sense. In a word, all allegedly free forms of architecture, those no one denies are characterized by a kind of straightforward beauty, are according to this view imitations of the forms of the cruder building arts, and particularly of the building arts with wood as the simplest and the one requiring the least treatment. For example, the columns or pillars of the fine building arts are modeled after tree trunks, which were placed on the earth to support the roofs of the first dwellings. In its inception this form was a matter of need. Afterward, since it was imitated by free art and cultivation, it elevated itself to an art form. The triglyphs of the Doric columnar order, it is said, were originally the protruding heads of the crossbeams. Later the appearance was kept without the reality, whereby this form, too, became a free art form. This should sufficiently acquaint us with this view in a general sense. What is valid in this opinion is immediately evident, namely, that architecture as a fine art must be the potence of itself as an art of need, or must take itself as such as its own form or body in order to be an independent art form. We have, of course, already asserted this. Yet precisely how this form, which the building arts as a trade did indeed need, was itself able to become a beautiful form in and for itself through free imitation or parody, through this transition from the real to the ideal, the answer to this question lies much deeper, and certainly no one will want to assert that every necessitous form might become a beautiful form simply by being imitated without actually needing to be. Likewise it is completely impossible to derive all the forms of architecture as a fine art from this mere idea of imitation. This thus requires a higher principle, one we must now derive. To this purpose let me offer the following prefatory propositions. Architecture, in order to be fine art, must portray the purposiveness within itself as an objective purposiveness, that is, as the objective identity between concept and thing, the subjective and objective. Proof. According to, art as such is merely the objective or real portrayal or representation of the identity of the universal and the particular, of the subjective and the objective, such that these appear as one in the portrayed object itself. Borrowed proposition. Objective purposiveness or objective identity between the subjective and objective obtains originally, that is, independently of art, only in the organism. This follows from something also proved earlier. Architecture as fine art must portray the organism as the essence of the anorganic, and accordingly the organic forms as preformed within the anorganic. This is that higher principle according to which the forms of architecture must be evaluated. The first part of the proposition is proved thus: architecture is the anorganic form of the plastic arts according to. The plastic arts, however, according to corollary proposition, are the expression of reason as the essence of matter. The immediate real image of reason, however, as was already proved in, is expressed in the organism. The anorganic can thus have no immediate and absolute relationship to reason, that is, a relationship that is not based on the mediation of the concept of purpose but rather on the immediate identity with reason itself. This is true except to the extent that just as reason as the essence or essential nature of the organism is represented directly in the latter, so also the organism itself as the essence or the origin of the anorganic is represented in the latter. Hence, architecture, too, cannot be plastic art, that is, the immediate expression of reason as the absolute indifference of the subjective and objective, without portraying or representing the organism as the essence or essential nature of the anorganic. The second part of the proposition now follows automatically from the proof of the first. Since architecture is not to transcend the boundaries of the anorganic, considering that it is the anorganic art form, it can thus portray the organism as the essence of the anorganic only by portraying that organism as encompassed within the latter and accordingly by portraying the organic forms as preformed within the anorganic. The further explication of the way architecture fulfills these requirements will be given automatically in what follows. Addendum. The same thing can be expressed thus: architecture as fine art must portray the anorganic as allegory of the organic, for it is to portray the former as the essence of the latter and yet nonetheless within the anorganic, that is, such that the latter is not itself organic but rather merely signifies or means the organic. Yet precisely this is the nature of allegory. Architecture, to be fine art, must be the potence or imitation of itself as the art of need. Proof. In its ultimate principle architecture remains subordinated to the reference to purpose, since the anorganic as such can have only an indirect relationship to reason and thus can never possess symbolic significance. Hence, in order on the one hand to obey necessity, and on the other to elevate itself above it and to render objective that subjective purposiveness, it must become its own object or imitate itself. Annotation. It goes without saying that this imitation extends only as far as is needed to posit actual purposiveness in the object itself. The proof can also be drawn in the following way. According to architecture must express the organism as the idea and the essence of the anorganic. In consequence of the addendum this means that it must allude to the organic through the anorganic, and must make the latter into the allegory of the organic, not into the organic itself. Hence, it does indeed demand, on the one hand, an objective identity between the concept and the thing, yet, on the other, not an absolute identity such as that found within the organic being itself, for in that case it would be sculpture. By imitating only itself as a mechanical art, the forms of the latter become the forms of architecture as an art of necessity, for the former are, as it were, natural objects that are already there independently of art as such. Since they are designed according to a specific purpose, they express an objective identity between the concept and the thing that to that extent, through that objectivity, is similar to the identity of the organic natural product. On the other hand, however, since that identity was nonetheless not originally an absolute one, but rather merely one generated by mechanical art, it is only an illusion, an allegory of the organic. Hence, when architecture imitates itself as mechanical art, it simultaneously fulfills the requirements of art, precisely by satisfying the requirements of necessity. It remains independent of need and yet simultaneously is the satisfaction of need. In this way it attains the perfect synthesis of its form or of its particular, which consists in being an originally purposive art, and the universal or absolute of art, which itself consists in an objective identity between the subjective and the objective. Hence, it fulfills the requirement we made of it right from the outset. Annotation. Corollary proposition. All those forms of architecture are beautiful in themselves in which an allegory of the organic is expressed through the anorganic, be it that the latter emerges through the imitation of the forms of this art as an art of necessity or through free production. This proposition can now serve as the general principle of the construction and evaluation of all architectonic forms. On the one hand, the statement limits the principle that architecture be a parody of the mechanical building arts to the condition that through this objectivation the forms of the latter become allegorical for the organic. By doing so, it liberates this art in another respect to transcend this imitation insofar as it fulfills only the general requirement of representing or portraying the organic as preformed within the anorganic. It can be noted generally here that in other contexts, too, art can imitate the anorganic only in this particular relationship to the organic. Not the least portion of the plastic arts is the art of drapery and clothing, which can be viewed as the most perfect and most beautiful architectonic. Yet the portrayal of clothing concretely for its own sake would not be a task of art. Only as an allegory of the organic, as suggestive of the higher forms of the organic body, is it one of the most beautiful parts of art. Architecture must take particularly the plant organism as its model, for according to the addendum to it is an allegory of the organic insofar as the latter constitutes the objective identity of the universal and the particular. The organism kcxte_ox_tv, however, can only be that of the animal, and within these parameters the human organism, to which that of the plant stands only in an allegorical relationship. Accordingly, architecture is cultivated best according to the model of the plant organism. Annotation. The plant as an allegory of the animal can be comprehended best by noting that particularity predominates within it, the universal thus being prefigured or preformed through particularity. This is the greatest similarity between the human organism and the plant organism. Elucidation. We can follow this close kinship between architecture and the plant world from the deepest levels of even the crudest art onward, where it manifests what we might call a merely instinctive inclination toward this model. The so-called Gothic building arts still show us this instinct in an extremely crude form, considering that in them even the plant world itself, unchanged through art, becomes the model. One need only look at the genuine works of Gothic architecture to see in all its forms the unchanged forms of plants. Regarding its main characteristics, namely, the narrow base relative to circumference and height, we can imagine a Gothic building, for example, a tower such as that of the cathedral in Strasbourg among others, as an enormous tree that from a relatively narrow trunk spreads out into an immeasurable crown that stretches its boughs and branches in all directions into the air. The large number of smaller buildings assembled on the main trunk, the secondary towers, and so on, through which the building expands out from all sides, are only representations of these boughs and branches, representations of what amounts to a tree that itself has become a city, just as the foliage added and amassed everywhere alludes more directly to this archetype. The secondary buildings that are added to the genuinely Gothic works more closely to the ground, such as the secondary chapels on the churches, allude to the roots that this great tree spreads out below and around itself. All the characteristics of Gothic architecture express this relationship, for example, the so-called cloister galleries in monasteries, which depict a row of trees whose branches are inclined toward one another above and are intergrown, thus forming a vault or arch. Regarding the history of Gothic architecture, let me remark only that it is an obvious error to consider the Goths the originators of this artistic sensibility and to designate them as those who brought this form of architecture to Italy. The Goths, as a completely bellicose people, brought neither architects nor other artists with them to Italy. When they settled there, they employed the indigenous artists. Yet even among the latter, artistic sensibility was already in decline, and the Goths even tried to prevent this in that their princes apparently encouraged artistic talent and patronized the practice of the arts. The usual opinion today is that the Saracens brought this architecture to the Occident, first to Spain, from where it then spread across Europe. People normally assert that this architecture must have been that of an extremely hot climate in which one had to seek shade and coolness. Yet one could also reverse this reasoning and consider Gothic architecture to be much more indigenous. When Tacitus says of the ancient Germans that they had no temples, but rather venerated the gods outdoors beneath trees, and if in the earliest times Germany was completely covered with forests, one can imagine that at the inception of civilization of the building arts, particularly of temples, the Germans imitated the old model of their own forests, and that in this way Gothic architecture was originally indigenous to Germany. From there it spread, particularly to Holland and England, where, for example, the castle in Windsor is built in this style. There we find its purest works, whereas elsewhere, for example, in Italy, it existed only in a form mixed with the more recent Italian style. These various possibilities can be evaluated only on the basis of historical evidence. Such evidence is actually available, I think, since the origins of Gothic architecture extend back even further. Namely, there is a remarkable and rather obvious similarity between Indian and Gothic architecture. Certainly no one can miss this who has seen the drawings of Indian landscapes and buildings by Hodges. The architecture of the temples and pagodas is completely in the Gothic style. Even secular buildings do not lack the Gothic columns and pointed towers. Foliage as architectonic decoration is in any case of Oriental origin. The extravagant taste of the Orientals, which everywhere avoids limitations and aims for the unbounded, peers unmistakably through Gothic architecture, which itself is surpassed in the realm of the colossal by Indian architecture, which exhibits buildings individually resembling the scope of a large city as well as the most gigantic vegetation on earth. I must let the historian answer the question of just how this originally Indian artistic sensibility later spread across Europe. This colossal sensibility expressed itself in a different fashion in Egyptian architecture. The eternally immutable form of the heavens and sky, the uniform movements of nature drove the people toward the stable, immutable elements of life and art, a sensibility that has immortalized itself in their pyramids. From all we know about them, this same sensibility, directed toward the immutable, prevented the Egyptians from ever building with anything but stone, hence, the cubic form of all their works. The Egyptians could not develop the lighter, more rounded form, whose model architecture borrowed from the trees and tree trunks first employed by the building arts that used wood. Let us now move on to the higher reproduction of the plant form in more noble architecture. Gothic architecture is completely naturalistic and crude, a mere direct imitation of nature in which nothing recalls intentional, free art. The first, still rather crude Doric column depicting a huge tree trunk already elevates one into the realm of art by imitating the mechanical treatment through free art, thus presenting the latter as being elevated above need and necessity and directed toward only that which is beautiful and significant in itself. The form itself expresses the suggested origin of the Doric column and the reversal of that taste that imitated crude nature. Gothic sensibility, because it portrays the tree yet unformed, must make the base narrow and expand the upper parts. The Doric column, like the hewed trunk, is broader toward the bottom and tapers toward the top. Here the plant is made into an allegory of the animal realm precisely because the crude mold of nature in it is suspended, thereby suggesting that the plant is not there for its own sake, but rather in order to signify something else. Art articulates nature more completely here and, in a sense, improves it. It removes the superfluous and that which merely belongs to individuality and allows only the significant elements to remain. Both for itself and within itself the tree becomes an allegory of the higher organic sphere, since, like the latter, it is closed off both toward the top and toward the bottom by means of a head and feet. It also constitutes such an allegory in reference to the whole, where it signifies the column of an organic whole whereby the latter elevates itself above the earth into the higher region of the ether. Just as in nature the plant constitutes merely the prelude and to that extent the ground of the higher developments within the animal realm, so also does it manifest itself here. The column is the support or perhaps the step leading up to the higher structures already prefigured more completely by the physical forms of animal organization. Only at its highest level, where it touches on and passes over into a higher stage of organization, may it show its own richness and, as in the case of the Corinthian column, proliferate in leaves that themselves carry a more sublime structure, and by their lightness and delicacy suggest the higher nature of that style. They allow us to forget that it is yet subject to the laws of gravity. We must now identify more specifically the allegory of the higher levels of the organic within the individual forms of architecture. The allegory of the higher levels of the organic is found partly in the symmetry of the whole, partly in the perfection of the individual and the whole toward the top and bottom, whereby it becomes a self-enclosed world. We have already remarked in our discussion of painting that nature, wherever it attains the highest indifference and totality, assumes a double polarity within the realm of the organic and particularly within the animal body. This polarity constitutes an east-west polarity, from top to bottom a status of difference obtains, real polarity, and to the sides merely ideal polarity. It thus produces in pairs the most noble organs, that is, those in which it has attained most perfectly that final indifference, and makes the organic structure into two symmetrical halves that, in the design of nature, are more or less equal. This symmetry, which is more or less required in the architectonic part of painting, is required even more emphatically in architecture. Indeed, for the complete coincidence with the structure of the human body it is required such that the line dividing the two symmetrical halves proceed not horizontally, but rather perpendicularly, from the top to the bottom. This symmetry is required as decisively from all architectural works claiming to be beautiful as it is from the human figure itself, and the transgression against this requirement is tolerated as little as is a distorted face or a face that appears to be constructed out of two completely disparate halves. The second form alluding to organic relationships is the completion of both the whole and the individual toward the top and the bottom. Nature closes off its structures only by means of an extremely decisive suspension of succession or of pure length, which suggests itself through a concentric position. The plant would sprout linearly into infinity and produce joint after joint in its stems, and indeed, any plant really can be maintained continually in this sprouting condition through the excessive supply of raw liquids if nature did not reach a point where it began producing simultaneously that which it previously produced successively. This is how it proceeds when producing the blossom in that plant. It builds a head, a significant and definite end. In the animal realm, too, it follows this law and closes off the animal toward the top by means of a head, a brain. This end, too, emerges only when nature produces simultaneously that which it previously produced successively, in the successive nerve nodules, and gives it a concentric position. The same thing can be pointed out more or less in architecture as well. We have already recalled that in architecture the column, which is constructed primarily according to the schema of the plant, alludes expressly to the plant itself as the mere foreboding and foundation of the higher realm of the organic. Yet just as nature, higher science, and art itself everywhere seek to make into a whole that which is merely a part, and to absolutize it in and for itself as a part within this whole, so also architecture. Hence, the column, too, is closed off within itself in a significant fashion. Toward the bottom it acquires a foot, and the architectonic structure is thereby completely wrested out of its coherency with the earth and stands free upon it as does the animal. If the column were not closed off in such a decisive fashion toward the bottom, then by virtue of appearing to be sunk into the earth itself, or at least of sinking its roots into the earth, the whole would revert back to a plant structure. Toward the top the column is closed off in various ways by means of the head, by the simple capital of the Doric order, by the snail volute of the Ionic order, where the higher prelude of the animal realm begins as if on the edge, and in the concentric leaf positioning of the Corinthian order. The same thing occurs within the whole, which toward the bottom is closed off by means of the feet. The middle part of the structure signifies the middle part of the body, where externally the greatest symmetry must obtain, and where, just as in the animal body, the truly internal realm begins that in its own turn constitutes an autonomous whole. We have already noted that here as elsewhere regarding the interior one can pay more attention to the element of need than to symmetry without detriment to beauty. The closer one gets to the highest point, the more significant do all forms become. Etymologically the designation fronton already means the forehead of the building. This is the location of the more eminent decorations of bas-relief, which allude to the forehead externally as the seat of thought. Toward the inside the whole is closed off by means of the entablature, which by virtue of its inner construction has a concentric position and constitutes a self-supporting and self-maintaining whole. The upper structure where this takes place can be viewed as the external, organically indifferent covering. The most perfect and significant closure of the whole, however, is a perfectly vaulted or arched top, that is, the cupola. Here the concentric position is most perfect, and by virtue of the fact that the individual parts mutually carry and support one another, the most perfect totality emerges, an image of the universal all-supporting organism and of the vault of heaven. Architecture, as the music of the plastic arts, has, just as does music, a rhythmic, harmonic, and melodic element. This follows automatically from. Architectonic rhythm expresses itself in the periodic subdivision of equal elements, and thus primarily in the following characteristics: decrease and tapering of columns both toward the top and the bottom, distance between columns, in the Doric order particularly through the combination of members into entablatures, number of triglyphs in the separation between columns, and so on. Elucidation. The tapering of the column occurs in the Doric order toward the top in a straight line, whereas in the Ionic and Corinthian the line according to which they decrease is a curve. Regarding the separation between columns, according to Vitruvius 5 methods were employed in antiquity, of which neither the excessively small nor the excessively large was the most beautiful, but rather the balance between the two. The smaller separation made the whole look too thick, the large separation too thin. In order to comprehend the rhythmic element in all this, we must recall our assertion that it consists in a periodic subdivision or arrangement of equal elements. In music, these separations are temporal distances, in architecture spatial distances. The number of triglyphs depends on the column separation in that the two outermost triglyphs in an intercolumniation must always come to stand exactly over a column. The members of the entablatures are the various larger and smaller parts out of which the entablatures are then constructed. The main requirement is that they be rhythmically ordered, that is, neither that the number and variety of constituent parts confuse the eye, nor on the other hand that excessive uniformity predominate in regard to the form and size of those parts. Hence, two parts of the same type and size are not allowed to lie directly under or over one another, and the whole must in a certain manner regroup on a higher level, just as in music larger units are structured from rhythmic units already there. Addendum. Regarding this rhythmic aspect, one can generally maintain that what constitutes the beautiful also constitutes the useful and necessary, since beauty in architecture is based precisely on the synthesis of the universal with the particular of this art, which is its reference to purpose or use. Thus the rule concerning the tapering of the column toward the top, for example, is indeed also the rule of security and stability. The three column orders constitute in their own turn a relationship based on rhythm, harmony, and melody, or they are constructed partially according to rhythmic, partially according to harmonic, and, finally, partially according to melodic principles. The necessary and essential particularity is maintained in the explication of the individual forms. Addendum. The Doric type of column is primarily the rhythmic one. Rhythm in music is the real form, the essential and necessary element of music. So also the Doric order, which possesses the highest degree of necessity and the smallest degree of arbitrary elements. Among the three orders it is the strict, realistic, masculine one lacking development of width. Hence, here one can best demonstrate the realistic origin emerging from the imitation of the building arts as the art of necessity. The usual explanation or construction of the Doric order in its individual forms is the following one from the well-known principle. In the initial period of the simple building arts, people were satisfied with a mere roof protecting them from sun, rain, and cold. The simplest way of achieving this was doubtlessly to place 4 or more stakes into the earth, onto which, from the front and back, cross beams were then laid in order to connect the beams standing in a straight line and simultaneously to provide the foundations for the main beams. The cross beam constituted the arched rave. Onto these cross beams one now laid the main beams that connect the building from front to back. They were laid at some distance so that later they might be overlaid with boards. The extensions or heads of these main beams naturally had to be visible above the cross beams, which one initially sawed off straight, whereas later, for the sake of decoration, boards with the subsequent form of the triglyphs were nailed in front of them. Hence, the triglyphs are still an ideal rendering of the heads of the main beams. The interstices between these beams initially remained empty in the cruder building methods. Afterward, in order to eliminate this eyesore, they, too, were covered with boards. These boards later became the occasion for the metopes in the imitation of artistic architecture, whereby the excessively large space between the crossbeams and the uppermost extending boards, whose extension constituted the cornice and was to ward off the rain, became an identical surface that then constituted the zoophorus or frieze. In general, I have already indicated what I think of this kind of explanation. It is admittedly necessary that architecture, if it is to be a fine art, make itself ideal, thereby casting off the attention to need. But there is no necessity in the assertion that art, when it does elevate itself above mere need, maintain the cruder forms if these are not already beautiful in themselves. Hence, the Doric column is admittedly apparently the hewed tree trunk. It tapers toward the top for that reason, yet it would not constitute a form within artistic architecture or be maintained within it if it were not significant in itself, such as has already been demonstrated, namely, that it depicts a tree that has cast off its particular nature and has become the prefiguration of something higher. Hence, it is certain that one finds the oldest columns of this order without capitals and pedestal, and they thus still depict that particular building method where one supported the hewed tree trunks directly under the roof and on the flat ground. One can say that the pedestal and the plinth at the bottom and the capital at the top depict nothing other than the following: the former, the several boards placed underneath so that the trunks did not sink under the weight above or suffer from dampness; the latter, the boards laid on top of one another so that the trunk could provide a larger surface for the weight it had to carry. Yet the capital as well as the pedestal has been preserved in artistic architecture for a much higher reason than that of imitation, namely, in order to complete the column in the fashion of an organic being both at the top and at the bottom. This is particularly the case regarding the triglyphs. One cannot imagine how this specific form could emerge from the beam heads, and one must, I think, admit a kind of invention by deducing them. First, from the boards that in the form later imitated by the triglyphs were set in front of the protruding heads. Thus the triglyphs have a more or less independent and autonomous significance. My understanding of all this is the following. If architecture is indeed solidified music, an idea that was not alien even to the poetry of the Greeks, as can be seen from the well-known myth of the lyre of Amphion, who by means of his instrument's tones moved the stones to assemble themselves into the walls of the city of Thebes. I repeat, if architecture is indeed concrete music, and if the ancients also viewed it as such, then the most rhythmic architecture, the Doric or that of the ancient Greeks, can particularly be characterized as such. For Doric was the general designation for everything from ancient Greece. The ancients, too, had to view it primarily from this perspective. It was thus impossible that the general notion not occur to them to express this rhythmic character emblematically through a form resembling that of a lyre itself. The so-called triglyphs are such a form. I am not asserting that they are an allusion to the lyre of Amphion, but in any case they are an allusion to the ancient Greek lyre, the tetrachord, whose invention some attribute to Apollo, others to Mercury. The oldest musical system of the Greeks contains not more than 4 tones in a single octave, that is, the fundamental tone, the tonus major, the fifth, and the octave. Without being able to view actual examples, one cannot show clearly that such a tonal system really is expressed in these triglyphs, for which reason I must leave it to each person to convince himself. I can confirm this suspicion by referring to the so-called raindrops of the triglyphs. The usual understanding is that originally vertical slits or glyphs were built into the beam head so that the water would run off more easily, and hence one refers to the drops hanging down. Yet the number of drops is completely disproportionate to the number of grooves or channels, which is what one must consider these glyphs to be. Since in the system of 4 tones only 6 different combinations of tones or consonants are possible, the number 6 here would signify precisely the confluence of the 4 tones into 6 consonants. The exact agreement of the relationships of the Doric order with musical relationships is also apparent from another perspective. Vitruvius gives the relationship between width and height of the triglyphs as / or which is the relationship of one of the most beautiful consonants, the fifth, whereas the other relationship he mentions, that of, corresponds to the fourth in music, which is far less pleasing than the fifth. Whether such ideas impose too much intentionality and purposiveness onto the architectonic forms of the Greeks should be decided by those who are otherwise capable of recognizing the clarity and consciousness predominating in all their works. The harmonic part of architecture refers primarily to proportions or relationships and is the ideal form of this art. Proportions obtain in architecture primarily because of the allusion to the human body, whose beauty is based precisely on proportions. Architecture, which in the observance of rhythm yet preserves high and strict form and has truth as its goal, approaches organic beauty through the observance of the harmonious aspects, since in this regard it can only be allegorical. Harmony is actually the ideal element of this art. Concerning harmony in architecture one should read particularly Vitruvius. Here, too, architecture conforms to music, such that a beautiful building is indeed nothing other than music perceived by the eye, a concert composed not in a temporal, but rather in a simultaneous, spatial sequence of harmonies and harmonic combinations. Addendum. Harmony is the predominating part of architecture, for it is essentially ideal and allegorical, and as spatial music approaches painting as the ideal art form. Within painting, it approaches that genre that is concerned primarily with harmony, as opposed to drawing landscape. Harmony as the ideal form is thus necessarily the dominant form in architecture, which itself is essentially ideal. Addendum. The Ionic column constitutes the primarily harmonic order. The proof lies in the beauty of all its proportions. It constitutes the true point of indifference between the yet strict style of the Doric order and the overflowing richness of the Corinthian. Vitruvius reports that when the Ionic Greeks decided to build the temple of Diana in Ephesus, they did not find the relationships of the ancient Greek or Doric order, which they had used until then, graceful or beautiful enough, since they were designed more according to the proportions of the masculine form. That is, the column with its capital, without pedestal, was 6 times higher than the girth at the lowest end. Thus they gave to their own type of column a more beautiful set of proportions by making it, with pedestal, 8 times higher than the girth of the column itself, which then demonstrated the proportions of the feminine figure. For the same reason they also invented the volutes after the model of the feminine hairstyle and the sides of the face, and made the channelization suggest the folds of feminine clothes. It is obvious that the proportions of the Doric and Ionic orders really do resemble more the proportions of the compact masculine body on the one hand, the feminine body on the other, since masculine beauty really is rhythmic, feminine beauty harmonic, though Vitruvius expands this analogy too far. Thus in my opinion the snail volutes of the Ionic capitals possess a more general inner necessity than that of imitating an arbitrary hairstyle, which is doubtlessly a mere guess on the part of Vitruvius. Apparently these volutes express the preformation of the organic within the anorganic. Just like the petrifications or fossilizations of the earth, they are allusions to the organic. Furthermore, just as those same petrifications to the extent that they become more analogous to the animal form are found more in the younger mountain ranges and closer to the surface, so also does the anorganic mass of the column, precisely on the boundary it shares with the higher structures, structure itself into forms that are the prefiguration of life forms. The Doric column, as already mentioned, tapers toward the top in a straight line. Here we find length, rigidity, and rhythm predominating. The Ionic tapers according to a curve, which is also the harmonic form in painting. Hence, even in the rhythmic part it is more harmonic. From the infinitely beautiful proportions of this order, which in its own way is as perfect as the others are in theirs, such that one cannot hold it against a German architect who considered it impossible that they were human inventions at all and therefore believed them to be directly inspired by God. From these proportions of the Ionic order let me mention only those of its pedestal or the so-called Attic base. This base, through the height of its members as described by Vitruvius, expresses the most perfect harmony, namely, the harmonic triad. The melodic element of architecture emerges from the combination of the rhythmic and harmonic elements. This follows from the concept of melody in. Visually, however, it can be demonstrated in the third type of column, the Corinthian. Addendum. The Corinthian column is primarily the melodic type. Vitruvius, whose report about the origin of the Ionic order has already been presented, that it constituted the transition from the proportions of the masculine to those of the feminine figure, says that in the Corinthian order one proceeded from the proportions of the feminine body to those of the maiden. Even if this is not the last word concerning the origin of this type of column, it does serve quite well to elucidate our own ideas. The Corinthian order unites the rhythmic forms of the Doric with the harmonic softness of the Ionic, just as the body of the maiden unites the greater acerbity and strictness of the forms of youth with the general softness of feminine forms. The greater degree of slenderness in the Corinthian column already serves to make the element of rhythm more noticeable. The story Vitruvius relates concerning the origin of its invention is well known. A freeborn maiden of Corinth, just of marriageable age, was attacked by an illness and passed away. After her burial, her nurse, collecting a few little things which used to give the girl pleasure while she was alive, put them in a basket, carried it to the tomb, and laid it on top thereof, covering it with a roof tile so that the things might last longer in the open air. This basket happened to be placed just above the root of an acanthus. The acanthus root, pressed down meanwhile though it was by the weight, when springtime came round put forth leaves and stalks in the middle, and the stalks, growing up along the sides of the basket, and pressed out by the corners of the tile through the compulsion of its weight, were forced to bend into volutes at the outer edges. Just then Callimachus passed by this tomb and observed the basket with the tender young leaves growing round it. Delighted with the novel style and form, he built some columns after that pattern for the Corinthians. The characteristic element in the Corinthian column is, of course, a high capital with 3 layered rows of acanthus leaves and various stalks and stems that fold over at the top into snail volutes. Although it is not impossible that an incident such as that related by Vitruvius might have provided the initial impetus for such an invention in an attentive artist, and although his story is in any case if not true at least pleasantly conceived, we probably should attribute to this leaf decoration a more universal necessity. It is the necessity of allusion to the forms of organic nature. The greater strictness characterizing the rhythmic part of the Corinthian order allows it on the other hand more to seek natural beauty, just as natural trimming or adornments, such as flowers and so on, are more appropriate to the beautiful figure of the maiden, while conventional ornamentation is more appropriate to the more mature feminine age. The ultimate union of opposing elements in the Corinthian order, of the linear with the rounded, the flat with the bent, the simple with the ornamented, lends it that melodic richness that sets it off from the other types. We still need to speak about the particular ornamentation or embellishments of architecture, of the works of the higher plastic arts that as bas-reliefs decorate, for example, the fronton, or that as statues decorate the entrances or individual apexes of buildings. Since, however, our previous discussion has already indicated the extent to which higher organic forms can be anticipated in architecture, the main points here have already been made. Architecture also needs its lesser forms as ornamentation, for example, shields or even spearheads, with which to fill out the metopes. This probably came about as an imitation of shields that really were hung out, such as those on the Temple of Apollo in Delphi acquired from the spoils of Marathon. It would be equally superfluous to discuss further the lesser forms of architecture insofar as they express themselves in vases, beakers, candelabras, and so on. Thus I will move on to the second form of the plastic arts. The painting in the plastic arts is bas-relief, for the bas-relief portrays its objects on the one hand corporeally, yet on the other only apparently, not in actuality, and thus needs a background or the addition of space as does painting. The limitation thereby imposed on painting such that, in addition to the objects themselves, it must also portray the space in which they appear, has not yet been overcome here, or, if you will, the plastic arts return voluntarily into these boundaries. Both for this reason and because it only portrays appearance as opposed to actuality, the bas-relief is to be viewed as the painting in the plastic arts. Annotation. Something needs to be said about the distinction between alto relief and bas relief. The distinction is that in the former, the higher relief, the figures protrude or extend out strongly from their background, by more than half of their thickness; in the latter, they do not extend out from the background by even half their own thickness. Since these two types do not differentiate themselves essentially from one another, the actual bas relief or the flat raised work can be taken as that which represents the particular characteristic of the genre more clearly, or can be taken as the representative of the genre. Within the plastic arts themselves, the bas relief is to be viewed as a completely ideal art form. This follows already from the equation with painting. We will exhaust its nature completely by presenting this ideal character according to its individual determinations. From the very outset we can suspect that the bas relief must in its own fashion be even more ideal than painting itself, since it reverts back from the higher art form the plastic arts to the lower. To be sure, it possesses a foundation in nature itself, both in its portrayal of only half the figures and not, as in the case of sculpture, whole, rounded figures, and also in its surface elevation. If we do not walk all the way around a figure, we see only the half turned toward us, even if the figure is standing out in the open, or at least before the uniform background of air. The figures are worked out not with raised but rather with surface elevation, we might say, because bodies that are actually seen at a distance do not stand out with their entire rounded character, since this depends on chiaroscuro, which itself decreases through the air. Yet to make the contours or outlines equally indeterminate would in part transgress completely against the character of the plastic arts themselves, which would then subject themselves to aerial perspective and in part cause the figure itself to disperse against the homogeneity of the background. Hence, up to this point the bas relief has its foundation in nature. For the rest, however, it is, with regard to most rules, a quite conventional art form that expressly conceals something from the observer, just as in a game one allows oneself to be given a handicap, in order to attain the required effect through false means. It represents a mutual understanding between artist and connoisseur. From those who require illusion from painting and consider it to be perfected to the degree to which it causes us to take empirical appearance for reality or deceives us, one ought to demand an artistic development of bas relief according to this principle. Let us now mention something of the element of the conventional in art. A. As much as possible should be portrayed in profile. Abbreviations should be avoided as much as possible, since they are accompanied by insoluble difficulties, difficulties whose discussion would be too extensive here. Hence, the bas reliefs of antiquity usually portray such objects whose nature allows them to be positioned in profile, such as lines of warriors, priests, sacrificial animals, all of which are going in one direction. B. Since with complicated objects it is impossible to avoid positions whereby individual members extend either outward or inward, and groupings become necessary, bas relief takes the liberty of portraying such objects separated, thus alluding to the whole through the individual. On the palace in Dresden, one of the most splendid monuments of ancient, austere, and strict art form, the subduing of the centaurs by Minerva is depicted in a strip extending along the length of the wall in 12 different fields in miniature. In this characteristic, too, bas relief thus makes a continual claim on the presence of mind of the observer and on his higher artistic sensibility, a sensibility not demanding crude deception. See, our previous discussion has already alluded to the fact that bas relief does not take linear perspective into consideration. It does not even intend the degree of deception that painting does. It also shows itself to be a completely free, ideal art form in that it requires the observer to imagine himself opposite the individual figure and to evaluate it from its center. If figures really are depicted as being at various distances, the conception itself is elevated somewhat and the figures are reduced a bit and kept flatter, all of which express the shading reduced by distance. D. The background bas relief shares with painting requires of it much less care in execution than in painting. Usually such background is only suggested and never executed in full perspective. Bas relief has a necessary inclination to combine with other art forms, particularly with architecture. Since it is the completely ideal form, it necessarily seeks to integrate itself with the real form, which is architecture, just as architecture itself is inclined to idealize itself as much as possible. Annotation. Bas-relief beautifies not only the greater, colossal works of the building arts but also the lesser forms, the sarcophagi, urns, beakers, and so on. The oldest example is the shield of Achilles in Homer. Architecture integrates itself much more directly with bas-relief than with painting, integration with the latter being a much more pronounced, Zetbau LQL's AAAO Vivo's transition into a new kind or type transaction. Bas-relief is thus more closely related to architecture because it is part of its nature to have a uniform background, which painting accepts voluntarily only for the sake of uniting itself with architecture. Addendum. Coins and cut stones also constitute a kind of bas-relief, both deeply cut stones and cameos. In this regard it suffices to indicate the general category to which they belong. Now let us proceed to the plastic art KCXTE_OX_V, sculpture. The plastic art KCXTE_OX_TV is sculpture, insofar as it portrays its ideas by means of organic and thoroughly independent, and thus absolute, objects, for by means of the first it distinguishes itself from architecture, by means of the second from bas-relief, which portrays its objects within the context of some background. Addendum. Sculpture as such is an image of the universe, which possesses its space within itself and has none external to it. Addendum. In sculpture all limitation is eliminated up to a certain point, and sculpture thereby elevates itself to an autonomous status that painting lacks. Sculpture, as the immediate expression of reason, expresses its ideas particularly or even primarily by means of the human figure. Proof. According to, sculpture constitutes that art form that takes the essence of matter as its body. The essence of matter, however, is reason, and its most direct, real reflection is the most perfect organism, since the latter exists only in the human figure, it is the human figure. Annotation. If, in the first place, sculpture sought to express itself through anorganic forms, either it would imitate these forms exactly, or it would treat them specifically as a mere allegory of the organic. In the first case there would be no reason for imitation, since in anorganic nature there are no true individuals, and any imitation would thus produce nothing really different from that which it imitates. This would be a futile attempt to possess what the imitation already possesses just as perfectly through nature itself without the aid of art, and to possess it only in a secondary copy through art. Otherwise it would coincide with architecture. If, in the second place, sculpture sought to portray organic beings, but in this case, for example, plants, it thereby would sink back to a level below architecture. Since plants, too, are characterized not by individuals but only by type or species, there would be just as little reason for concrete imitation as is the case with the anorganic. Ideal imitation in painting is another matter, since with light and shadow it reproduces actual colors. If sculpture sought to portray the plant as an allegory of the higher element of organization represented by animals, then it would merely coincide with architecture. If, finally, sculpture imitates the higher animal species, here, too, its capabilities are extremely limited by the object itself, for in the animal realm, too, each animal possesses only the character of its species, but no individual character. If, then, sculpture does reproduce animal figures, it does so only for the following reasons. A. The most general reason considers that even though the animal itself possesses no individual character, the species itself may constitute the individual. All the various characteristics of animals, which are always common to whole species, are negations or limitations of the absolute character of the earth. They appear as particular precisely because they do not express the totality, which appears only in human beings. Hence, each species is here an individual, just as on the other hand, among human beings, each individual is more or less the species itself, or at least must be if it is to become the object of artistic portrayal. The lion, for example, is only courageous, that is, the entire species possesses the character of an individual. The fox is only clever and cowardly, the tiger terrible. Just as the individual among human beings is portrayed because he as an individual is simultaneously the species, the sculptural portrayal of an animal can always portray only the species itself, yet is able to do this precisely because the species in and for itself is actually an individual. This state of affairs concerning animal characteristics is, for example, the basis of its use in fables, in which the animal never appears as an individual, but rather only as the species. The fable does not say, a fox, but rather the fox, not a lion, but rather the lion. b. Another consideration recognized when sculpture reproduces animal figures is the relationship of animals to human beings. Here the animals appear in sculptural representation in connection with other similar works, for example, architecture, just as the former lions on the Piazza San Marco in Venice or other animal figures are placed at the entrances of palaces or churches as guards, so to speak, a situation that also includes the even more symbolic and significant figure of the Sphinx. The same holds true of the horses of a quadriga as architectonic ornamentation at the top of a building, temple, portal, and so on. Sculpture can, of course, reproduce animal figures insofar as they are a part of the portrayal of the primary object itself, such as, for example, in bas-reliefs portraying sacrificial celebrations, or the snakes in the group of Laocoon. c. Sculpture occasionally portrays animals as attributes or secondary designations, such as the eagle at the feet of Jupiter, which also was often placed on the top of his temples, or the tiger in the procession of Bacchus, the horses on the sun chariot, and so on. Let me now elucidate the symbolic significance of the human figure. First, the vertical stance coupled with complete independence from the earth. Within the organic realm of nature such vertical positioning occurs only in plants, yet it occurs in cohesion with the earth. Within the realm of animals, which constitutes the transition from plants to human beings, the horizontal stance emerges quite significantly, a gradual reversal of the plant. This horizontal positioning suggests or alludes to independence from the earth. That part of the body encompassing the tools for nourishment constitutes a formidable weight, whereby the entire body is pulled downward. The significance of the vertical figure is thus actually that which is already mentioned in Ovid's Metamorphoses. Os homini sublime dedits a elumpturi jussit, et erectos ad sidera tolera voltuos. Second, symmetrical structure, such that the line dividing the two halves is already positioned perpendicular to the earth. It is the expression of the elimination of east-west polarity, and the more autonomous an organ is, the more certain is this antithesis attained without actual opposition. There is a sphere of metamorphosis where the eye, for example, as the organ of light, the highest expression of east-west indifference, is produced only simply or yet disorganized and in plurality without definite symmetry. It is similarly noteworthy that in those organs that stand in direct relationship to the general east-west polarity, for example, organs of respiration and heart, liver, and spleen, this particular antithesis manifests itself in actual opposition. Third, decisive subordination of the two systems of nourishment and reproduction on the one hand, and of free movement on the other, to the highest, whose locale is the head. Although these various systems possess in themselves symbolic significance, they acquire such significance completely only in subordination, such as that of the human figure. The latter is related to the animal figure as an archetype, of which the animal figure shows merely the variously altered reflection. The significance of the individual systems is this: the human being, just as all organic beings, is a mediating agent insofar as he originally was placed between fluid and hard elements. The other species live only on the bottom of the sea of air, the human being elevates himself more freely within that sea. Just as the nature of the human being in and for itself expresses a connection between heaven and earth, so also does his form express this connection simultaneously with the transition from the one to the other. The head signifies the heavens and particularly the sun. Just as heaven rules the earth through its influence, so also does the head rule the entire body through its influence. What the sun is in the solar system, the head is among the other body parts. The breast and the accompanying organs designate the transition from heaven to earth, and to that extent signify the air. Breathing, during which the breast alternately rises and sinks, shows the first mutual relationship between heaven and earth. In the heart that rigidity of merely self-centered impulses dissolves into relative cohesion, and for that reason the heart is the seat of passion, of inclination and desire, and of the hearth of the life flame. In order that this fire be felt, a fire that is ignited by the contact between opposing elements, as the Platonic Timaeus puts it, the lungs or tools of breathing are added. The cavity of the body signifies the vault that heaven forms over the earth, just as the actual lower body signifies the reproductive energy at work in the interior of the earth, whereby it perpetually consumes its own material and prepares it for higher developments that emerge nearer to the surface and to the view of the sun. These three systems are the foundation and the essential elements of the human body. In addition, however, other organs were necessary as aids, by which I understand the feet and hands. The feet express the complete independence from the earth itself, and since they connect nearness and distance, they designate the human being as the visible image of the deity for which nothing is near or far. Homer describes the gait of Juno as being as fast as the thoughts of a man who in a single moment journeys through the many distant lands he has already traveled, and who says, "Here I have been, and there I was." Atalanta runs so fast that she leaves no trace in the sand over which her foot has traveled. Vatican Apollo. The arms and hands signify the artistic instinct of the universe and the omnipotence of nature that forms and transforms everything. We will later find that sculpture takes just this significance into consideration when treating artistically the individual parts of the human body. Fourth, even when at rest the human figure alludes to a self-enclosed and completely balanced system of movements. Even in its resting position one sees that if it does move, it will do so with the most perfect balance within the whole. Here, too, the symbolic significance of the human figure as an image of the universe is apparent. Just as the universe manifests externally only perfect harmony, the balance of its form and the rhythm of its movements, whereas the secret dynamics of life are hidden, and the workshop of preparation and production is placed in the interior, so also in the human body. The muscle system allows the body to be perceived externally only as a self-enclosed system of movements, and is thereby a symbol of the general structure of the cosmos. The tools of assimilation, however, and the main mechanism of movement in this system, are concealed. Indeed, in the sculptural renderings of the gods all trace of veins and nerves is eliminated. This relationship is the basis of the significance of the muscle system in painting, and particularly in sculpture. Even if one compares the muscle system to the system of general movement in the cosmic bodies, or, as Wilhelm does once, to a landscape, or perhaps with simultaneous rest and movement perpetually displayed by the quiet surface of the sea, the same relationship always remains. When we view a beautiful landscape, too, we recognize only the effects without perceiving the inner causes and the perpetually active inner dynamics of change and structuring. We delight in the externally presented balance of inner forces. The same holds true for the muscle system. In his description of the beautiful torso of Hercules, Wilhelm says, "I see here the most excellent structure of the legs of this body, the origin of the muscles and the basis of their position and movement, and all this shows itself like a landscape discovered from the peaks of a mountain, a landscape over which nature has poured out the manifold wealth of its beauties. Just as the cheerful heights dip downward with a gentle incline into sunken valleys, valleys that here get narrower, there wider, just as diversely, splendidly, and beautifully do swelling hills of muscles rise up, muscles around which often unnoticeable depths bend like the stream of meander, streams revealed less to vision than to feeling." Elsewhere he compares the play of muscles in the same figure to the just commencing movement of the sea, when one cannot yet quite perceive the depths. Just as when the sea begins to stir, he says, when the previously quiet surface swells in a foamy restlessness with playing waves, where one is engulfed by the other and is then generated anew from the same wave, just as gently swelled and hovering does one muscle here flow into the next, and a third, which rises up between these two and appears to strengthen their movement, flows into them, and our gaze seems to be engulfed along with it. In a word, the human form is eminently a reduced image of the earth and of the universe, in that life as a product of inner dynamics concentrates itself on the surface and distributes itself over it as pure beauty. Here there is nothing more recalling need and necessity, it is the freest fruit of inner, concealed necessity and independent play, no longer recalling its own foundation, but rather one pleasing in and for itself. This also necessarily results in the human figure lacking the alien covering given to animals, such that on the surface, too, it is only an organ, constituting direct receptivity with direct response capacity. Some philosophers consider the original nakedness of human beings to be a deficiency, a regression of nature. This discussion shows us with what justification they make such assertions. The external manifestations of life include the sense organs, and among these particularly the eye, through which, in a manner of speaking, the innermost light of nature looks out, and which on the head, the seat of the most noble organs, is the most significant feature along with the forehead. The human figure is in and for itself already an image of the universe, and is such without adding the possible additional point that it can be set into motion, that its inner movements of disposition can be reflected externally. By means of its initial design it has been made into a perfect conducting medium of the expressions of the soul, and since art as such, and sculpture in particular, must portray ideas that are in fact elevated above matter, and yet must do so through external appearance, there is thus no object better suited to the formative arts than the human figure, the direct impression or copy of the soul and of reason. Sculpture can be evaluated according to three categories. The first is truth or pure necessity, which individually is concerned with the representation of forms. The second is grace, which depends on measured dimensions and proportional relationships. The third, as the synthesis of the first two, is consummate beauty. Annotation. Necessity or the beauty of forms can in general be conceived as the real form, and accordingly as the purely rhythmic or as the drawing within sculpture. Grace or beauty of proportional relationships is the ideal, and corresponds to chiaroscuro in painting, although quite different from it, and to harmony in music. Consummate beauty or the beauty of forms and proportional relationships together is in sculpture the purely plastic element. The elucidation I offer for these propositions will have to be almost completely historical. These suggested categories are in fact precisely those which the cultivation of art really has traversed, in Greek art. The oldest style, as Winckelmann points out, was in drawing emphatic but hard, powerful yet without grace, such that this strong expression diminished beauty itself. This description itself, and even more the sight of such works, for example, of cut stones from this period, makes clear that in them pure necessity, austerity, and truth were the dominant factors. Such severity and exactitude must in all artistic endeavors precede actual grace. We can see that this was the case in painting, and that the masters who founded the age of Raphael executed their own works with the utmost severity and with patience extending to the smallest detail. Hence, in sculpture, too, that severe style had to prepare the ground before the sweet fruits of art could ripen. It was the path Michelangelo took in sculpture, a path that was, however, not followed. The beginning of an art with light, floating, hardly discernible features suggests a superficial artistic impulse. Only through masculine, albeit harsh, and severely circumscribed features can drawing attain truth and beauty of form. Aeschylus. Well-structured states begin with strict laws and become great through them. That oldest style of Greek art was founded on an actual system of rules, and for that reason it was, like everything that occurs according to rules, still hard and rigid. The first step in elevating oneself to art and above nature is that one no longer must have direct recourse to the latter through imitation, and that instead of taking the individual, empirical example as a model, one concerns oneself with the model of regularity, as it were, which even nature itself used as the basis for its production. Such a system of rules is, in a manner of speaking, the spiritual archetype, which is comprehended only by pure understanding. Since, however, it is only a system that has been made, art thereby distances itself from the kind of truth nature lends to its own productions. Only from this oldest, severe style did the grand style emerge. According to Winckelmann's presentation, this style did indeed eliminate the rigidity of the first, transform the harshness and abrupt jumps of form into fluid outlines, and make the violent positions and actions more mature and peaceful. Yet it still deserves to be called great because necessity and truth remain the dominant elements within it. Only that inherited, and to that extent ideal, system of the earlier productions was eliminated. For the rest, in comparison with the softness and grace of later works, it maintained the linear, rhythmic element, so that even the ancients themselves still called it the angular style. The works of Phidias and Polyclitus are conceived in this style. A certain degree of beauty was still sacrificed to the correctness and truth of the forms themselves, and for just that reason the majesty and greatness of forms must appear harsh when juxtaposed with the wave-like contours of the graceful style, just as in painting even Raphael can appear harsh when juxtaposed with Correggio or Guido Reni. According to Winckelmann, the group of Niobe is particularly a monument of this high style, and not so much because of that particular element of harshness as because of its uncreated concept of beauty and of the high simplicity predominating within it. Let me here quote Winckelmann's own words as proof of the degree to which this most learned of all connoisseurs recognized that higher element in art. This beauty, he says, is like an idea not received through the aid of the senses, an idea that would be conceived in a sublime understanding and in a fortunate imagination if that imagination could elevate itself, in visionary intuition, to the level of divine beauty. It would be conceived in such great simplicity of form and contour that it would not appear to be structured or cultivated with effort, but rather awakened like a thought, and animated with a breath. Asterisk. The purely necessary or rhythmic element of sculpture refers to the beauty of forms and of figure. The harmonic element refers to dimensions and proportional relationships. The observance of these factors in art introduces the graceful or sensually beautiful style, which, wherever it simultaneously encompasses rhythmic beauty, elevates itself directly to consummate beauty. Here, too, I follow completely the presentation of Winckelmann, since I consider it quite impossible to attain higher principles in those aspects of art that he treated. The most characteristic element of this style in comparison with high style is charm or grace, the sensually beautiful. This required that in drawing all angularity be avoided, something that was still dominant in the works of Polyclitus and the great masters. The masters of the high style, Winckelmann writes, sought beauty only in a perfect agreement of parts and in a sublime expression, and sought more the genuinely beautiful, by which Winckelmann understands the spiritually beautiful, than the charming, the sensually beautiful. FWJS. The highest beauty, however, like the absolute itself, is always self-identical and absolutely one. All conceptions designed in the vision or intuition of that beauty had, more or less, to approximate this unity and thereby become identical and uniform among themselves, just as one notices in the heads of Niobe and her daughters, which appear different merely quantitatively, that is, according to age and degree, but not according to the mode of beauty. In general, wherever only the element of the grand or powerful was sought, not the charming, but rather that which is sublime in itself, the inner balance of the soul, the elimination of any indignation of feeling and passion, that sensual kind of beauty we call grace, could be neither sought nor introduced. This does not imply that the works of the older artists lacked grace. This could be said only of the oldest, severest style. Yet regarding grace we must allow a differentiation between the more spiritual and the more sensual types. The first followers of the great artists of the high style knew only the first kind and attained it merely by moderating the high beauty in the statues of their masters, which, as Winckelmann says, were like ideas abstracted from nature or forms constructed according to a school book. By means of such moderation the successors in their own turn acquired greater variety. This is the case because the concept of every individual thing is unified. 1. Whatever is not made according to nature, whose character is difference but rather according to the concept itself, is necessarily just as unified and one as that concept. Winckelmann says that the two kinds of grace are like Venus, who also has a dual nature. The one is like the heavenly Venus, characterized by higher birth and by harmony, perpetual and immutable like the eternal laws of harmony. The second is like the Venus born of Diana, more subject to matter, a daughter of time and merely a consort of the first. She comes down from her loftiness without debasing herself, and introduces herself gently to those who are alert to her. The former one, however, is self-sufficient and does not offer herself, but wants rather to be sought, and is too sublime to make herself very physical or sensual. This higher and more spiritual grace is what we find in the works of the higher and older artists, in the Olympic Jupiter of Phidias, in the group of Niobe, and others. The second style of art now joined the first. To spiritual grace there now came sensual grace, which in mythology is signified by the girdle of Venus. This occurred first in painting, with Parrhasius, as is understandable, since this art is more immediately inclined to her. The first to express her in marble and metals was Praxiteles, who just as Apelles, the painter of grace, was born in Ionia, the fatherland of Homer in poesy and of the harmonic type of column in architecture. The preceding discussion already suggests that the real masters of the beautiful style proceeded directly from high, rhythmic beauty to consummate beauty, which combines the truth of forms with the grace of proportion. Merely physical grace, robbed of beauty, made its appearance after art, which had traversed those first two stages, had arrived at its point of culmination, and again began to sink in the opposite direction. At least we must say that if there are works of genuine art that appear to be dedicated primarily to sensual grace, the reason is to be sought more in the object itself than in the art. Hence, if the Jupiter of Phidias is a work of the high style, then the Venus of Praxiteles was indeed a work characterized by sensual grace. A perfect example of the union of high and spiritual beauty in which no passion, but rather only greatness of soul appears with sensual grace, is the group of Laocoon. Regarding this work Winckelmann pointed out particularly the dominating moderation of expression. In an essay in the Propylane, Goethe has shown that it is equally excellent from the perspective of a certain sensual grace, which it displays both in details and in the whole. Until now we have viewed the two categories of sculpture, the element of the real or necessary, and of the ideal or grace only in a general sense. Now we must show how each manifests itself individually. The element of the real or necessary, as our proposition already indicates, is based on truth and correctness of forms. By this truth we by no means understand empirical truth, but rather that higher one based on abstract concepts separated from nature and particularity, the truth comprehended only by pure understanding. This should be remembered as an annotation, such as that truth found in the works of the oldest style. Truth in the highest sense is the essence of things themselves, which, however, in nature is structured or posited into form itself and rendered more or less confused and unrecognizable by particularity. Thus this higher kind of truth cannot emerge directly from imitation of nature, but rather only from a system of concepts that initially constitutes a harsh, angular style, until this system of rules itself also becomes second nature and grace emerges, since the sign of grace is ease and facility. Yet everything that occurs through nature, a wise man once said, occurs with facility. As already proved in, that highest kind of truth in itself is one with beauty, thus the masters of the high style, simply by aspiring to this kind of truth, were nonetheless able to attain spiritual beauty for just that reason. They did not imitate the individual, in which, more or less, forms can always be found that could be more perfect, but rather a universal concept, with which no individual or particular object could be commensurate. Just as science must cast off the element of the personal inclination and interest in order to attain truth in and for itself, so also did these masters attain it by eliminating from their pictures all elements that addressed personal inclination. If we now look at this in more detail, we find that this abstract truth in the rendering of the individual forms of the human body was based primarily on expressing the predominance of the spirit corporeally as well, and thus on emphasizing those organs that have spiritual or intellectual reference over those possessing more essential or physical purpose. This is the basis of the so-called Greek profile, which indicates nothing other than an emphasis of the more noble parts of the head over the less noble. This is the basis of the unique emphasis of the eyes in works of the high style, something achieved by always rendering them with more actual depth than is normally the case in nature. This was done according to an actual, though quite abstract, concept in order to elicit more light and shadow in this particular body part and thereby to render the eye itself more animated and effective, which particularly in extremely large figures became unrecognizable. Furthermore, in earlier times one did not intend an actual imitation of the eye, but rather only a symbolic gesture or allusion to nature, which proves what was just presented. From this it follows that the pupils of the eye, for example, were first indicated only in a later period of art. For the rest, as mentioned, the beauty of forms consisted individually particularly in the moderation of all parts that possessed a closer reference to nourishment and in general to the animalistic elements or to desire, for example, the preponderance of female breasts, which even in nature Greek women tried to moderate by artificial means. In contrast, the masculine breast was rendered particularly arched, and even in a reverse relationship to the sublimity of the head and forehead. The heads of Neptune, to whom the breast was consecrated, are found on all cut stones rendered to a point below the breast, whereas the heads of other deities are rendered thus much less often. On the nobler deities, the lower body appeared without any actual stomach, which was given only to the Sileni and Fauns. Besides the general moderation of particular parts, Greek artists also sought to imitate artistically those natures combining masculine and feminine beings that Asiatic effeminacy brought forth by castrating delicate boys, and thus to represent to a certain extent a condition of non-separation of the identity of the genders. This condition achieved in a kind of balance that is not simply nullity, but rather actual fusion of the two opposing characters is one of the highest achievements of art. Regarding the second aspect of sculpture, namely, dimensions and proportional relationships between the parts, this is one of the most difficult areas, and the one least determined by theory. It is apparent that the Greek artists had their own definite rules for the relationships both within the whole and between individual parts. Only through such a definite system of proportions can we comprehend the agreement and coincidence in the works of antiquity, almost all of which appear to be from a single school. The theorists of antiquity have been lost to us. More contemporary theorists, to be sure, have made empirical abstractions from the works of antiquity concerning these features. Yet universal laws or a deduction of these relationships from such laws is still completely lacking. Winckelmann himself introduced into his own history of art an introduction by Mengs concerning this subject, an introduction even artists find virtually incomprehensible. Hence, concerning the practice of art itself, until now one could only direct the apprentice of art to the empirical observation of the relationships obtaining in the most beautiful works of antiquity, since in our own contemporary world no true artistic school or system of art has emerged as it did in antiquity. Yet theory has a gap here, one that will require much more extensive and higher investigation to fill, an investigation that must not limit itself merely to this particular subject, the proportions of the human figure, but rather must encompass a universal law of all proportions in nature. Final, consummate beauty emerges from the combination of the first two kinds, from the beauty of forms and the beauty of proportional relationships. The highest representative of this beauty among the works remaining to us from antiquity is the statue of Apollo, which Winckelmann calls the highest ideal of art of them all. The artist, he says, crafted this work completely according to the ideal, and he used only as much material as was necessary to execute his intentions and render them visible. His product is elevated above mankind, and his position witnesses to the greatness filling him. An eternal springtime, like that in blessed Elysium, clothes this charming masculinity of mature years with pleasing youthfulness and plays on the proud edifice of his limbs. In all works of this kind, nobility and greatness manifest themselves to be moderated by grace, but not humbled, and vice versa, grace, inspired by that higher spiritual beauty, is simultaneously sublime and austere. Sculpture is the perfected informing of the infinite into the finite, for every unity in its perfection, for example, that of the informing of the infinite into the finite encompasses the other within itself. Yet sculpture among the real art forms is that which alone perfectly equates the real unity, that of form, and the ideal, that of essence, accordingly, it is also the perfected informing of the infinite into the finite. Annotation. Music is the informing of unity into multiplicity as such as form, and is thus real. Painting is the informing of form into essence as such, and is thus purely ideal. Addendum. Sublimity is particularly suitable or appropriate for sculpture, according to the concept of sublimity for sublimity is actually the true universe intuited or perceived within the relative universe. Yet this informing of the infinite into the finite in sculpture cannot actually be perfected or completed without the finite itself as such being simultaneously relatively infinite. Hence, in sculpture particularly the relatively or sensually, physically, infinite becomes the symbol of the infinite in the absolute sense or in itself. The human figure, the most eminent object of sculpture, if it is to be the real, visible expression of reason, must already be infinite and constitute a universe by virtue of its own purely finite element, just as has been proved in the previous discussion. Annotation. The most eminent effect of art and particularly of sculpture is for the element of the absolutely great, that which is infinite in itself, to be rendered in and through the finite and be measured as if with one sweeping gaze. This is the means whereby the informing of the infinite into the finite expresses or manifests itself for sense perception. That which is absolutely great in itself, apprehended and rendered through finitude, is not thereby limited and loses none of its greatness by appearing to the spirit in the entire comprehensibility of something finite. Rather, precisely through this finite rendering and resulting comprehensibility the whole measure of its greatness is first revealed to us. For the most part, this encompasses what Wilhelm calls high simplicity in art. One could say that this simplicity within greatness, with which a high work of art presents itself to us, is the external expression of that inner informing of the infinite into the finite that constitutes the essence of the work of art. Everything great appears executed or rendered with simplicity, just as in contrast all that is fragmentary, and that which must be viewed as separated, leaves us with the impression of smallness, and in the case of complete saturation, of pettiness. Addendum. The first proposition can also be expressed in this way: sculpture portrays the highest contact between life and death, for the infinite is the principle of all life and lives in and for itself, whereas the finite or form is dead. Since both enter into the greatest unity in sculptural works, life and death thus encounter one another here, so to speak, at the highest point of their confluence. The universe, like the human being, is a mixture of the immortal and the mortal, of life and death. In the eternal idea, however, that which appears mortal there has been brought to absolute identity with the immortal and is only the form of that which is infinite in itself. It portrays itself as such in sculpture, just as Wilhelm says in the passage cited, where the sculptor used only as much material for this work as was necessary to express his spiritual intention. The material and the concept are truly one here. The material is merely the concept transformed into objectivity, and is thus the concept itself, only viewed from a different side. In sculpture geometric regularity ceases to predominate, for here we no longer are dealing with finite regularity that can be comprehended by mere understanding, but rather with an infinite regularity, one that can be comprehended only by reason, yet a regularity that is simultaneously freedom. As regards finite regularity, all sculpture is transcendent. Painting is still subject to geometric regularity in that it portrays a finite, limited truth. Painting must observe linear perspective only because it is limited to a finite perspective. Sculpture concerns itself with a truth covering all perspectives, and therefore with an infinite truth. The forms of sculpture can as little be determined by that finite regularity as can the forms of the human body in and for itself. Whenever one wishes to express the forms of a beautiful body in lines, These lines are such that they perpetually change their center, and if carried through never describe a regular figure such as a circle. This posits simultaneously both greater variety and greater unity. Greater variety, for the circle, for example, is always self-identical. Greater unity, for assuming that the edifice of the body consists in forms similar to those of a circle, one would exclude the other, and none would flow from the other with any consistency or constancy. In contrast, in a beautiful organic body every form appears as the direct emanation of the other precisely because none in particular is limited. Sculpture is particularly able to work with the element of the colossal. This is in fact the case in comparison with painting and bas-relief, since sculpture operates completely independently of such spatial elements that painting and bas-relief must additionally portray along with the object itself. If painting wanted to work with colossal elements, it would either have to enlarge equally the space given the object, or not. In the first case the relationship would remain unchanged, in the second only unwieldy shapelessness, and by no means greatness, would emerge, since the relation itself has not actually been suspended. Since all estimation of size is based on relationships with a given empirical space, art can operate with colossal elements without digressing into unwieldy shapelessness only insofar as within its own portrayals it is liberated from the limitations of that space that is actually different from the object itself. Annotation. This is true because the larger or smaller space accidentally present outside the object itself has no influence on the assessment or appreciation of its size. Regarding the colossal Jupiter of Phidias, contemporary critics have objected that if he had raised himself, considering that he is portrayed sitting, from his throne, he would have smashed the temple roof, and they have considered this to be inappropriate. This is a completely inartistic evaluation and judgment. Every sculptural work is a world in itself possessing its space within, as does the universe, and must be evaluated and judged only from within itself. External space is accidental to it and can contribute nothing to its evaluation. Sculpture portrays its subjects as the forms of things as they are conceived and encompassed in the absolute informing of the real and the ideal into unity. We proved that the forms of music are the forms of things as they exist within the real unity, those of painting the forms of things as they are prefigured in the ideal unity. Since, according to, sculpture is the art form in which the absolute informing of the two unities into a single unity becomes objective, it thus portrays its subjects as the forms of things as they are conceived and encompassed in the absolute informing of the real and the ideal into unity. Elucidation. In addendum to we proved that painting is concerned primarily with the portrayal of ideas as such. That is, every idea, as the perfect and equal image of the absolute, has two sides, as does the absolute itself, a real and an ideal side. Viewed from the real side ideas appear as things, only from the ideal side do they appear as ideas, even though that in which both sides are one is itself the idea. Hence, painting portrays the ideas primarily as ideas, that is, from the ideal side. Sculpture, however, portrays them such that they are at once completely idea and completely thing. Painting in no way offers its objects as being real, but rather expressly wishes that they be viewed as ideal. Sculpture, by portraying its objects as ideas, nonetheless simultaneously offers them as things, and vice versa. Thus it really does portray the absolutely ideal simultaneously as the absolutely real. This is doubtlessly the pinnacle of the formative arts, whereby they turn back into the source of all art and of all ideas, of all truth and of all beauty, namely, into the deity. Sculpture can do justice to its own highest requirements only through the portrayal of the gods, for it portrays primarily the absolute ideas, which as ideal are simultaneously real, yet the ideas viewed within the real are the gods, and sculpture, therefore, requires primarily the divine natures. Elucidation. This is not meant as an empirical assertion such that sculpture would never have achieved its true heights without portraying gods. It is, to be sure, true that the necessity in which the Greek artists found themselves, namely, that of having to design images of the gods, force them with more immediacy to raise themselves above matter itself and to penetrate into the realm of the abstract and incorporeal, and to seek the unearthly or spiritual and that which is separated from deficient, dependent nature. The assertion, however, is that sculpture in and for itself, seeking to do justice only to itself and to its own particular requirements, must portray gods, for its particular task is precisely to portray the absolutely ideal simultaneously as the real, and accordingly to portray an indifference that in and for itself can be found only in divine natures. One can thus say that every higher work of sculpture in and for itself is a deity, even if no name yet exists for that deity. Furthermore, sculpture, if left only to itself, would have portrayed as realities all the possibilities residing in that highest and absolute indifference, and thereby quite independently would have filled the entire circle of divine figures and even invented the gods if they had not already existed. On the other hand, since the essence of Greek polytheism, according to the proof in, consisted of pure limitation on the one hand and undivided absoluteness on the other, and since further this divine world in its own turn constituted a totality or self-enclosed system, we must say that the possibility for sculpture was thereby precisely determined. That is, it would limit itself very early to conceiving and rendering its objects in strictly separated forms and to designing a system of divinities just as self-enclosed as that which earlier was available in mythology. For just this reason, the sculpture of the Greeks constitutes a world in itself, one that lacks nothing externally just as it is perfected internally, and one in which all possibilities are fulfilled and all forms separated and strictly determined. The appearance of Jupiter, of Neptune, and of all masculine deities was fixed forever, just as was that of the female deities. We see this in the complete similarity of the heads on all coins. Art thereby became, in a sense, canonical and exemplary. There was no longer any choice within it, necessity predominated. The works of sculpture will manifest primarily the character of the ideas in their absoluteness. This follows directly from the preceding discussion. Elucidation. The essence of the ideas is that in them possibility and reality are always, or rather atemporally, one, and that they are in every moment and simultaneously everything they can be. This generates the highest satisfaction, and since in this condition no deficiency or lack is conceivable, and thus nothing is present whereby it might slip from this condition of rest the highest balance and the deepest rest in the highest activity. This character, as presented here, is the character of the plastic renderings of the gods, that is, each in its own fashion. Each is perfected, each rests in the highest satisfaction without for that reason appearing inactive. Only that one activity has disappeared from their countenance, the one that destroys the equipoise of the soul, the seriousness and labor that furrow the foreheads of mortals, as well as desire and lust that draw them out of themselves. In this sublime apathy no possibility can precede reality. Hence, along with inclination, every trace of the will which is not at once both deed and satisfaction is extinguished in them. They appear as beings that are there absolutely for their own sake and completely within themselves. They appear unlimited externally, for they are, in a manner of speaking, not in space at all, but rather carry that space itself in themselves as a self-enclosed creation. Removed from every alien contact, that which in them is actually limitation appears as their perfection and absoluteness. Precisely through the latter do they exist completely within themselves. The highest law of all plastic renderings is indifference, absolute balance of possibility and reality. This follows directly from the preceding discussion. This law is universal, for the higher plastic work is already a god in and for itself, even if it is to portray a mortal. Even the human being, when he suffers, should do so as a god would if he were capable of suffering. The concept of the gods itself already determines that they appear released from all suffering. Only Prometheus, the archetype of all tragic art, suffers as a god. Thus in the figures of the gods in and for themselves there can be no expression that might show that inner equipoise of the soul disrupted. In the construction of painting we asserted, that in its portrayals, too, the expressions must be tempered. Yet in painting this is not as directly the case as in sculpture. Painting must temper that expression so that it does not detract from beauty, by which we understand here ideal beauty, grace, to which painting, as the ideal form, primarily strives. In sculpture, on the other hand, the tempered expression and an appearance allowing us to recognize an internally balanced condition of the soul is necessary in itself because it seeks to be an image of the divine nature and of the indifference dwelling within it. This is the primary consideration, and beauty is its necessary and immediate effect or manifestation. Thus beauty and truth in their absoluteness have a common ground, indifference. Let me introduce here some examples from Greek works of this peaceful expression elevated above passion and violence. Some examples depict gods, others mortals. The highest archetype of rest and indifference is the father of the gods. Hence, he is portrayed in eternal serenity, seemingly untouched by feelings. A greater animation may be attributed to Apollo, since he is the ideal god among the gods. This greater animation is expressed by the sublimity of his gait, the daring swing of his body on which eternal beauty plays. In him, too, the highest beauty is rendered in the deepest peacefulness. Neither veins nor sinews, Winckelmann says, inflame or excite this body, rather, a heavenly spirit, one appearing to be poured out like a gentle stream, seems to have filled the entire outline of this figure. He is portrayed pursuing the python, against which he uses his bow, with powerful strides he reaches and slays him. Yet he is not riveted by his object. From the height of his contentedness his sublime gaze looks out as if into the infinite, far beyond his victory. Contempt sits on his lips, and the displeasure he draws back into himself swells his nostrils and rises up into his proud forehead. But the peace hovering in divine stillness on that forehead remains undisturbed. In our presentation of painting we already spoke about the most eminent examples of tempered expression in the portrayal of human action and suffering, Laocoon and Niobe. Concerning Niobe, however, I want to remark additionally that it already belongs to the highest works by virtue of the subject itself. In a sense, sculpture portrays itself in her, and she is the archetype of sculpture, perhaps in the same way Prometheus is that of tragedy. All life is based on the joining of something infinite in itself with something finite, and life as such appears only in the juxtaposition or opposition of these two. Wherever its highest or absolute unity is, we also find, viewed relatively, death, and yet for just that reason also the highest degree of life. Since it is indeed the task of sculpture to portray that highest unity, then the absolute life of which it shows reflections already appears in and for itself also compared with the appearance itself as death. In Niobe, however, art itself has uttered this mystery by portraying the highest beauty in death. Furthermore, it allows that particular peace the one in hearing. Only within the divine nature itself and completely unattainable to mortals to be gained in death itself, as if to suggest that the transition to the highest life of beauty, at least as far as that which is mortal is concerned, must appear as death. Art is thus doubly symbolic here, it becomes additionally the interpreter of itself such that that which all art seeks stands before our very eyes here, expressed in Niobe. Annotation concerning the relationship with painting. Painting is the purely ideal art form. The essence of the ideal equals activity. Hence, in painting, more activity and more expression of passion is allowed. Only one condition must be kept, namely, that sensual beauty, charm, and grace not be suspended or destroyed. Only sculpture is able to portray that final beauty that is sublimity, and that originally, as the total indifference of the infinite and the finite, dwells only in God. Now I will present a few more characteristics of sculpture. Because of the infinite repetition of everything in everything, we can expect that in the plastic arts KCXTE:(OX:(V) the other plastic forms also recur, though with extremely limited validity. The following propositions refer to this condition. The architectonic part of sculpture, to the extent it takes place within sculpture in a subordinated fashion, is drapery or clothing. Drapery is architectonic because it constitutes more or less only an allegory or illusion, echo, of the forms of the organic figure. This illusion is based primarily on the contrast between the folds, on the one hand, and the smooth areas without folds, on the other. A raised member from which a free garment hangs down on both sides is never without folds in nature, and these folds fall within a hollow or concave area. In works of the old style the folds are usually straight. In the most beautiful and perfect artistic style of art they occur more in sweeping curves. For the sake of variety they were broken, yet such that they extended out like branches from a common stem and with an extremely gentle swing. Indeed, there can be no more splendid and beautiful architectonic than that of the perfected drapery in the Greek works. The art of portraying the nude raises itself here on its own, as it were, to a higher power by allowing the organic form to be perceived through a heterogeneous medium. The less directly and more indirectly it renders its subject here, the more beautiful does this part of art become. Nonetheless, drapery always remains subordinated to the nude, which is the true and first love of art. Art scorns concealment insofar as such concealment is merely a means and is not itself made into an allegory of beauty, since beauty is cultivated completely for the highest sensibility and scorns that lower one, even when nude. Just as no people possessed a higher sensibility for beauty than the Greeks, so also none was further removed from that false and unchanged shame that calls itself decency. Hence, drapery in artworks could have no function external to art. And even then could be cultivated only for the sake of beauty itself, not for any so-called moral purpose. Therefore, only Greek clothing can be called beautiful. The aspect of painting in sculpture, insofar as it might occur there, would have to refer to grouping or to the arrangement of several figures into a common activity. Since in a larger composition it could not be avoided that individual figures were concealed by others, and that for the viewing of the whole a certain, definite perspective would become necessary, sculpture would thereby subject itself to a limitation similar to that in painting. Yet one already can see from the circumstances themselves how sculpture necessarily must limit itself to only a few figures as far as overall composition is concerned. It is able to do this with all the more ease since it is the only formative art for which the figure in and for itself suffices and which needs nothing external to that figure. Painting must at least portray the background, and thus is less satisfied with only one figure, since it must lend significance to such space. Precisely because painting must add the background to its objects, it already possesses the connecting link between them, whereas if sculpture, where every figure is self-enclosed both within itself and from all sides, tried to connect too many figures through an external medium, for example, the ground onto which they are placed, it would thereby lend the non-essential too much significance. One can thus assert that it is precisely in the absoluteness of sculpture that we find the reason why it does not expand itself into complex compositions, since its entire greatness lies enclosed in one or a few figures, a greatness that is based not on extension in space but rather only on the inner perfection and self-enclosure of the object itself. Hence, it involves dimensions that are not evaluated or appreciated empirically, but rather according to the idea. Just as nature achieves the completion of every individual organic work by suspending length and width and structuring everything concentrically, so also do the formative arts in sculpture as their highest form close their own circle by drawing in everything toward the center and, while apparently limiting themselves, actually expand into a totality. I shall now conclude my construction of the plastic arts with a few general considerations concerning the formative arts as such. At the very outset of our inquiry we construed the formative arts as such as the real side of the world of art, the side whose underlying unity is accordingly the informing of identity into difference. This informing is doubtlessly complete where the universal is the entire particular, the particular the entire universal. This is essentially the case only in sculpture. Hence, we can now be certain of having completed our construction of the formative arts, that is, of having brought that construction back to its point of departure. The general parameters within which the forms of those arts fall are those of real unity, a unity that, represented in its essential nature, is itself indifference. By means of differentiation the real and ideal forms emerge from it, the former as music, the latter as painting. Only in the plastic arts, however, does that unity first fully manifest itself as indifference. One might counter our own postulated sequence of the three basic arts with the following alternative proposal. If we admit, one might say, and presuppose that formative art corresponds to precisely that real unity, and that in its own forms it must thus be construed according to the forms of that unity, then in a system of the arts the plastic arts will necessarily correspond to the material side of nature, and will constitute the first potence of the formative arts. The essential nature of art clothes itself here, as does the pure essence of nature, completely in matter and body. That matter becomes ideal through the second potence, in nature through light, in art through painting. Finally, in the third potence, the real and ideal potences become one. That which is bound to or informed into the real or into matter becomes sonority or sound, within art it becomes music and song. Here, then, the absolute cognitive act is more or less freed from the fetters of matter, positing that matter as a mere accidental, it becomes objective and recognizable as the act of the informing of eternal subjectivity into objectivity. What one has here is thus the reverse of the order we assume in our discussion. This alternative order might appear to recommend itself even further by providing for a more immediate and fluid transition from the formative to the verbal arts. Matter gradually dematerializes into the ideal, in painting as far as the relative ideal, through light, then, in music and even more so in speech and poesy, into the genuinely ideal, the most complete manifestation of the absolute cognitive act. This sequence would be based on a misunderstanding of the potences in philosophy. We have not maintained that the potences constitute the true real antitheses, but rather that they are universal forms recurring in the same way in all objects. The potence of the organic, for example, is by no means merely the organic being itself, it inheres with equal necessity and certainty in matter itself, except that in the latter it is subordinated to the anorganic. Matter is simultaneously anorganic, organic, and commensurate with reason, and as such is an image of the universe in general. Now the plastic arts, as the third potence of formative art, represent as developed precisely that which in matter is the expression of reason, and in this act of representation even proceed through various stages. As architecture, for example, the plastic arts develop matter or the anorganic only to the point of an allegory of the organic and mediately of reason. Hence, even if the plastic arts fall under the rubric of the first potence by taking matter as the actual body of art, nonetheless in that first potence under the common exponent of the first element, the anorganic they would constitute the third as well by representing reason as the essence of matter. In this way, just as nature represents the first potence in relation to the universe as a whole, formative art would function therefore as the first potence in relation to the universe of art as a whole. The factor deciding the sequence of the three basic forms of formative art, however, is the following. All formative art is the informing of the infinite into the finite, the ideal into the real. Since it is thus directed toward the transformation of the ideal into the real, the most complete appearance of the ideal as the real, the absolute metamorphosis of the first into the second, must designate or constitute the summit of all formative art. It is self-evident that art will appear as real within that configuration in which it is real, that is, within the configuration in which it informs the infinite into the finite. In contrast, within the reverse configuration of that transformation it will appear more or less as ideal. Hence, in music that informing of the ideal into the real still manifests itself as act, as an event, and not as being, it appears as merely relative identity. In painting, the ideal has acquired contours and form, though without yet appearing as real, it merely portrays models of the real. In the plastic arts, finally, the infinite is wholly transformed into the finite, life into death, spirit into matter, yet precisely for that reason, and only because it is now wholly and absolutely real, is the plastic work of art also absolutely ideal. The sequence we have presented is thus the one actually grounded in the subject matter itself, and we will encounter the same state of affairs on the ideal side of art within poesy. There, too, the highest potence is based on that particular transformation of something ideal into a total and complete being, into a reality that is itself represented as actual. In contrast, lyric poetry, for example, appears far more ideal. This completes the circle of our investigation into the formative arts. Therefore we will now turn our attention to the ideal side of the world of art, to poesy in the stricter sense, the poetic arts at large, that is, to the extent that they express themselves through speech and language. The ideal side of the world of art, or, the verbal arts. Let me reiterate the following main points here. According to the proofs we presented at the very beginning, the universe is structured in two directions corresponding to the two unities within the Absolute. Within the first, considered in and for itself, the Absolute appears merely as the ground of existence, since on this side it forms its own eternal unity into difference. Within the second, the Absolute appears as essence, as an absolute, for just as in the first unity essence is worked into form, so here in contrast form is worked into essence. In the first instance, form is thus dominant, in the second, essence. The two sides of the absolute ideal are essentially one, for what in the one is expressed as real, in the other is expressed as ideal, and vice versa. Considered separately, the two sides are thus merely the various modes of appearance of the one, of the same whole. Nature in separation from the other unity, in which form is worked into essence, appears more as created, whereas the ideal unity appears more as creating. Precisely for that reason, however, what is found in the one is necessarily also found in the other. According to general addendum, nature is the plastic side, its image is the Niobe of the plastic arts who solidifies with her children. The ideal world is the poesy of the universe. In the first instance the divine principle veils itself in an other, a being, in the second it appears as what it is, life and activity. Yet even this difference is merely one of form, as was proved initially in our consideration of formative and verbal art. Considered in itself, nature is the most primal, the first poem of the divine imagination. Antiquity, and after it modernity, called the real world natura rerum, the birth of things. In it the eternal things, the ideas first become actual, and insofar as nature is thus the revealed world of ideas, it also contains the true archetypes for poesy. Hence, any distinctions between formative and verbal art can only be based on the following considerations. All art is the direct reflection of the absolute act of production or of the absolute self-affirmation. Formative art, however, does not allow this act to appear as something ideal, but rather only through an other, and thus as something real. Poesy in contrast, by being essentially of the same nature as formative art, allows that absolute act of knowledge to appear directly as cognitive act. Poesy is the higher potence of formative art to the extent that in the artistic image itself it yet maintains the nature and character of the ideal, of the essence, of the universal. The medium through which formative art expresses its ideas is in and for itself concrete, that through which verbal art expresses them, universal, namely, language. Hence, poesy has optimally received precisely the name poesy, that is, of making or creating, since its works appear as an act of producing instead of a condition of being. This is why poesy can be viewed as the essence of all art, similar to the way the soul is viewed as the essence of the body. Of course, to the extent that poesy is the creating agent of the ideas and thereby the principle of all art, we have already addressed it in our construction of mythology. Hence, according to our own methodology we can only speak about poesy, in contrast to formative art, to the extent that it is itself a particular art form, and thus about that poesy that is the manifestation of the essential nature of all art. Yet even within these limited parameters poesy is a completely unlimited object and to that extent does differentiate itself from formative art. To mention but one example here, in the plastic arts any antithesis between antiquity and modernity is simply out of place, whereas such antithesis permeates all the genres of poesy. The poesy of antiquity is just as rationally limited and self-identical as is its art. Modern poesy, in contrast, is in every direction and in every constituent part as variously unlimited and in part irrational as is modern art in general. This particular characteristic of limitlessness, too, results from poesy being the ideal side of art, just as the plastic arts are the real side, for the ideal equals the infinite. We might express in the following way the contrast between antiquity and modernity in the context just described. In the plastic arts, antiquity yet speaks, as it were, but is plastic in poesy. Speech is the most serene and immediate expression of reason. Every other activity participates to a greater degree in corporeality. Within its own images, modernity places the expression itself into a forceful, corporeal activity. The images produced by antiquity, by conveying the expression of serenity, are for precisely that reason actually possessive of speech, and are thus truly poetic. In its poesy, in contrast, antiquity is actually plastic, and in this way expresses the kinship between an inner identity of verbal and formative art much more completely than does modernity. This inner limitlessness of poesy also involves a difference in its systematic treatment. Just as nature is rational and can be represented according to a universal model, history, on the other hand, irrational and inexhaustible, expressing its own hidden law only in separate manifestations, so also is the relationship between formative and verbal art. Just as necessity as the universal dominates the particular in nature, in the ideal world, in contrast, the particular, unfettered, strives freely toward the infinite, so also in formative and verbal art. Thus our consideration of poesy cannot, first of all, follow the universal on into the particular by means of the kind of construction possible within formative art, for particularity possesses more power and freedom in the latter. The universal that can be expressed here can thus only attain to that expression in a broader sense and in a larger series of examples. In contrast, the less the universal imperiously determines the particular, the more strongly second, now does individuality demand portrayal in its absoluteness. Our own presentation here will thus tend toward an inclusion of the characterization of individuals. I shall, by the way, linger less with the individual than with main points, and for this reason, too, can now present less the specifics than the larger perspectives as a whole. I shall now first answer the question, by what means does speech become poesil? This question will necessarily involve a discussion, a, of the essential nature of poesy insofar as it has not already been determined in our previous considerations, and, b, of the various forms through which poesy as such separates itself from speech, thus primarily rhythm, meter, and so on. Thereupon we must construe in a general fashion the particular unities included within the basic unity of poesy, that is, the genres and classes of poetic art, the most notable of which are the lyric, epic, and dramatic. Then we must treat each of these genres separately. When one examines the usual theoreticians of the fine arts, one finds them hard-pressed to offer a concept or so-called definition of poetic art. And among those who offer such, not even does the form of poesy, much less its essence, find expression. The first prerequisite for understanding poesy, however, is doubtlessly to determine its essence, for only from this does its form follow, since only such a form can be commensurate with this, its essence. Now, the essential nature of poesy is the same as that of all art, it is the representation of the absolute or of the universe in the particular. If various kinds of poetic art appear to violate this premise, this merely proves that such allegedly poetic works actually possess no poetic reality at all. Just as nothing can be a work of art that is neither mediately nor immediately a reflex of the infinite, so also, and this is especially the case here, can nothing be poetic or a poem that does not represent something absolute, that is, precisely the absolute in its relationship to some particularity. This implies nothing, by the way, concerning the nature of that particularity. Poetic sense consists precisely in requiring nothing over and above actuality or reality except possibility. Whatever is poetically possible is for just that reason also categorically actual, just as in philosophy whatever is ideal is also real. The principle of false poesy, just as that of false philosophy, is empiricism, or the impossibility of recognizing anything as true or real except that which derives from experience. In our discussion of mythology we have already considered the great objects of poesy, the world of the ideas, a world that for art is the world of the gods, the universe, nature. By proving as we did in that section the necessity of mythology for all art, we have also proved this same necessity for poesy in particular. We likewise demonstrated there the extent to which modernity also has a mythology, and how that mythology continually allows itself to be enhanced or created anew from the material at hand. The application of these general propositions, however, must wait until we discuss the poetic genres individually. The universal form of poesy in the larger sense is that it portrays the ideas in speech and language. Regarding the basis and significance of language itself, let me refer you to, where we proved that it is the most appropriate symbol of the absolute cognitive act, for this act appears in language on the one hand as ideal, not real, as in being, and yet integrates itself on the other hand through something real without ceasing to be ideal. In particular regarding the relationship between language and sonority, let me recall the following. Sonority equals pure informing of the infinite into the finite, conceived as such. In language this informing is completed, and the realm of the opposite unity begins already. We might thus say that language is substance raised to the highest power, substance that has emerged from the informing of the infinite into the finite. Matter itself is the divine word that has entered into the finite. This word recognizable in sonority through pure differences, in the differentiation between tones, and itself anorganic, thus yet lacking the corresponding body finds this body in language. Just as in the flesh of the human body all differences of colors are suspended, and the highest indifference of all colors emerges, so also speech is the material of all tones and sonorities reduced to indifference. It is necessary, as becomes clear in the course of general philosophy, that the highest embodiment and binding of intelligence is simultaneously the moment of its liberation. The highest point of contraction of the universe and of the intelligence dwelling in it is found in the human organism. Yet precisely in that human being it also breaks through to freedom. Hence, here, too, sonority and tone appear as the expression of the infinite within the finite, but as the expression of the completed informing in language, which relates to simple sonority in the same way the matter of an organic body, matter wedded to light, relates to general matter. Language in itself is the chaos from which poesy is to construct the bodies of its ideas. The poetic work of art, however, like every other work of art, should be an absolute in the particular, a universe, a cosmic body. This is possible only by the separation of speech, in which the work of art expresses itself, from the totality of language. Yet this separation, on the one hand, and the absoluteness, on the other, are possible only if that speech possesses its own independent movement and for that reason its own time within itself, just as does any independent cosmic body. It separates itself from everything else by following an internal regularity. Viewed externally, speech moves freely and independently, and only internally is it actually ordered and subject to regularity. In art, to the extent that it is music or verbal art, rhythm corresponds to that whereby a cosmic body is self-contained and possesses its own internal time. Since both music and speech are characterized by movement in time, their works would not be self-contained wholes if they were subject to time, and if they did not rather subject time to themselves and possess it internally. This control and subjugation of time equals rhythm. Rhythm as such is the informing of identity into difference. It thus includes change, yet an autonomously ordered change subordinated to the identity of that in which the change takes place. Regarding the general concept of rhythm, one should refer to that which was presented in our discussion of music. For the time being I am taking rhythm in its most general meaning insofar as in the larger sense it constitutes an inner regularity of sequential tonal movement. Yet even in this widest meaning it encompasses two forms. The one can be called rhythm in the narrower sense and as the informing of unity into multiplicity corresponds to the category of quantity. The other, and the opposite one, must correspond to the category of quality. We can see easily that rhythm in the narrower sense is the determination of the sequence of tonal movements according to laws of quantity. In contrast, the form corresponding to quality can be specified more closely as follows. Aside from duration or quantity, tones involve no differences other than highness or lowness of pitch, and these differences are suspended and eliminated within speech according to the proof presented earlier, for in song, itself music, the identity attained in language is once again broken down or dismantled, and speech returns to elementary tones. Further, in speech as such neither highness nor lowness of tones obtains, and the unities of language can just as little be constituted of tones as can those of an organic body be constituted of colors. Finally, the unities of language are already organic constituent parts or syllables, and thus the qualitative determination cannot depend on the highness or lowness of tones. Hence, nothing remains in which that determination can consist than, on the one hand, the drawing of attention to one syllable by raising the voice, whereby a number of other syllables become bound or related to this one, and the resulting unity is made accessible to the ear, and, on the other hand, the de-emphasis of other syllables by lowering the voice. This, however, is what we call accent. I shall move on now to the individual poetic genres by first offering the following general introductory remarks. A poetic work in the larger sense is a whole possessive of its own internal time and momentum, and thereby separated from the larger whole of language and completely self-enclosed. An immediate consequence of this self-enclosed existence of speech through rhythm and meter is that its language must be unique and different from common language in another respect as well. By means of rhythm, speech makes known that its own end inheres absolutely within it. It would make no sense for such speech to accommodate itself in this self-emphasis to the usual goal of language, namely, understanding, and to imitate all the forms serving such goals. It strives rather to be as absolute as possible even in its constituent parts, no logical subordination, elimination of conjunctions. In any case, all poesy lyric, epic, or dramatic is at its source composed for the ear. Enthusiasm appears here most immediately as inspiration that does not allow the person seized by it to think of external purpose. Hearing only the voice of the god, he moves, as it were, outside common laws of regularity, with daring, yet securely and effortlessly. It is only a prejudice that poesy is able to speak in no other language than that which is also used in prose, Gottsched, Wieland. Prose as such, if I may insert this explanation here, is language that has been occupied by the understanding and formed according to its purposes. In poesy we find nothing but limitation and strict separation of forms. Prose is to that extent itself indifference, and its primary error is in wanting to step out of that indifference, a situation generating the afterbirth of poetic prose. Poesy differentiates itself from prose not only through rhythm, but also through language that is in part simpler, in part more beautiful. By this we do not mean a wildfire expressing itself in the empty excitement of language, which the ancients called parenthesos. To be sure, there are art critics who speak of the wildfire of Homer. Simplicity is the highest element in poesy just as it is in the formative arts. Dionysius of Halicarnassus, the most admirable art critic of antiquity, shows specifically the merit of poetic synthesis in a passage from the Odyssey that, as he says, is composed in the basest expressions that perhaps a farmer or worker might use. Furthermore, lyric and dramatic diction are different in this respect from epic diction insofar as they are for the most part lyrical. Yet here, too, inspiration expresses itself more through the daring departures from logical or mechanical sequences of thought than through verbal bombast. Language becomes a higher organ and is allowed to use shorter turns of phrase, more unusual words, unique inflections of words, yet all this within the bounds of genuine inspiration. In poetic treatises one usually also speaks about metaphors, tropes, and the other embellishments of speech, and all the other epithets, comparisons, and parables. Metaphors actually belong more in the realm of rhetoric, which itself can seek to speak through images in order to make itself more vivid, or in order to deceive and to awaken passion. Poesy never has its purpose outside itself, although it does also elicit externally that particular feeling inhering internally within it. Plato compares the effects of poetry with those of a magnet. Hence, in poesy everything belonging to the embellishment of speech is subordinated to the highest and ultimate principle of beauty. For this reason, No general or universal law can be presented regarding the use of imagery, tropes, and so on, other than precisely that of such subordination. Construction of individual poetic genres. The essence of all art as the portrayal of the absolute in the particular is pure limitation on the one hand and undivided absoluteness on the other. In nature poesy, these elements must already be differentiated, and consummate art is posited only with strict separation. In all forms, the poesy of antiquity is the most strictly limited and formed, and the more flowing, mixed versions are those of modernity, which accounts for the large number of mixed genres that have emerged from the latter. If our treatise of the various literary forms were to follow the natural or historical sequence, we would have to begin with the epic as identity and from there proceed to lyric and dramatic poesy. Yet we must orient ourselves here completely according to scientific sequence. Since according to the sequence of potences already prescribed, that of particularity or difference is the first, that of identity the second, and that wherein unity and difference, the universal and the particular are one, is the third, then here, too, we will remain true to the sequence and accordingly begin with lyric art. We can see that among the three poetic genres lyric poesy corresponds to the real form because its designation points to the analogy with music. We can clarify this even further in the following way. In the form corresponding to the informing of the infinite into the finite, the predominating element must for just this reason be the finite, difference, particularity. Yet precisely this is the case in lyric poesy. More directly than any other poetic genre it takes the subject and, accordingly, particularity as its point of departure, be it that it expresses the condition of a subject, for example, the poet, or takes the occasion of an objective portrayal from an element of subjectivity. For just this reason and in this capacity it can be called the subjective poetic genre, subjectivity, that is, in the sense of particularity. In every other kind of poem there is the possibility of a change of conditions or circumstances, in spite of its inner identity. In lyric poetry, as in every piece of music, only one tone, one basic feeling predominates. And as in music, precisely because of the predominance of particularity, all tones that combine with the predominant one can only be differences. In lyric poesy, too, every movement expresses itself as difference. Lyric poesy is most extensively subordinated to rhythm, completely dependent on and even swept away by it. It avoids uniform rhythms, whereas the epic moves within the highest identity in this regard. The lyric poem as such is the portrayal or representation of the infinite or universal within the particular. Hence, every Pindaric ode takes as its point of departure a particular object and a particular event, yet strays from this point into generality, for example, into the later mythological sphere. By returning from such generality to the particular again, it generates a kind of identity of the two, a real portrayal of the universal within the particular. Since lyric poesy is the most subjective poetic genre, freedom is necessarily the predominating element within it. No poetic genre is less subject to coercion. The most daring jumps or departures from customary thought sequence are allowed here, since the main point of everything is that one particular association or context obtain within the disposition of the poet or listener, not objectively or external to him. Perfect constancy governs within the epic, but is suspended in the lyric poem, just as it is in music, where nothing but differences obtain, between one tone and the next. Genuine continuity is impossible, whereas in colors all differences flow together into one mass as if from one vessel. The essential nature of all lyric poesy is the portrayal of the infinite within the finite, yet since it moves only in succession, contrast between the infinite and the finite thereby emerges as a kind of inner principle of life and movement. The infinite and the finite are absolutely one within the epic, and there are thus no stirrings of the infinite, not as if the latter were not present, but rather because it rests in a common unity with the finite. In the lyric poem, on the other hand, this contrast is a declared one. Hence, the most appropriate subjects of the lyric poem are in general moral, bellicose, passionate. Passion as such is the character of the finite or of particularity in contrast with universality. Again, the poesy of antiquity portrays this character of lyric art most purely and most originally, both regarding its origin and its general disposition. The emergence and initial development of lyric poesy in Greece take place simultaneously with the blossoming of freedom and the emergence of republicanism. At first poesy united with laws and served their transmission. Soon, as lyric art, its inspiration inclined toward fame, freedom, and beautiful sociability. It became the soul of public life, the glorifier of the festivals. That energy that previously was directed completely toward the outside, and that was lost in an objective identity, the epic now turned inward and began to restrict or limit itself. The first lyrical tones emerged within this awakening consciousness and emerging differentiation, tones that soon developed the highest variety. The rhythmic element of the Greek states, that quality of reflection of the Greeks that had been directed completely toward itself and its own existence and activity, now ignited the nobler passions, passions worthy of the lyrical muse. Simultaneously with lyric poetry, music enlivened the festivals and public life. In Homer, sacrifices and worship services are yet without music. The identity of the Homeric epic includes the heroic principle, the principle of kingship and of rule. Lyric poesy began with Kallinus and Archilochus after the full development of the epic. Compared to the epic, lyric art up to its final perfection in Pindar is a completely republican form of poesy. Almost all the lyrical songs of antiquity about whose existence we know either through historical transmission or from fragments or sometimes entire pieces refer to public or common life, and those lyric poems from antiquity that refer more to individual themes express sociability of a sort that could develop and thrive only within a free and great state. Everything suggests that the bud that was yet closed in the epic is finally open, and that the more liberated cultivation of life is developing. Hence, the Greeks are objective, real, and expansive also within the particularity of lyric poetic art. The first lyric rhythms, as indicated, were those in which the laws of free states were sung. This was still the case at the time of Solon. The war songs of Tyrtaeus spurred a completely objective passion. Alcaeus was the head of the conspirators against the tyrants, fighting them not only with the sword but also with songs. We hear of several lyric poets of this period who were summoned on the advice of the gods to settle civic disagreements. Others were honored at the courts of the rulers and tyrants of the period Arrian, for example, by Periander. The age of innocence had also passed in that the singers were no longer contented like the Homeric singers. They demanded pay, rewards, and respect for their talent. Pindar, whose lyre sounded at the public competitions, was also in this objective aspect of Greek lyric poetry the high point. He anticipated the cultivation of the Periclean age. The cruder form of republicanism has already reverted to the rule of the educated. He unified the dignity of a Pythagorean philosopher with the fire of the lyric poet, just as the legend is well known that he loved the teachings of Pythagoras. This constitutes the plastic, almost dramatic element in the Pindaric odes. This objectivity of Greek lyric poetry does, however, obtain only within the general character of the genre itself, which is that of inwardness and of particular, present reality. The epic relates the past. The lyric poem sings of the present, and digresses to the immortalization of the most individual and transient features of that present, enjoyment, beauty, the love toward individual youths as in the poems of Alcman and Sappho, and here even as far as the details of beautiful eyes, hair, and individual bodily parts such as in the poems of Anacreon. Dionysius of Halicarnassus asserts that the most excellent quality of the epic is that the poet not appear. Lyric art, in contrast, is the real sphere of self-perception and of self-consciousness, just as is music, where no actual concrete form at all expresses itself, but rather only inner disposition, no object, but rather only mood. The character of difference, of severance, and separation inhering in lyric poetry in and for itself, expresses itself in the lyric art of the Greeks no less definitely than all others. We find the complete development of all rhythmic genres such that nothing was left for drama. There was a sharp distinction between all the various types as regards both the external differences of rhythm and the inner diversity of content, language, and so on, and there obtained a sharp distinction, finally, between the different styles of lyric art, the Ionic, Doric, and so on. Regarding lyric art, we once again encounter the same general contrast between antiquity and modernity. Just as the highest blossoming of the lyric art of the Greeks coincides with the emergence of the Republic, the highest blossoming of public life, so also do the beginnings of modern lyric poetry coincide with that period in the 14th century of public disturbances and of the general dissolution of the republican alliances and states in Italy. When public life more or less disappeared, it had to direct itself inward. The more fortunate age that Italy owed to a few magnanimous princes, primarily the Medicis, only came later, and was favorable for the development of the Romantic epic, which cultivated itself in Ariosto. Dante and Petrarch, the first founders of lyric poesy, lived in the age of upheaval, of social dissolution. Whenever their songs make reference to these external affairs, they loudly express the misfortune of this age. The poetic art of antiquity celebrated primarily the masculine virtues that war and common public life generate and nourish. Of all the emotional relationships, friendship among men was thus the predominant one, whereas love toward a woman was completely subordinate. Modern lyric poetry was at its inception consecrated to love and all the emotions in the contemporary concept of love. The first inspiration of Dante was the love of a young girl, Beatrice. He immortalized the story of this love in sonnets, canzones, and prosaic works intermixed with poems, particularly the Vita Nuova. The more severe fate of his later life, the exile from Florence, the misfortune and crimes of the age, first spurred his divine spirit to his higher work, the Divina Commedia, although here, too, Beatrice is the basis and beginning of the poem. The entire life of Petrarch was dedicated to that spiritual love that contents itself in worship. This harmonious soul, filled with the blossom of education and culture and with the noblest virtues of the age, was needed in order to cultivate Italian poesy to its highest degree of lyrical beauty, purity, and excellence. One would err greatly by seeking in Petrarch a poet dissolving and melting in love, since his forms are just as strict, precise, and determined in their own way as those of Dante. Boccaccio also joins this group, since the muse of his poesy is also love. The spirit of the modern age, already presented earlier in a general fashion, introduces the restriction of modern lyric poetry as regards the objects themselves. The lyric poetry in modern states could no longer be the image and accompanist of a public and common life, a life within an organic whole. For it, there remained no other objects than either the completely subjective, individual, momentary emotions in which lyric poesy lost itself even in the most beautiful gushings of the later world, emotions from which a whole life emanates only very indirectly, or enduring emotions directed toward objects themselves, as in the poems of Petrarch, where the whole itself becomes a kind of romantic or dramatic unity. The sonnets of Petrarch are works of art, not only in their individual elements, but also as a whole. The sonnet is capable of a merely architectonic beauty. It is unmistakable, however, that science, art, and poesy began with the clerical class. This accounts for the unheroic element and the fact that love stories pertained more to matrons than to unmarried girls. Otherwise, lyric poesy divides itself into poems with moral, didactic, and political content, and always with a preponderance of reflection and subjectivity, since it lacks any objectivity in life. The only kind of lyric poems that refer to public life are the religious ones, since only in the church could public life still be found. We now come to the epic. The lyric poem designates as such the first potence of the ideal series, and thus that of reflection, knowledge, and consciousness, and for that reason stands completely under the dominance of reflection. The second potence of the ideal world in general is that of action, that which is objective in itself, just as knowledge is the potence of the subjective. Just as the forms of art in general are the forms of things in and for themselves, however, so also must that particular poetic genre corresponding to the ideal unity portray not just visible action itself, but rather action viewed absolutely and as it is in its essential nature. Action viewed absolutely or objectively is history. The task of the second type is thus to be an image of history as it is in itself or within the absolute. That this poetic genre is the epic can be seen most clearly from the fact that all the characteristics deduced from the given description coincide and unite in the epic. The characteristic quality of the epic is not simply that action or history is portrayed, but rather that these are portrayed within the identity of absoluteness. Action viewed objectively or as history is essentially pure identity without any contrast between the infinite and the finite, for in its essential nature, of which all action is merely the external appearance, the finite is yet within the infinite and thus outside any difference with it. The latter is possible only where the finite is something in and for itself, or is real, thus insofar as the infinite is represented within the finite. The contrast between particularity and universality expresses itself regarding action as that between freedom and necessity. Hence, these, too, are unified in the essential nature of action. If, then, there is no opposition in the epic between the infinite and the finite, no conflict between freedom and necessity can be portrayed in it. Both appear interwoven in a common unity. The conflict between freedom and necessity can be decided only by fate, and actually elicits that fate. All opposition between necessity and freedom is possible only within particularity, in difference. Through this relationship of difference within particularity, identity acquires the function of basis or ground and appears accordingly as fate. In the essential nature of action, as absolute identity, there is no fate. The first determination of the epic should thus be formulated as follows: it portrays action in the identity of freedom and necessity, without opposition between the infinite and the finite, without conflict, and, for that reason, without fate. It is quite noteworthy that when one compares the Homeric epic even with the earliest works of lyric poesy, one finds in it not the slightest stirrings of the infinite. The life and actions of people take place from one perspective in pure finitude, yet for just that reason also within the absolute identity of freedom and necessity. The husk yet encompassing the two in the bud is not yet broken, nowhere is there any rebellion against fate, though there is some defiance of the gods, since the latter are not beyond or outside nature, and themselves fall within the realm of human events. One might object that even Homer is acquainted with the black gears and destiny, to which even Zeus and the other gods are subject. Although this is true, destiny for just that reason does not yet appear as fate, since no opposition to it appears. Gods and human beings, the whole world encompassed by the epic, are portrayed in the highest identity with it. An extremely significant passage in this respect is the one in the 16th song of the Iliad, where Zeus wants to rescue his beloved Sarpedon from the hands of Patroclus and from death, and Hera admonishes him with the words, "Do you wish to bring back a man who is mortal, one long since doomed by his destiny, from ill-sounding death and release him?" She explains that other gods, too, would demand the same for their sons if he now were to snatch him away alive, and she continues, "No, but if he is dear to you, and your heart mourns for him, then let him be, and let him go down in the strong encounter. But after the soul and the years of his life have left him, then send death to carry him away, and sleep, who is painless, until they come with him to the countryside of broad Lycia, where his brothers and countrymen shall give him due burial with tomb and gravestone. Such is the privilege of those who have perished." In this passage destiny appears in the mildness of a quiet necessity against which there is as yet no rebellion, no opposition, for Zeus, too, obeys Hera and sheds a rain of blood upon the earth in honor of his son. Far less do the heroes of the Iliad experience any feeling or internal opposition against fate. The epic thus falls quite significantly between the other two genres, the lyric poem where simple conflict between the infinite and the finite predominates, the dissonance between freedom and necessity, yet without full, and anything but, subjective resolution, and tragedy, where both the conflict and fate are simultaneously portrayed. The identity that still predominated in the epic in a concealed fashion as a gentle force, unloads itself in severe and violent blows wherever conflict is juxtaposed with it. Tragedy can indeed be viewed as the synthesis of the lyric and epic elements to the extent that in it the identity of the latter is transformed into fate by the opposition itself. Compared to the tragedy, the epic thus lacks any opposition against the infinite, but it also lacks fate. In its essential nature, action is atemporal, for all time is merely the difference between possibility and actuality, and all manifested action is only the dismantling of that identity in which everything is simultaneous. The epic must be an image of this timelessness. How is this possible? As speech, poesy is itself bound to time, and all poetic portrayal is thus necessarily successive. Although there thus appears to be an insoluble contradiction here, it resolves itself in the following way. Poesy itself as such must appear to be outside time, untouched by time, and thus must place all time, all successive elements, purely into the object, thereby maintaining itself in a serene condition and floating above it immobile and unmoved by the sequential flow. Hence, in the essential nature of all action, in whose place poesy itself steps, there is no time. Time is only in the objects as such, and every idea, by emerging as an object from within its own essential nature, thus steps into time. Hence, the epic itself must be the calming element, the object in contrast to the moving element. Let us try to imagine the reverse, namely, that the epic be the portrayal through movement of that which is itself at rest, such that the movement itself would be attributed to the poesy and the quality of rest to the object. This would immediately destroy the epic character, and descriptive poetry would be the result, the so-called poetic painting. Nothing could be more alien to the epic. It is a repugnant sight to see the descriptive poet exert himself in movement, while the object always remains immobile. This is why even when the epic describes something at rest, that element of rest itself must be transformed into movement and progressive action. An example is the shield of Achilles, even though for other reasons as well this part of the Iliad counts among the latest. If, however, we now reflect on the general model lying behind all forms of art, we find that the epic in poesy corresponds to painting in the formative arts. As is the latter, so also is the epic the portrayal of the particular within the universal, the finite within the infinite. Just as in painting light and non-light flow together into one identical mass, so also in the epic do particularity and universality. Just as the surface is the predominating element in painting, so also does the epic expand itself toward all sides like an ocean that connects lands and peoples. How are we to understand this relationship? One might protest that the object in a painting is motionless, the object in the epic, in contrast, in constant forward movement. Yet this objection takes that which is merely the limit of painting to be its essence. Viewed objectively, that which we can call the object in the painting is not without forward movement. It is merely a subjectively fixed moment. Yet we see particularly in emotional objects, and always in historical paintings, that the next moment will change everything, even though this next moment is not portrayed and all the figures in the painting remain in their original position. It is a moment eternalized empirically. One cannot, however, say that because of this in the present context merely accidental limitation that the object is at rest. Rather, it moves forward, and merely the next moment has been withdrawn. This is the same state of affairs as in the epic. In the epic, this forward progress coincides completely with the object itself, which is eternally moving. The element of rest is placed into the form of the portrayal, as is the case in painting, where that which moves continually forward is actually only fixed by the portrayal. The lingering element that in painting appears to inhere in the object, here reverts back to the subject. This explains a peculiarity of the epic that we will explain later, namely, that the moment is of value here, that there is no hurry precisely because the subject itself is at rest, in a sense, untouched by time, external to it. Hence, we might express how the epic constitutes an image of the timelessness of action in its essential nature in the following way. That which itself does not exist in time encompasses all time within itself, and vice versa, yet for that reason it is indifferent toward time. This indifference toward time is the fundamental characteristic of the epic. It is equal to the absolute unity within which everything is, becomes, and changes, a unity that itself, however, is subject to no change. Although the chain of cause and effect reaches back infinitely, that which encompasses the series of succession within itself does not itself lie within that series, but is rather outside all time. The further characteristics follow automatically and are to a certain extent the mere consequence of the one just given, namely, since absoluteness is not based on extension, but rather on the idea, and therefore in the essential nature everything is equally absolute and the whole is not more absolute than the part, this characteristic must also be transferred to the epic. Hence, the beginning and end in the epic are equally absolute, and to the extent that the unconditioned portrays itself phenomenally as chance, both appear as accidental. The chance or accidental quality of the beginning and the end is thus in the epic the expression of its infinity and absoluteness. The singer who claimed the Trojan War began in the egg of Leda has with some justification become proverbial. It is against the nature and idea of the epic that it appear conditioned either forward or backward. In the succession of things prefigured in the absolute, everything is an absolute beginning, yet for just that reason there is here also no beginning. By beginning itself absolutely, the epic constitutes itself as a piece seemingly heard from within the absolute itself, which, by being absolute within itself, is yet only a fragment of an absolute and incalculable whole. Similarly, the ocean, because it is bounded only by heaven itself, points directly to eternity. The Iliad begins absolutely, with the intention of singing the anger of Achilles, and is closed off just as absolutely, since there is no reason to end with the death of Hector, for, as we know, the final two songs are later additions, and even if one figures these to be a part of the whole now designated by the name of the Iliad, here, too, there is no real reason to end the story. The Odyssey begins just as absolutely. Once one comprehends this absoluteness appearing as chance, an absoluteness lying deep in the nature of the epic, this alone allows Wolff's latest view of Homer to appear less alien and incomprehensible than most find it to be. They have taken from the usual theories certain principles regarding the artificiality of the epic, and are then unable to rhyme it with the quality of chance with which, according to their interpretation of Wolff's hypothesis, Homer has been put together. To be sure, this crude quality of chance is nullified as soon as one understands the idea that an entire people can constitute an individual, something we discussed earlier in our presentation of mythology. Yet even that particular fortuitousness that really did govern the development of the Homeric songs coincides precisely here with necessity and art, since according to its own nature the epic must portray itself with the appearance of chance. This is confirmed further by the following characteristics. The indifference toward time must necessarily also result in an indifferent treatment of time, so that in that time encompassed by the epic, everything has a place, the largest as well as the smallest element, the most insignificant as well as the most significant. This generates in a much more complete fashion than in common appearances the image of the identity of all things in the absolute, namely, constancy. Everything belonging to that constancy, the apparently insignificant acts of eating, drinking, getting up, going to bed, getting dressed, putting on jewelry, all this is described with the same relative thoroughness as everything else. Everything is equally important or unimportant, equally large and small. In this way particularly, the poesy within the epic and the poet himself raise themselves, in a sense, to a participation in the divine nature, before which the large and the small are equal, and which, as one poet put it, watches with a calm gaze as a kingdom or an anthill is destroyed. For, in the essential nature of action all things and all events carry the same weight. None is dislodged by the other, because none is larger than the other. Everything is absolute here, as if nothing had preceded it and nothing were to follow it. The same is thus the case in the epic. The poet must linger in the present with an undivided soul, without recalling what has been and without foreseeing the future, and he himself must not hurry forward, since he, too, is resting while in movement, and is allowing only the object itself to move. Everything is finally summarized in the fact that poesy or the poet floats above it all like a higher being touched by nothing. Only within that circumscribed area described by his poem do things push and dislodge one another, one event the other, one passion the other. The poet himself never enters into this zone, and thereby becomes a god and the most perfect image of the divine nature. Nothing compels him, he quietly allows everything to happen and does not reach in to change the course of events, since he is himself not moved by it. He gazes quietly down on everything, since nothing that happens seizes him. He never feels anything of the object itself, and this object can thus be the highest or the lowest, the most extraordinary or the most common, tragic or comic, without the poet himself ever becoming high or low, tragic or comic. All passion falls to the object itself. Achilles weeps and grieves painfully for the lost friend, Patroclus. The poet himself appears neither moved nor unmoved, for he does not appear at all. In the wide expanse of the whole, and next to the splendid figures of the heroes, Thersites also has his place, and next to the great figures of the underworld in the Odyssey, in the upper world the divine swineherd and the dog of Odysseus have their place. To this spiritual rhythm floating in the eternal equilibrium of the soul there must now correspond also an equal, yet perceivable rhythm. Aristotle calls the hexameter the weightiest and most constant of all poetic meter. The hexameter has as little a transporting, passionate rhythm as it does a lingering, retarding one. Here, too, in this balance between lingering and transport, it expresses that indifference upon which the entire epic is based. Furthermore, since the hexameter in its own identity nonetheless allows great variety, it is best suited for adjusting itself to the object without doing violence to it, and to that extent is the most objective of all verse meter. These are the primary and most distinguishing characteristics of the epic poem, characteristics of which you can find a more critical and historical presentation in the review of Goethe's Hermann and Dorothea by August Wilhelm Schlegel. Now let us speak a bit about some particular forms of the epic, such as speeches, parables, and episodes. Because of its nature, and when left to itself, the dialogue is inclined toward lyrical elements, since it proceeds from and moves toward self-consciousness more. Speech would thus change the character of the epic itself if in a reverse fashion its own character were not modified according to the epic. This modification must be determined by the antithesis toward the unique character of speech, which is actually a limiting of the intention of the speech itself and thus a hastening toward the goal, where something is to be achieved or attained. Hence, we find vehemence and brevity where passion is to be expressed. All this is moderated in the epic and subordinated to the main characteristics. Even in the most passionate speech, we still find epic fullness and circumstantiality, the use of adjectives, whereby the language acquires a certain satiety such as in the flow of simple narrative. The same is true of the parable. In the lyric poem, and also in the tragedy, it often resembles a bolt of lightning that suddenly illuminates the darkness and is then swallowed up again by the night. In the epic it possesses life within itself, and itself constitutes a small epic. Finally, as regards the episode, this, too, is first and foremost an expression of the indifference of the singer toward his objects even the most important and of the absence of fear of no longer overseeing even the most complex developments, or of losing the main object from view in the face of some secondary object. The episode is thus a necessary part of the epic poem in order that the latter be made into a complete image of life. In the usual theories the element of the miraculous is also presented as a necessary lever of the epopee. Yet this can hold true of the modern genre and reveals a completely distorted view of the old epic only when presented as a characteristic of the epic as such. The gods of Homer and their effects could appear only as miracles to Nordic barbarianism, just as the art critics of this type consider it to be intentional, rhetorical, and poetic pathos when Homer says Zeus sent lightning bolts instead of there was lightning. The element of the miraculous is completely alien to the Greeks and the ancient epic, for their gods dwell within nature. Regarding the actual epic subject matter, what we have already said about the essential nature of the epic, namely, that it be an image of the absolute itself, requires a truly universal subject matter. To the extent that such subject matter can exist only through mythology, we see that epic poetry is inconceivable without mythology. Indeed, the identity of the two is so great that mythology first acquires true objectivity only in the epic itself. Since the epic is the most objective and most universal poetic genre, it is most likely to coincide with the subject matter of all poesy. Just as mythology is only one and unified, so also can the epic only be one in view of this inseparability of content and form within a regulated cultural structure such as that of Greek poesy. At most, it can follow the universal law of phenomenal appearance by expressing itself in its own identity through two different unities. The Iliad and the Odyssey are merely the two sides of the same poem. The question of different authors is of no consequence here. They are one through their nature and for that reason also through the common name of Homer, who himself is allegorical and significant. Some have portrayed the contrast between the Iliad and the Odyssey as that between the rising and setting sun. I prefer to call the Iliad the centrifugal, the Odyssey the centripetal poem. Let me make the transition to the more contemporary poems undertaken in the spirit of the ancient epic by making a brief comparison between Virgil and Homer. One can contrast Virgil with Homer in all the given characteristics. Concerning the first, the absence of fate in the epic poem, Virgil sought rather to introduce fate into his action through a kind of tragic entanglement. The requirement of the epic poem to place movement only in the object itself is observed just as little, since Virgil often lowers himself to participation in his object. The sublime fortuitousness of the epic, whose beginning and end are just as indeterminate as the dark time of the primordial world and the future, is completely suspended by the Aeneid. It has a definite purpose, namely, to deduce the founding of the Roman Empire from Troy, and thereby to flatter Augustus. This purpose is announced right at the beginning, and as soon as this intention is achieved, the poem closes. The poet here does not allow the object its own movement, but rather makes something out of it. The lack of concern in the treatment of time is completely absent, the poet even avoids constancy and consistency and seems to have the circumstances of his educated audience continually in mind so as not to insult them through any narrative simplicity. Hence his expression is also artificial, rhetorically involved, pompous. In his speeches he is completely lyrical or oratorical, and in the episode of the love story of Dido almost modern. The respect Virgil enjoys in schools and with modern art critics not only long adulterated the theory of the epic, the usual theories are modeled completely on Virgil, one of the many proofs that people prefer the inferior second hand to the excellent first hand. It also has had a detrimental influence on later attempts at epic poesy. Indeed, Milton betrays a spiritual flexibility and adaptability that hardly leave any doubt that, had he used the Undistorted model of the epic, he would have come far closer to it than he actually did, assuming that an even more profound knowledge had not led him closer to the insight that a language in which the old poetic meters cannot gain a foothold can in no way compete with antiquity in the sphere of epic poetry. Milton does, by the way, share most of the mistakes of Virgil, for example, the lack of that particular purposelessness that is part of epic poetry, even though as regards language, to cite but one instance, he comes relatively closer to epic simplicity than does Virgil. In addition to the mistakes he shares with Virgil, there are also the ones more peculiar to him, those whose basis lies in the concepts and the character of the age as well as in the nature of the subject matter. After all we have presented until now, no proof is needed that the subject matter Klopstock has chosen, and particularly the manner in which he has used it, is not epic material. Klopstock wanted to take it as sublime, and through his own efforts to push his conceptions to the level of sublimity, conceptions not of mystic dogmatism, but rather of unmystic and unpoetic dogmatism still laced with a bit of enlightenment. Yet if in the first place the life and death of Christ could be treated epically at all, it would have to be taken on a purely human level and treated with the utmost simplicity, almost idyllically. Or the poem would have to be completely filled with the modern spirit and with the ideas of Christian mysticism and mythology, then it at least would be absolute in its own right as an absolute contrast to the epic of antiquity. Klopstock is also one of those poets in whom religion dwells least as a living perception or vision of the universe and an intuition of ideas. The predominating element in him is the concept of understanding. He takes both the infinity of God and the majesty of Christ in this sensibility. Instead of placing that infinity and majesty in the object itself, it falls rather continually back to the poet, so that always only he himself and his movement appear, while the object itself remains immobile and acquires neither contours nor forward movement. The most nonsensical element is that the decision of God to give his Son over for the redemption of mankind is taken from eternity itself. Christ, who is himself God, knows of this decision. Thus the hero of the poem has no doubt whatsoever concerning the outcome, whereby the entire course of events in the poem drags on, and all the machinery through which the end is introduced appears to be completely useless. One can, by the way, not turn away from this poem without regretting that so great a talent has been wasted so fruitlessly. Our purpose was to speak only of those particular contemporary epics that claim to be composed more or less in the style of the epic of antiquity. I will speak later specifically about Goethe's Hermann and Dorothea, the only epic poem in the true sense of antiquity, as well as about the actual modern version of the epopee. We still must look at some of the particular epic forms. One might ask from the outset how the epic poem as the highest identity can be capable of any real difference. It is self-evident that the space in which the epic poem can modulate itself must be extremely limited. It is even more immediately self-evident that through such modulation away from its unique position it also necessarily discards those characteristics associated only with that position. There are initially only two possibilities inhering within the epic poem, which in their differentiation constitute two particular genres. The epic is the most objective genre if by objective we understand the absolute objective. It is absolutely objective because it is the highest identity between subjectivity and objectivity. Poesy can step out of this identity only by becoming either relatively more objective or relatively more subjective. In the epic both the subject, the poet, and the object behave objectively. Now, this identity can be suspended in two ways: a, such that the subjectivity or particularity is placed into the object, the objectivity or universality into the artist; b, such that the objectivity or universality is placed into the object, the subjectivity into the artist. These two poles really are represented in poesy, though they do differentiate themselves, in their own turn, toward the subjective or objective side. The sphere of the relatively objective epic poesy, where it is the portrayal itself, is circumscribed by the elegy and idyll, which in their own turn then behave as subjective and objective. The sphere of the relatively more subjective poesy, where it is the portrayal, is circumscribed by the didactic poem and the satire, of which the former is the subjective, the latter the objective. One might be tempted to object against this subdivision on the grounds that it is impossible to see how the elegy, which is generally considered to be the most subjective and lyrical gushing, can be more objective than the didactic poem, which in contrast one might tend to consider the most relatively objective type. We must recall, however, that we by no means are admitting here the usual concept of elegy, which does indeed rob it of its objectivity, though also of its epic element, thus making it into a merely lyrical poem. Regarding the didactic poem, its poesy returns to knowledge as the first potence, which as knowledge always remains subjective. The more specific reasons for this division are the following. If we compare the elegy and idyll on the one hand, and the didactic poem and satire on the other, we find the first two in agreement together and different from the other two in that they lack purpose and intention and appear to exist only for their own sake, whereas the latter two always have a specific purpose. This already directs the last two genres into the sphere of subjectivity. If we further compare the elegy and idyll to each other, we find them similar in their renunciation of universal and objective subject matter. The former treats the condition or event of an individual, but does so objectively, whereas the latter portrays the condition and life of a collective that is completely isolated and constitutes a particular world. This is the case not only in the so-called pastoral poems but also in other kinds, for example, in domestic idylls. In the latter, perhaps only love itself is portrayed, for example, a love that restricts the lovers only to themselves and makes them forget the outside world, such as in Voss's Louise. The two genres are different, however, precisely in that the elegy is more lyrically inclined, the idyll, in contrast, necessarily more dramatically inclined. One can also juxtapose the elegy and idyll together with the didactic poem and satire. One ascertains that in the former the subject matter or object is restricted and to that extent, if one will, subjective, whereas the locus of portrayal is universal and objective. In the latter, on the other hand, the subject matter or object is universal, while the portrayal or guiding principle from which they take their point of departure is subjective. Hence, since on the one hand the didactic poem and satire are similar as regards subject matter, on the other hand they can be juxtaposed as subjective and objective only by virtue of that subject matter. The subject matter of the didactic poem is subjective because it lies in knowledge, that of the satire is objective because it refers to action, which is more objective than knowledge. The principle of portrayal in both, however, is subjective. In the former it resides in the spirit, in the latter more in the disposition and moral atmosphere. Brief consideration of these genres individually. I do not wish to present any definitions. Every type of art is determined by its position, this position is its explanation. Art can, by the way, correspond or do justice to that position in whatever way it chooses. Every poetic genre is based on an idea. Now, if its concept is determined according to the individual artistic phenomenon, it is necessarily in danger of eventually being found too narrow, since the phenomenon itself can never be completely commensurate with the idea and thus of being rejected or even used in order to reject an excellent work of art that does not, however, fit into its restrictions. The idea of every poetic genre, however, is determined by the possibility fulfilled by it. The concept of the elegy that modernity has held almost universally is that it is a poem of lament, and its predominating spirit is emotionally charged sadness. It is undeniable that lament and sadness have definitely expressed themselves in this poetic genre, and that the elegy was meant particularly for songs of lament for the deceased. This, however, is only one mode of appearance, though one of infinite variety and flexibility, such that this one genre, though to be sure only in fragments, is capable of encompassing all of life. As a type of the epic poem, the elegy is essentially historical. As a song of lament, too, it does not deny this characteristic. Indeed, one might say that it is capable of grief only because it is capable of looking into the past, as is the epic. It does, by the way, linger in just as pronounced a fashion in the present and sings of satisfied yearning no less than of the thorn of unsatisfied yearning. Its boundaries in portrayal are not set by the individual and specific condition, rather, it really does roam from there into the epic sphere itself. The elegy is by nature already one of the most unlimited genres. For this reason, and in addition to its general character, which is determined by its relationship to the epic poem and the idyll, precisely this infinite malleability can be designated as its most unique and natural essence. We acquire the most immediate acquaintance with the spirit of the elegy through the examples from antiquity. Some of the most beautiful fragments of Phonocles and Hermesianax are translated in the Athenaeum. Yet the elegy was able to come to life again also in the Roman language of Tibullus, Catullus, and Properthus, and in our own age Goethe has reproduced the true genre through his Roman elegies. In Goethe's elegies we could show most directly that as regards the elegy, subjectivity is placed in the object, while objectivity is placed in the portrayal and its guiding principle. These elegies sing of the highest charm of life and of desire, yet in a genuinely epic fashion, expanding over the immense object of the poet's surroundings. The idyll is the more objective genre when compared to the elegy, and is thus in general the most objective among the four genres subsumed under the epic poem. Since in it the object is, subjectively, more restricted than in the epic, and the generally obtaining condition of rest is thus placed only in the portrayal, it thereby resembles painting more, and this is indeed its original meaning, since idyll designates a tiny picture, a painting. Since further it must place the emphasis into the objective element of the portrayal, it will be most effectively an idol if the object throws itself into relief with a kind of crude particularity and is thus less cultivated than that of the epic. Hence, the idol not only takes its subject matter in the larger sense from a restricted world, but also makes it yet sharply individual within that world. Indeed, it renders its subject matter quite local according to customs, language, and character. Such, for example, must the human figures in a landscape be earthy and removed as far as possible from ideal lighting. Thus nothing contradicts the nature of the idol more than to imbue these people with sentimentality or a kind of innocent morality. The earthiness of the idol of Theocritus can be abandoned only if in its place the entire character becomes romantic, such as in the most excellent pastoral poems of the Italians and Spaniards. If, however, as in Gessner, the romantic principle, in addition to the genuine element of antiquity, is also absent, one can only interpret the admiration his idols have found, especially in foreign countries, as one of the countless expressions of unpoetic sensibility. In Gessner's idols, as in a great many of the French, a kind of flaccid, morally sentimental universality is placed into the object, something completely against the spirit of the idol, and the genre is thus totally perverted. The true spirit of the idol has lately reawakened in Germany, too, in Voss's Louise. He was not, however, able to overcome the unfavorable choice of locale, and, as regards the charm and freshness of colors, and the living quality of natural expressions, his relationship to the spirit of Theocritus is like that of the northern country, Germany, to the beauty of Sicilian landscapes. The Italians and the Spaniards also brought the romantic principle to fruition in the idol, though within the parameters of the genre itself. Since, however, I am familiar only with the Pastor Fido of Guarini, can only present this one example. The essence of Romanticism is that it arrives at its goal by means of contrasts, and is concerned less with portraying identity than totality. This is also the case with the idol. The earthy element, and the purely, strictly separated qualities, are given to a few characters in the Pastor Fido, and the contrasting qualities to others. By doing this, the whole actually transcends antiquity and yet maintains the genre intact. The idol in the Pastor Fido, by the way, has attained real dramatic excellence, and yet we could show that the absence of fate in the idol, though suspended on the one hand, has been reinstated on the other. The affinity of the idol with all forms. Particular inclination toward the dramatic, since the portrayal is even more objective. Pastoral novels, Galatea by Cervantes. Among those epic forms that through a preponderance of subjectivity in the portrayal depart from the indifference of the genre, the didactic poem is the more subjective form. Above all, we must doubtlessly investigate the possibility of a didactic poem, by which we understand, of course, the poetic possibility. First of all, one can object to the genre in general, and thus also to the satire, that it necessarily has a purpose the didactic poem seeks to teach, the satire to chastise, and, since all beautiful art lacks external purpose, that neither can be considered to be forms of art. This extremely important principle does not, however, say that art cannot take as its form a purpose existing independent of it, or a genuine need, as is indeed the case with architecture. The requirement is merely that within itself it be able to make itself independent of such purpose, and that the external purposes be merely form for it. At least from the perspective of poesy itself, there exists no conceivable reason why the intention of presenting methodical teaching cannot become a form for poesy. The requirement for the didactic poem would merely be to suspend finally that intention in the work itself such that the work can appear to exist for its own sake. This, however, can never be the case except if the form of knowledge in the didactic poem is internally capable of being a reflex of the all. Since it is a requirement of knowledge quite independent of poesy, viewed in and for itself, that it be an image of the all, then in knowledge in and for itself the possibility does reside that it emerge as a/orm of poesy. Accordingly, we have merely to determine the kind of knowledge for which this is eminently and uniquely the case. The teaching presented in the didactic poem can be either of a moral, theoretical, or speculative nature. The gnomic poesy of antiquity is an example of the first kind, for example, that of Theonis. Here human life as the objective element is made into the reflex of the subjective, namely, of wisdom and of practical knowledge. When moral teaching makes use of natural objects, as in the work of Hesiod, in poems about agriculture, and so on, the image of nature as the actually objective element permeates the whole and is the reflex of the subjective. The opposite occurs in the genuinely theoretical didactic poem. Here knowledge is made into the reflex of something objective. Now, since regarding the highest requirement this objective element can only be the universe itself, the mode of knowledge serving as a reflex must similarly be of a universal nature. It is well known how many didactic poems have been composed about completely individual and particular objects of knowledge, about medicine, for example, or individual illnesses, about botany, comets, and so on. The restrictedness of the object in and for itself is not to be criticized here as long as it is conceived universally and in reference to the universe. Lacking any truly poetic view of the object, some artists then sought to embellish it poetically in various ways. They enlisted the aid of the conceptions and images of mythology, tried to enliven the dryness of the object through historical episodes, and that sort of thing. Yet none of this ever produced a genuine didactic poem, that is, and poetic work of this kind. The first requirement is that what is to be portrayed already be poetic in and for itself. Since that which is to be portrayed is in this case always knowledge, this knowledge in and for itself, and as knowledge, must already be simultaneously poetic. This, however, is possible only for absolute knowledge, that is, for knowledge based on ideas. Hence, a poem is not a genuine didactic poem unless in it the all itself, as it is reflected in knowledge, is either directly or indirectly the object. Since formally and essentially the universe is one, there ideally can be only one absolute didactic poem, of which all individual ones are mere fragments, namely, the poem about the nature of things. Attempts at this speculative epic at an absolute didactic poem were made in Greece. We can only know in a very general sense whether they achieved their goal, since time has transmitted only fragments of their works down to us. Parmenides and Xenophanes both presented their philosophy in a poem about the nature of things, just as earlier the Pythagoreans and Thales transmitted their teachings poetically. About the poem of Parmenides we know only that it was composed in extremely incomplete and awkward verses. We know more about the poem of Empedocles, who united the physics of Anaxagoras with the seriousness of Pythagorean wisdom. We can evaluate approximately the extent to which this poem achieved the idea of the universe from the fact that it was based on the physics of Anaxagoras. I must presuppose an acquaintance with this physics here. If, however, it did not achieve the speculative archetype from the scientific perspective, we must in contrast at least according to the unanimous witness of antiquity, Aristotle, to name one source attribute to it the greatest rhythmic energy and a genuinely Homeric dynamic. As luck also would have it, the poem of Lucretius has preserved a trace of the dominant spirit in it. Lucretius, who could find no model in the poor writing of Epicurus and his followers, doubtlessly borrowed his own poetic energy and mode of presentation from Empedocles, and followed him regarding the form just as he followed Epicurus regarding the material of the poem. In its own way, the poem of Lucretius comes closer than any other Roman poem, for example, that of Virgil, to the truly ancient models, and only Lucretius shows us the energy of genuinely epic rhythm, since we have only fragments by Ennius. Lucretius's hexameters constitute the greatest contrast to the filed and polished verses of Virgil. The essence of his work displays completely the imprint of a great inner disposition, and only the truly poetic spirit was able to put such reverence and the inspiration of a true priest of nature into the presentation of the Epicurean doctrine. Since the object to be portrayed is in and for itself unpoetic, it is necessary that all poesy revert back to the subject. For the same reason we can only consider the poem of Lucretius to be an attempt at an absolute didactic poem, which must already be poetic by virtue of the object itself. Yet those passages in which his personal inspiration expresses itself, such as the introduction to the first book, which is an invocation of Venus, as well as all those passages in which he praises Epicurus as the one who revealed the nature of things and first overthrew the illusion and superstition of religion, thoroughly display the loftiest majesty and the imprint of a masculine art. Just as antiquity said that Empedocles spoke in his own poem with genuine rage about the limitations of human knowledge, so also does the fire of Lucretius against religion and false morality often change into genuine inspired rage. The complete external destruction of all that is spiritual, the reduction of nature to a game of atoms and of emptiness, which he practices with genuinely epic lack of concern, is replaced by the moral grandeur of his soul, which in its own turn elevates him above nature. The nullity of nature itself simultaneously allows his spirit to lift itself above all yearning into the realm of understanding. One cannot speak more genuinely or excellently than he does about the futility of yearning, the insatiability of desire, the emptiness of all fear as well as of all hope in life. Just as the teachings of Epicurus himself are great, not from the speculative, but rather from the moral perspective, so also those of Lucretius. Whenever his enthusiasm as a priest of nature can only be subjective, he appears objective as a teacher of practical wisdom and as a being of a higher order, observing both the common course of things and the passion and confusion of life as if from a higher vantage point, one from which this being itself is out of reach of all such things. One cannot repress mentioning the contrast between the Epicurean philosophy and that of those who elevate petty attitudes into a position of ethical prominence by extirpating magnanimous and masculine virtues, while on the other hand pretending to achieve greater flights within the realm of the speculative. One need not take this comparison too far and must only take Kantian philosophy as an example. I think I can free myself from speaking about the didactic poems of contemporary authors, for since we justifiably doubt that any poem of antiquity achieved the true archetype within the genre, we can doubtlessly assert categorically that contemporary authors can present not a single genuinely poetic work of this type. Hence, we must still await that didactic poem in which not merely the forms and aids of presentation, but rather that which is to be portrayed is itself poetic. We can say the following about the idea of such a poem. The didactic poem KTE:(Ox:)V can only be a poem about the universe or the nature of things. It must portray the reflex of the universe in knowledge. The most perfect image of the universe must thus be achieved in science itself, which is called to be just such an image. It is certain that a science that achieves this identity with the universe will agree with the universe, not only from the perspective of content, but also from that of form, to the extent that the universe itself is the archetype of all poesy, and indeed is the poesy of the absolute itself. Science in that identity with the universe, regarding both form and content, will in and for itself already be poesy and will resolve itself into poesy. The origin of the absolute didactic poem or of the speculative epic thus coincides with the perfection of science, just as science originally emerged from poesy, so also is its final and most beautiful destiny to flow back into this ocean. Indeed, according to what we showed earlier concerning the only possibility for genuine epic poetry and mythology in the contemporary age, namely, that the gods of the contemporary world, which are gods of history, must take possession of nature in order to appear as gods in this respect, let me repeat, the first true poem about the nature of things will likely come about simultaneously with the true epic. In the subjective sphere of the genres subsumed under the rubric of the epic poem, the satire is the more objective form, since its object is the real, objective element and, primarily at least, action. Let it suffice for me to draw your attention to its epic nature. Since it is not narrative, like the epic, and thus cannot introduce speaking characters in an epic fashion as does the epic itself, and yet must primarily portray characters and actions, it thus necessarily more closely resembles the drama, and must necessarily have a dramatic life of its own as regards the inner portrayal in order to do justice to its task. The concept of satire in the strict sense, of course, cannot include anything that is dramatic in an absolute fashion or in itself. It would be equally foolish or even more foolish yet to consider the comedies of Aristophanes as belonging to the genre of satire, the way one often makes Don Quixote of Cervantes into a satire. The satire, by the way, constitutes a double genre, the serious and the comical. Both types require both the dignity of an ethical character of the sort expressed in the noble anger of Juvenal and Persius, as well as the superiority of a penetrating spirit that is able to view relationships and events in reference to the universal, since the most eminent effect of the satire is based precisely on the contrasting of the universal and the particular. The fact that in Germany those who themselves are the caricatures or creations of the age by and by feel the urge to scribble satirical sketches onto paper with a crude quill can surprise us no more, for example, than the fact that people who know neither the world nor anything in it believe themselves capable of poesy and its most noble genres. For comic satire the Greeks had their own representatives in the particular species of half-animal, half-human beings, from whom the satire itself most likely acquired its name. It is well known that Aeschylus and later Euripides also wrote satyr plays. The law of comic satire is expressed, in a sense, in its inception here. If the serious satire chastised vice, particularly audacious vice coupled with power, then, in contrast, comic satire must remove as much guilt and responsibility as possible from its subjects and try to make them completely irresolute, as much like animals and as completely sensual as possible, like the satyrs and fauns. Crudeness combined with wickedness and baseness awakens only loathing and disgust, and can thus never be the subject of poetic humor. These traits become such only through the complete elimination of the human element and a total reversal in which they appear purely comical without insulting our feeling, and in which, on the other hand, they most deeply denigrate the subject. This completes the circle of the rational epic forms. We must now speak yet about the modern or romantic epic, and follow it through its particular variations. Since the contrast between antiquity and the romantic, as far as possible, was already presented earlier in general terms, and since modern forms always more or less maintain the irrational element, I believe it best to proceed for the most part historically regarding the romantic epic, thereby emphasizing both the contrasts and agreements between it and the epic of antiquity. Commensurate with my intention of characterizing poesy also in its most noteworthy individuals, let me begin straight away with Ariosto, since first and foremost there can be no doubt that he composed the most genuine modern epic. His predecessors Boiardo particularly among others cannot be considered, since, although they were on the right track, they nonetheless did not achieve excellence in this area and remained boring and bombastic. Tasso's Gerusalemme Librata on the model of Ariosto is much more the appearance of a beautiful soul striving for purity than objective poetry, and only the completely restricted elements in it, the chaste, Catholic elements, are noteworthy. Hardly any Frenchman would want us to mention the Henriade. The Portuguese have a poem, the Lusiad by Camões, with which I am not familiar. Ariosto moves about in an extremely familiar mythological world. The court of Charlemagne is the Olympus of Jupiter of the age of chivalry. The sagas of the 12 paladins are and were known everywhere and belong collectively to all more cultivated nations, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Germans, English. The element of the miraculous had spread from Christianity and had, in combination with the bravery of the later age, ignited itself into the flame of a romantic world. On this fortunate ground the poet could now rule as he wished, invent anew, embellish. All means stood at his disposal: bravery, love, magic, and to all this also the contrast of the Orient and the Occident and of the various religions. Just as the individual or subject emerges on the whole more in the modern world, so also in the epic, such that it lost the absolute objectivity of the epic of antiquity and is comparable to it only as its complete negation. Ariosto, too, modified his subject matter to suit himself by giving it a healthy admixture of reflection and mischievousness. Since a main characteristic of the romantic as such resides in the admixture of seriousness and jest, we must grant him the former, since, in its own turn, his roguishness, so to speak, takes the place of the lack of concern and non-participation of the poet in the epic. He thereby makes himself lord of his object. his poem adheres most closely to the concept of the epic of antiquity in that it has neither a definite beginning nor a definite end. It is an excerpt from his world, one that just as conceivably could have begun earlier as ended later. This has earned him the criticism of uninformed art critics in comparison with the artificial composition of Tasso. In the latter case everything, indeed, is cut more regularly such that one is never in danger of getting lost. Ariosto's poem is like a garden labyrinth in which one gladly gets lost and yet has no fear. Another reference point is that the protagonist is not emphasized alone and is often completely removed from the stage, or rather, that there is in general a plurality of protagonists. The story of one hero, followed through all his catastrophes such as in Wieland's Oberon, for example, is if we are to preserve even a modicum of purity within this genre merely a romantic, often sentimental biography in verse form, and thus neither a true epic nor a genuine novel, which must be written in prose. The concept of the miraculous, as already noted, is a new addition to the epic, for even if Aristotle speaks about the copyright of extraordinary, miraculous, amazing transaction of the Homeric epic, he intends a completely different meaning than the modern element of the miraculous, namely, in the larger sense merely the extraordinary. More about this in our discussion of drama. There is no miraculous element in Homer, but rather nothing but the natural, since even his gods are natural. Poesy and prose show themselves in battle in the miraculous. Things are miraculous only juxtaposed with prose and in a divided world. In Homer, if you will, everything, yet for just that reason nothing, is miraculous. Only Ariosto has really understood well how to transform the miraculous into something natural by means of his own lightness and facility, and his irony and often completely unembellished presentation. Indeed, he is probably less likely to be equaled in precisely those passages narrated with complete dryness. In the transition from those passages to others, however, a transition over which he pours all the grace and finery of his rich fantasy, those contrasts and mixtures of subject matter are painted that are necessary in the romantic poem, and one can say in the strictest sense that they are painted, since everything about him is living color, a moving, impetuous painting in which the outlines sometimes disappear entirely, sometimes emerge in stark emphasis. This painting appears increasingly like a colorful aggregate of parts of a whole, and not, even concede, aired within its own partial and limited sphere, like a painting in which a thoroughgoing constancy expresses itself. Strictly speaking, Ariosto has made only a national and mildly intended attempt here, particularly if one compares him to the higher idea of an albeit modern epic, one that, unlike the Homeric epic, is no longer composed by one age and one people, but rather necessarily by an individual. Such an epic must always have a different character and render the elements of antiquity and objectivity differently. Yet the charm of a bright understanding and an inexhaustible richness of eagerness and mood extinguishes the element of particularity in this poem. There is no unnecessary accumulation in Ariosto, the noble features are pleasingly distributed and support the airy edifice like columns. Angelica is the beautiful Helen, the discord among the paladins for her the Trojan War. Orlando steps onto the stage as seldom as does Achilles. Neither is a character corresponding to Paris absent, who without great merit and worthiness is able to carry the beautiful woman away, namely, the well-known Medea. Of course, this parallel is not intended too seriously. The most beautiful figure of the poet, conceived completely romantically and with complete delicacy, is Bradamante, who takes up arms and sets out on adventures for her beloved. Bravery constitutes the miraculous element in her, love the natural element, and thus a pleasing charm predominates. She is also a Christian, whereas bravery is shown with more masculine qualities in a different female figure from the Orient. Orlando and Rinaldo also constitute a stark contrast between the cultivated and uncultivated. In the sea of episodes, to mention them here, and chance encounters, the various characters disappear and then reappear, always recognizable and individuated. The episodes here are the novellas that the poet has interwoven as did Cervantes in his own novel. They display both extremely touching and pathetic as well as audacious content, whereby the poet always departs as if nothing had happened. If he does add an element of reflection, he never does so in a lingering fashion, but rather such that things immediately move forward again and a new horizon appears. The regularity and identity of the spirit of this poetic genre are also expressed externally by the most identical meter of modernity, the stanza. To abandon it, as does Wieland, means to abandon the form of the romantic epic itself. The characteristics of the romantic epic or courtly poem provided by this presentation of Ariosto suffice to show both its difference and contrast to the epic of antiquity. We can describe its essence in the following way. It is epic by virtue of its subject matter, that is, the subject matter is more or less universal. By virtue of its form, however, it is subjective in that the individuality of the poet plays a much greater role, not only in that he constantly accompanies the narrated event with reflection, but also in the organization of the whole, which does not really develop from within the object itself. Since such organization is actually the product of the poet himself, and not of the object, it allows us to admire no other beauty save that of free choice or even caprice. In and for itself the romantic epic content resembles a wild, overgrown forest full or strange beings, a labyrinth in which there is no guiding thread other than the mischievousness and mood of the poet. This alone shows us that the romantic epic is neither the highest nor the only type in which this particular genre, namely, the epic, can exist in the modern world. The romantic epic has an opposite within its own genre. If, namely, it is indeed universal as regards subject matter but individual as regards form, then from the outset we can expect a second corresponding genre in which a universally more valid and, as it were, more indifferent portrayal is attempted on a partial or more restricted subject matter. This genre is the novel, and by designating this its position we simultaneously determine its nature as well. One can, to be sure, call the content of the romantic epic only relatively universal, since it always requires of the subject that he transport himself into a world of fantasy, something the epic of antiquity never does. Yet for just this reason as well, since the subject matter requires something of the subject faith, enthusiasm, the mood of fantasy, the poet must also add something of his own. Through his portrayal he takes away from the subject matter from one perspective what from another it may already possess in the way of universality. He exempts himself from this necessity and comes closer to an objective portrayal only by renouncing the universality of subject matter and seeking it in the ORM. The entire mythology of the courtly poem is based on the miraculous, that is, on a divided world. This division necessarily enters into the portrayal, since in order to allow the miraculous as such to appear the poet must himself be in that world where the miraculous does indeed appear as the miraculous. Hence, if the poet wants to become truly identical with his subject matter and surrender himself to it undividedly, there is no other way to do this than for the individual himself, as is the case in the modern world as such, to enter into the medium itself and put down the yield of one life and spirit in creations that, the higher they stand, the more they acquire the power of a mythology. This is the origin of the novel, and I do not hesitate to rank it in this respect above the courtly poem, though admittedly only the fewest works bearing this name have achieved that objectivity of form by virtue of which they stand even closer to the actual epic than does the courtly poem. This express restriction that the novel be objective or universally valid only through the form of its portrayal already indicates the only parameters within which it can approach the epic. According to its own nature, the epic encompasses unrestricted action, it does not really begin, and could continue endlessly. The novel, as stated, is restricted through its object, and thereby resembles more the drama, which is a limited and self-enclosed action. In this respect one might describe the novel as a mixture of the epic and drama such, namely, that it shares the characteristics of both genres. Here, too, the whole of modern art shows itself to be more similar to painting and to the realm of colors, whereas in contrast the plastic age or realm of forms strictly separated things from one another. Modern art does not possess for the objective form of portrayal a poetic meter that is as even and that floats between opposites as well as does the hexameter of the art of antiquity. All its poetic meters individualize themselves more strongly and restrict themselves more to a certain tone, color, mood, and so on. The most even of contemporary verse forms is the stanza, yet even it does not possess the appearance of immediate inspiration and dependence on the progress of the object itself characteristic of the hexameter, if for no other reason than that it is an irregular meter and divides itself into strophes. This causes it to appear in general more artificial and more like the work of the poet than like the form of the object. Hence, the novel seeking to achieve the objectivity of the epic as regards form, yet with more restricted subject matter, has no other choice than prose, which is the highest in difference. Yet this implies prose in its highest perfection, where it is accompanied by a quiet rhythm and an ordered periodic structure, one which, to be sure, does not command the ear like rhythmic meter, but which on the other hand displays no trace of coercion and thus requires the more careful cultivation. A person who cannot perceive this prosaic rhythm in Don Quixote and Wilhelm Meister can, quite frankly, not learn it either. Like epic diction, this prose, or rather this style of novel is allowed to linger, to expand, and not to overlook even the smallest detail in its proper place. Neither, however, is it allowed to lose itself in embellishment, particularly not in mere verbal ornamentation, since this generates the unbearable condition bordering directly on so-called poetic prose. Since the novel cannot be dramatic and yet on the other hand must seek the objectivity of the epic in the form of portrayal, the most beautiful and suitable form of the novel is necessarily the narrative. A novel in letters consists in nothing but lyrical parts that within the whole transform themselves into dramatic parts, and the epic character is lost. Since the novel should resemble the epic as far as possible in the form of portrayal, and yet a limited object actually constitutes the subject matter, the poet must replace the epic universality by a relatively greater indifference toward the main object or the protagonist than that exercised by the epic poet. Hence, he is not allowed to bind himself too strictly to the protagonist, and even less to subject everything in the book to him. Since the limited elements are only chosen in order to manifest the absolute in the form of the portrayal, the protagonist must, in a sense, already by nature be more symbolic than personal and be taken as such in the novel as well, such that everything lightly connect with him and he be the collective name or belt around the full garb. The indifference even may go so far as to turn into irony toward the protagonist, since irony is the only form in which that which goes out from the subject or must go out can detach itself from him most distinctly and become objective. In this respect, then, imperfection can in no way harm the protagonist. In contrast, pretended perfection will destroy the novel. This recalls what Goethe, with particular irony, places into the mouth of the hero himself in Wilhelm Meister concerning the retarding power of the protagonist. Since, namely, on the one hand the novel possesses the necessary inclination toward the dramatic, and yet on the other should linger as does the epic, it must place this energy moderating the impetuous course of action into the object itself, namely, into the protagonist. When in the same passage of Wilhelm Meister Goethe says that in the novel primarily disposition or attitudes and events should be presented, in the drama characters and deeds, he is referring to the same thing. Attitudes can also obtain for only a certain time and place, and are more changeable than the character. The character presses more immediately than attitudes toward action and toward the end, and the deed is more decisive than events, just as it comes from the decisive and strong character and in both good and bad demands a certain perfection or completeness of that character. Yet this admittedly does not imply a total negation of active power in the protagonist, and the most perfect combination will always remain that which is successfully rendered in Don Quixote. The deed emerging from the character becomes an event for the protagonist through the encounter and the circumstances. The novel should be a mirror of the world, or at least of the age, and thus become a partial mythology. It should invite us to serene, calm observation and everywhere maintain an even level of participation. Each of his parts, every word, should be equally golden, as if composed in an internal, higher poetic meter, since it lacks an external one. For this reason it can be only the fruit of a completely mature spirit, just as the ancient tradition always portrays Homer as an old man. It is in a manner of speaking the final cleansing of the spirit whereby it returns into itself and transforms its life and cultivation again into blossom. It is the fruit, yet crowned with blossoms. In stimulating everything in human beings, the novel should also set their passions into motion. The highest element of the tragic is allowed, as is the comic, and the poet must only remain untouched by both. We remarked earlier that the element of chance is permitted in the epic. The novel is allowed to employ such devices even more and to introduce surprise, entanglement, and chance, as long as chance does not rule alone, in which case a capricious, one-sided principle replaces the true image of life. On the other hand, even if the novel can borrow from the epic that fortuitousness of events, nonetheless the principle of fate that is introduced through its inclination to the dramatic is similarly too one-sided and too harsh for the more comprehensive and pleasant nature of the novel. Insofar as character is also a necessity that can prove fateful for a person, in the novel character and chance must play into each other's hands. In this juxtaposition of both we see particularly the wisdom and inventiveness of the poet reveal themselves. Since the novel, in a manner appropriate to its kinship with the drama, is based more on contrasts than is the epic, it must employ these contrasts for irony and for a picaresque portrayal. Such is the tableau in Don Quixote, where Quixote and Cardenio are sitting across from one another in the forest conversing reasonably until the madness of the one stimulates that of the other. In general, the novel may strive for the picaresque, for this is how one can designate in a general sense what is actually a kind of dramatic and merely fleeting manifestation. It goes without saying that it should always possess intrinsic value in its content, and a reference to disposition or feelings, to customs, peoples, events. In this sense, what can be more picaresque than Marcella's appearance in Don Quixote on the pinnacle of the cliff at whose base the shepherd is buried whom love for her has killed? When the basis or ground of the poetry itself is not favorable to such development, the poet must create it himself, as Goethe does in Wilhelm Meister. Mignon, the harpist, and the household of the uncle are his work alone. Everything custom offers in the way of romantic elements must be extracted, and the adventurous must not be avoided as soon as it can serve the symbolism of the piece. Common reality should be portrayed only in order to serve irony or some specific contrast. The position of events themselves is another mystery of art. They must be distributed wisely, and even if toward the end the river becomes wider, and the entire splendor of the conception unfolds, events themselves should nowhere press, crowd, or rush. The so-called episodes either must be an essential part of the whole and organically structured with it, sperata, and not merely attached in order to prompt this or that event, or they must be inserted totally independently as novellas, a procedure to which nothing can be objected. Since we cannot examine all these subtypes individually, let me mention in passing that the novella is actually a novel structured toward the lyrical side, much like what the elegy is in relationship to the epic, a story for the symbolic portrayal of a subjective condition, a particular truth, or a peculiar feeling. Everything in the novel must be progressively ordered around a flexible core, a center that neither devours everything nor pulls everything violently into its vortex. These few characteristics illuminate what the novel may not be, taken in the highest sense. It may not be a sampler of virtues and vices, nor may it be the psychological preparation of an individual person's feelings or disposition that might be preserved on a shelf. No violent passion should greet us at the outset and sweep us away through all its stations, a passion that finally leaves the reader stunned at the end of a path he would not want to traverse again at any cost. The novel should also be a mirror of the general course of human affairs and of life, and thus not merely a partial moralistic painting where we are never taken beyond the narrow horizon of the social circumstances of even the largest city or of a people of restricted customs, not to speak of the endless, even worse stages of circumstances sinking even deeper. It follows naturally from this that almost the entirety of what one calls novels, as Falstaff calls his militia, fodder for powder, is fodder for human hunger, the hunger for material deception and for the insatiable gullet of spiritual emptiness and of empty time seeking to be killed. It is not too much to assert that until now there have been only two novels, namely, Don Quixote by Cervantes and Wilhelm Meister by Goethe, the former belonging to the most splendid, the latter to the most solid nation. Don Quixote should not be judged according to the earliest German translations, where its poesy has been destroyed and the organic structure ruined. One need only think of Don Quixote to see the implications of the concept of a mythology created by the genius of an individual. Don Quixote and Sancho Panza are mythological persons extending across the entire cultivated earth, just as the story of the windmills and so on are true myths or mythological sagas. What in the restricted conception of an inferior spirit would have appeared intended only as a satire of a certain foolishness, this poet has transformed by the most fortunate of inventions into the most universal, meaningful, and picaresque image of life. That this one invention runs through the whole, and then appears varied only in the richest fashion, fragmentation being visible nowhere along the way, lends it a particularly superb overall character. In the meantime, however, the whole does contain an obvious and extremely decisive contrast, and it would be neither completely inappropriate nor completely untrue to call the two halves the Iliad and Odyssey of the novel. The theme on the whole is the struggle between the real and the ideal. In the first half of the work the ideal is treated only naturally/y realistically, that is, the ideal of the protagonist encounters only the common world and common movements in that world. In the other part it is then mysticized, that is, the world with which it comes into conflict is itself an ideal one, and not the usual, common world. Similarly, the island of Calypso in the Odyssey is, as it were, a more fictional world than that in which the Iliad moves. Just as here Circe appears, so in Don Quixote the Duchess, who has everything in common with her except beauty. This mystification is, to be sure, taken so far as to be painful, indeed crude, such that the ideal element in the person of the protagonist, since this element has become distorted, succumbs in total fatigue. In contrast, it shows itself within the whole of the composition as totally triumphant, and in this part, too, it is triumphant through the express baseness of the opposition. Hence, the novel of Cervantes is based on an extremely imperfect, indeed daft protagonist, yet one who is simultaneously of such noble nature, and who as long as the one point is not touched displays so much superior understanding that no outrage can actually disgrace him. The most wonderful and rich fabric was then attached to this mixture, in Don Quixote, one that offers consistent enjoyment and attunes the soul to the most serene reflection as attractively in the first moment as in the last. The necessary accompaniment of the hero, namely, Sancho Panza, is, in a sense, a perpetual holiday for the spirit. An inexhaustible source of irony is opened and pours itself out in daring games. The ground upon which the whole takes place collected at that time all the romantic principles extant in Europe and combined them with the splendor of gregarious life. In this the Spaniard found himself in thousandfold more favorable conditions than the German poet. He had the shepherds living in the open fields, a knightly nobility, the people of the Moors, the near coast of Africa, the background of the events of the age and of the campaigns against the pirates, and, finally, a nation in which poesy is popular, even picturesque costumes, and for the common element the mule drivers and the baccalaureus of Sala. Nevertheless, the poet allows his delightful occurrences to develop from events that are not national but rather completely universal, such as the encounter involving galley slaves, a marionette player, and a lion in a cage. The innkeeper whom Don Quixote selects as his castellan, and the beautiful Maritornes are at home everywhere. Love, on the other hand, always appears in the unique romantic surroundings he found in his own age, and the entire novel takes place under the open sky and in the warm air of his own climate and amid that heightened southern color. Antiquity praised Homer as the most fortunate creator, modernity justifiably praises Cervantes. What here one divine creation was able to execute and create from one mold, the German had to produce and create under totally unfavorable, fragmented circumstances by means of an enormous power of thought and depth of understanding. the design itself appears less powerful, the means more paltry, yet the power of conception holding the whole together is truly immeasurable. In Wilhelm Meister, too, we see the struggle between the ideal and the real that is virtually unavoidable in any more comprehensive portrayal, a struggle characteristic of our world that has stepped out of identity. Only here it is not one and the same struggle, one that continually renews itself in different forms such as in Don Quixote, but rather a variously broken and more dispersed struggle. Hence, the opposition within the whole is milder, the irony quieter, and the influence of the age itself necessitates that everything must have a practical ending. The protagonist promises much and many things, he appears destined to be an artist, but he loses this false conception, since through the 4 volumes he appears or is treated continually not as a master, as his name implies, but as a pupil. He remains a likable, gregarious character who makes contacts easily and is always attractive. To that extent he is a fortunate center for the whole and constitutes an enticing foreground. The background reveals itself toward the end and displays an infinite perspective on all the wisdom of life behind a kind of illusory game, for the secret society is actually nothing other than precisely this, and it dissolves itself at just the moment it becomes visible. Only the mystery of the apprenticeship itself articulates this wisdom, namely, only he who has recognized his own destiny is a master. This idea is clothed with such fullness and richness of independent life that it nowhere unveils itself as the dominant concept or the conceptual purpose of the poetry. Everything from local customs that could be employed romantically in any way has been used, itinerant actors, the theater in general which takes up that element of irregularity banned from the social world, an army led by a prince, even tightrope walkers and a band of robbers. Wherever custom and fortuitousness, the latter having to be modified according to the former, no longer sufficed, the romantic element was placed into the characters themselves, from the free and charming Philine all the way up to the noblest style in Mignon, through whom the poet reveals himself in a creation in which the most profound inwardness of spirit and strength of imagination participate equally. The splendor of the creative artist resides in this wonderful being and in the story of her family in the tragic novella of the Sperata. The wisdom of life seems almost small by comparison, and yet in his artistic wisdom he placed no more emphasis on this episode than on any other part of the book. One might say that these characters, too, merely fulfilled their destiny and served their daemon. What the coloring of the novel as a whole lacks as a result of the dearth of the age and the environment must be placed into the individual characters. This is the primary secret of the composition of Wilhelm Meister. The poet exercised this power to such an extent that even the most common characters, for example, old Barbara, acquire a momentary, miraculous elevation in which they utter genuinely tragic words, words before which the protagonist of the story himself seems to pale. What Cervantes had to invent only once, the German poet had to invent repeatedly. He had to create a new path at every step under extremely unfavorable circumstances. Furthermore, since the adversity of the circumstances prevented his creations from displaying any of the more pleasant qualities inherent in those of Cervantes, he carries his intention even deeper and replaces this external deficiency through the inner power of inventiveness itself. Here his structure is organized with eminent artistic ingenuity, both the leaf and the blossom are equally prefigured in the first seed, and from the outset he neglects not the smallest circumstance, which surprisingly reappears later. Besides the novel itself in its most perfect form, insofar as with a certain limited content it acquires the universality of the epic through its form, one must also recognize romantic books in general. Let me point them out here, not the novellas and fairy tales, works that exist in and for themselves as genuine myths, in the immortal novellas of Boccaccio, out of a real or fantastic realm, and that similarly move about in the external element of rhythmic prose, I mean rather other excellent works of a mixed nature, such as the Persiles of Cervantes, the Fiammetta of Boccaccio, and, in any case, the Sorrows of young Werther. The latter, by the way, belongs completely to Goethe's youthful period and constitutes the misdirected attempt of that poesy reborn in Goethe. It is a lyrical passionate poem of great material energy, though the scenery resides completely in the interior and only in disposition. As far as the much-praised English novels are concerned, I consider Tom Jones to be a tableau not of the world, but rather of morals, one executed with coarse colors where even the moral contrast between a totally base hypocrite and a healthy, sincere young man is rendered somewhat crudely and with only mimical talent, yet without any romantic or delicate constituent parts. In the novels Pamela and Grandison, Richardson is little more than a moralistic writer. In Clarissa he displays a truly objective gift for portrayal, though entangled in pedantry and diffuseness. The Vicar of Wakefield, T. Hoff not romantic, is objective and universally valid somewhat in the fashion of an idyll. Mention of the romance and ballad, whose characteristics are not sharply differentiated, though one can view the former as the more subjective, the latter as the more objective form. We have now traversed the circle of epic forms to the extent that they are possible in the spirit of modern and romantic poesy. The question remains concerning the possibility of the epic form of antiquity for the poets of the present age. We have already spoken about the unsuccessful attempts of this sort. The first thing the poet would seek would doubtlessly be subject matter capable in and for itself of treatment in the epic fashion of antiquity. Either he could choose material from antiquity itself that would then attach itself to the epic whole of the Greeks or at least be part of the sphere of epic mythology, or he would have to choose contemporary subject matter. It would be impossible to choose it from history because, whatever is extracted epically from history will always appear merely fortuitously extracted, and, the motives, habits, and customs belonging to history would necessarily have to be modern, as if a poet were to treat the history of the Crusades in the epic fashion of antiquity. Perhaps the likeliest choice for epic subject matter would be the boundary between antiquity and modernity, since through such a contrast with paganism itself Christianity would acquire a higher coloring and might even assume the appearance that in the Odyssey the mythical element of the customs of peoples, for example, and the miraculous element of some countries or islands had. In a word, in such juxtaposition Christianity would be most capable of undergoing genuinely objective treatment. One would not be able to view such an epic as a mere study according to the principles of antiquity, it would be capable of an indigenous and unique energy and color. Yet aside from this one moment of time, which itself constitutes the turning point from the old to the new, in all of later history probably no other universally valid event or occurrence capable of epic portrayal can be found. Like the Trojan War, besides being universal it would have to be simultaneously national and communal in a larger sense, since more than all others the epic poet must strive to be the most popular, and popularity can be found only in living truth and in verification through custom and tradition. The action itself would also have to be capable of thoroughness in the treatment of details of the narrative, something that is part of the epic style. Yet it is extremely unlikely that material can be found in the contemporary world fulfilling these conditions, and least of all which might correspond to the last requirement, since in wars, for example, the personality is, as it were, suspended, and only the masses are active. Epic attempts with contemporary subject matter in and for themselves thus would be directed more toward the world of the Odyssey than of the Iliad, yet even there one could find archaic customs and a world such as that required for epic development, clarity, and simplicity, only in restricted spheres, such as in Voss's Louise. Yet the epic poem would thereby assume more the nature of the idyll if the poet could not find a way to draw the universality of a great occurrence into this restrictedness. This has happened in Goethe's Hermann and Dorothea in such a way that in spite of the limitation imposed by the subject matter itself one must attribute to this poem a certain degree of epic character, whereas Voss himself has characterized his Louise more as an idyll, as a painting, namely, more as a portrayal of serenity than as that of progressing action. The poem by Goethe thus solves one problem of contemporary poesy and opens the way to further attempts of this sort. It would not be inconceivable, if such attempts would only attach themselves from the outset to a definitely structured core, that out of the singularity of such attempts a common whole might even emerge subsequently through a synthesis or expansion such as that practiced with the Homeric songs. Yet even a totality of such smaller epic wholes would never achieve the true idea of the epic that the modern world thus necessarily lacks as the inner identity of culture and the identity of the condition from which it has emerged. Hence, we must conclude these reflections on the epic with the same view with which we concluded those on mythology, namely, that the Homeros who in the art of antiquity was the first, will be the final one in modern art and will complete the ultimate destiny and calling of that art. This result cannot defeat partial attempts to anticipate the Homeros for a certain time, though the only condition under which genuine attempts of this kind become possible is that one not lose sight of the basic characteristic of the epic, universality, that is, the transformation of everything dispersed in time, and yet decisively present, into a common identity. For the culture of the contemporary world, however, science, religion, and even art itself possess no less universal reference and significance than does history, and the true epic for the modern age would have to consist in the indissoluble mixture of just these elements. Each of these elements comes to the aid of the other, and whatever is incapable of epic treatment in and for itself becomes capable through something else. Something at least totally and thoroughly unique would have to be the fruit of this mutual mission before that which is completely and thoroughly universally valid can emerge. One attempt of this kind began the history of modern poesy, the Divine Comedy of Dante. It stands incomprehensible and misunderstood because in the subsequent period it remains singular and alone. That is, from that particular identity characterizing this poem, poesy and general culture scattered and dissipated themselves in so many directions that it was universally valid only through the symbolic element of form, yet at the same time became one-sided through the exclusion of so many other impulses in contemporary culture. The Divine Comedy of Dante is so self-enclosed that the theory abstracted from the other genres is totally inadequate for it. It requires its own theory, constitutes its own genre, and is a world unto itself. It designates a level that according to the measure of the remaining circumstances subsequent poesy did not achieve again. I do not conceal my own conviction that this poem, as much as has been said regarding it that is admittedly partially true, nonetheless has not yet been recognized universally and in its truly symbolic significance, and that there exists yet no theory or construction of this poem. For this reason alone it is worthy of a completely unique investigation. It cannot be compared to anything else or subsumed under any of the other genres. It is not an epic, it is not a didactic poem, it is not a novel in the real sense, it is not even a comedy or drama such as Dante himself called it. It is the most indissoluble mixture, the most complete interpenetration of everything. It is the most universal representative of modern poesy not as this individual poem, for to that extent this poem, too, adapts itself to time, but rather as a genre per se, not an individual poem, but rather the poem of all poems, the poesy of modern poesy itself. This is the reason why I make the Divine Comedy of Dante the object of a special presentation and do not subsume it under any other genre, but construe it rather as a genre in and for itself. Dante in relation to philosophy. Those who love the past more than the present will not be disappointed when we now turn our attention from the not always rewarding view of the latter toward a distant monument to the combination of philosophy and poesy, the works of Dante, which long have been cloaked with the sacredness of antiquity. For the time being I claim no other justification for the place these considerations occupy than that the poem to which they refer is one of the most noteworthy problems of the philosophical and historical construction of art. What follows will show that the investigation itself encompasses a far more general investigation concerning the circumstances of philosophy, and is of no less interest for philosophy than for poesy, whose mutual fusion, one to which the entire present age is inclined, requires equally definite conditions on both sides. In the Holy of Holies, where religion and poesy are one, Dante stands as the high priest and initiates all of modern art into its destiny. Representing not one merely individual poem, but rather the entire genre of modern poesy, and itself a genre unto itself, the Divine Comedy stands so completely self-enclosed that any theory abstracted from more individual forms is completely inadequate for it. As its own world it also requires its own theory. Its author gave it the predicate of divinity because it deals with theology and with divine things. He called it a comedy according to the simplest concepts of the latter and of the opposing genre, because of the terrible beginning and the happy ending, and because the mixed nature of his poem, whose subject matter is sometimes more sublime, sometimes more base, also necessitated a mixed presentation. Yet one easily sees that it cannot be called dramatic in the usual sense, since it does not present limited action. Insofar as Dante himself is viewed as the main character, the one who serves merely as the link between the immeasurable series of faces and tableaus and who is more passive than active, this poem resembles the novel. Yet even this concept exhausts the poem as little as does the usual understanding of the term epic, since in the objects of its portrayal there is no real sequence of events. It is also impossible to view it as a didactic poem, since it is written in a much more unconditional form and with a much more unconditional intention than that of instruction. Hence, it is nothing of all this in particular, and is not really a combination, but is rather a completely unique, organic mixture of all the elements of these genres, one incapable of being reproduced through intentional art, an absolute individual comparable to nothing but itself. The subject matter of the poem is in general the expressed identity within the entire age of the poet, the interweaving of its events with the ideas of religion, science, and poesy in the most eminent spirit of that century. Our intention is to comprehend it, not in its immediate temporal references, but rather in its universality and archetypal quality for all of modern poesy. The necessary law of modern poesy, up to that point in an interminable future when the great epic of the modern age emerges as a self-enclosed totality, an epic that until now has announced itself only rhapsodically and in individual phenomena, is, that the individual structure into a whole that part of the world revealed to him, and from the subject matter of his own age, its history, and its science, create his own mythology. Just as the old world generally was the world of the collective, so the modern world is that of individuals. In the former the universal is truly the particular, the collective functions as an individual. In the latter the reverse is true, particularity is the point of departure, and it should become universality. For that reason everything is enduring and immortal in the former, number has, in a sense, no real power, since the universal concept coincides with that of the individual. In the latter the enduring law is change and alteration. It is not a closed circle encompassing its determinations, but rather one that is to be expanded through individuality into the infinite. Because universality belongs to the essence of poesy, the necessary requirement is that the individual become universally valid again through the highest degree of uniqueness, and absolute again through perfected particularity. Precisely through the absolutely individual, incomparable quality of his poem Dante is the creator of modern art, which cannot be conceived without this arbitrary necessity and necessary arbitrariness. From the very beginnings of Greek poesy, in Homer, we see it cleanly separated from science and philosophy, and we see this separation process continued to the point of total antithesis between the poet and the philosopher, an antithesis that tried in vain to effect harmony through an allegorical explanation of the Homeric poems. In the contemporary age the science of poesy and mythology was first, a mythology that cannot be mythology without being universal and drawing all the elements of present culture, science, religion, art itself into its sphere, and without connecting not only the subject matter of the present but all that of the past into a perfect unity. Since art requires the self-enclosed and limited, whereas the spirit of the world drives toward the unrestricted and tears down every limitation with immutable steadfastness, the individual must step into this conflict, employ absolute freedom, and try to extract enduring forms from this mixture of the age. Within these arbitrarily drawn forms he must through absolute individuality lend inner necessity and external universality to the structure of his poesy. Dante did this. Before him he had the subject matter of the history of both the present and the past. He could not work it into a pure epic, partly because of his own nature, partly because there he would have excluded other aspects of the culture of his time. The entirety of that culture also encompassed the astronomy, the theology, and the philosophy of the age. He could not present these in a didactic poem, since that too would limit him, and in order for his poem to be universal, it simultaneously had to be historical. A completely arbitrary invention was needed emerging entirely from the individual in order to combine this subject matter and structure it into one whole. It was impossible to present the ideas of philosophy and theology in symbols, since no symbolic mythology was available. Neither could he make his poem completely allegorical, since in that case it could not be historical. Hence, it had to be a completely unique combination of the allegorical and historical. Yet no alternative of this sort was available in the exemplary poesy of antiquity. Only an individual could effect this, only absolutely free invention pursue it. The poem of Dante is not allegorical in the sense that its figures merely mean something different without existing independently of such meaning in and for themselves. On the other hand, none of them is independent of that meaning such that it simultaneously would be the idea itself and more than merely an allegory of it. His poem thus contains a totally unique medium between allegory and symbolic objective configuration. There is no doubt, and the poet explains it himself elsewhere, that Beatrice, for example, is an allegory, namely, of theology. The same holds true of her companions and many other characters. Yet they also count for something by themselves and enter as historical characters without for that reason being symbols. In this respect Dante is archetypal, since he has expressed what the modern poet must do in order to present in a poetic whole the entirety of the history and culture of his age, the only mythological subject matter available to him. With absolute willfulness he must combine the allegorical and historical. He must be allegorical, and indeed is even against his will, because he cannot be symbolic. He must be historical, because he should be poetic. The invention or creation he makes in this respect is singular every time, a world in and for itself, belonging completely to the individual person. The only German poem of universal design combines in a similar fashion the most extreme poles into the striving of the age through the completely unique invention of a partial mythology, the figure of Faust, although it can be called a comedy in a far more Aristophanic sense and divine in another, more poetic sense than the poem of Dante. The energy with which the individual structures the particular mixture of available subject matter of his age and of his own life determines the measure of mythological power it receives. The characters of Dante acquire a kind of eternity through the position into which he places them and which is eternal. Yet not only the real elements he takes from the epoch, such as the story of Ugolino and others, but also the things he invents completely, such as the end of Ulysses and his companions, acquire genuinely mythological certainty within the context of his poem. It could only be of extremely secondary interest to present the philosophy, physics, and astronomy of Dante in and for themselves, since his uniqueness resides only in the manner of their fusion with the poesy itself. The Ptolemaic cosmic system, which to a certain extent is the foundation of his poetic edifice, already possesses its own mythological color. Yet when his philosophy in general is characterized as Aristotelian, this implies not the purely peripatetic philosophy but rather that combination, unique to that period, of the peripatetic with the ideas of Platonic philosophy, as one could demonstrate in a great many excerpts from his poem. We do not wish to linger over the energy and richness of individual passages or with the simplicity and infinite naivete of particular images in which he expresses his philosophical ideas. An example might be the well-known image of the soul that comes from the hands of God as a small girl who acts childishly, whining and laughing, a simple little soul that knows nothing except that, moved by its serene author, it gladly turns its attention to whatever pleases it. Let us speak only of the universally symbolic form of the whole in whose absoluteness we recognize the universality and eternity of this poem more than in anything else about it. If the combination of philosophy and poesy is conceived even in its most subordinate synthesis as a didactic poem, then since the poem should be without external purpose, it is necessary that this intention, to instruct, itself be suspended and transformed into an absoluteness such that it might appear to exist for its own sake. This is conceivable, however, only if knowledge itself, as an image of the universe and in the most perfect accord with that universe as the most primal and beautiful poesy, is already poetic in and for itself. Dante's poem is a much more sublime permeation of science and poesy, and hence its form, even in its freer autonomy, must be all the more commensurate with a universal worldview. The division of the universe and the ordering of subject matter according to the three realms, the Inferno, Purgatorio, and Paradiso, is a universally symbolic form quite apart from the particular significance of these concepts in Christianity, so that one cannot see why every eminent epoch could not possess its own divine comedy in the same form. Just as for contemporary drama the form of 5 acts is accepted as customary, since every occurrence can be viewed in its beginning, continuation, its culmination, inclination toward the end and actual ending, so also that trichotomy of Dante is conceivable as a universal form for higher, prophetic poesy that would express an entire age. The actual filling out of that form would merely be infinitely different, just as it could be revivified ever anew through the power of original invention. Yet not only as external form, but also as the graphic expression of the inner model of all science and poesy, that form is eternal and capable of encompassing the three great objects of science and culture, nature, history, and art. Nature, as the birth of all things, is the eternal night, and that unity through which these things exist in themselves, it is the aphelion of the universe, the locus of removal from God as the true center. Life and history, whose nature is a gradual progression, are only purification, a transition to an absolute condition. This condition, however, is present only in art, which anticipates eternity and is the paradise of life and truly within the center. Hence, when viewed from all sides, Dante's poem is not the individual work of a particular age or of a particular stage of culture, but is rather archetypal through the universal validity it unites with the most absolute individuality, through the universality by virtue of which it excludes no aspect of life and culture, and finally through the form, which is not a particular model but rather the general model of a view of the universe. The particular inner configuration of the poem cannot, of course, possess such universal validity, since it is structured according to the concepts of the age and according to the particular intentions of the poet. In contrast, as can be expected from such an artistic and thoroughly deliberate work, the universal inner model is also symbolized externally by the form, color, and tone of the three larger sections of the poem. In view of the uncommon nature of his subject matter, Dante required for the form of his creations in the more specific sense a kind of confirmation that only the science of his age could give him, a science that for him functions as the mythology and general foundation supporting the daring edifice of his creations. Yet even within specifics he remains completely true to his intention of being allegorical without ceasing to be historical and poetic. The Inferno, Purgatorio, and Paradise are, in a sense, merely the concretely, architectonically rendered system of theology. The measurements, numbers, and relationships he observes internally here were prescribed by that science, and he intentionally renounced free invention here in order through form to lend necessity and limitation to his poem, a poem actually unrestricted in its subject matter. The universal sanctity and the significance of numbers constitute another external form upon which his poesy bases itself. Hence, in the larger sense the entire logical and syllogistic scholarship of his age is for him merely form that must be added to the poem in order to reach that particular region in which his poesy resides. Nevertheless, in this turn to religious and scientific concepts as the most universally valid elements his age offered, Dante never sought a kind of common or base poetic probability, but rather in precisely this turn suspends all intention to flatter crude sensibility. His first entrance into hell takes place just as it had to, without any unpoetic attempt to motivate it or to make it comprehensible, and in a condition similar to that of a face or countenance, without the intention of making it responsible for that entrance. His elevation through the eyes of Beatrice, through which divine energy is conducted to him, is expressed in a single line. He transforms the miraculous nature of his own encounters directly into a metaphor for the mysteries of religion, and confirms those encounters through the yet higher mystery, as when he makes his assumption to the moon, an assumption resembling that of light through water into an image of the incarnation of God. It would be a science unto itself to portray the richness of this art and the profundity of the intentionality, penetrating all the way into specifics, of the inner construction of the three parts of the world. His own nation recognized this shortly after the death of the poet by establishing a university chair for Dante, which Boccaccio was the first to occupy. The individual creations of each of the three parts of the poem are not the only elements allowing the universally significant qualities of the first form to manifest themselves. The law in question expresses itself even more clearly in the inner, spiritual rhythm through which they are juxtaposed to one another. The Inferno, just as it contains the most terrible of objects, is also the strongest in expression, the most austere in diction, and verbally the darkest and most dreadful. In one part of the Purgatorio a deep stillness resides, since the laments of the lower world go silent. On the heights, the ante-courts of heaven, everything becomes color. The Paradiso is a true music of the spheres. The variety and diversity of the punishments in the Inferno have been conceived with an almost unequaled inventiveness. There is always only a poetic connection between transgressions and the torments. Dante's spirit is not shocked by the dreadful, indeed, he takes it to its extreme. Yet one could show in every such instance that he never ceases to be sublime and accordingly truly beautiful, for what some people have in part called base, people who are not in a position to comprehend the whole, is not really base at all in that sense, but is rather a necessary element within the mixed nature of the poem that prompted Dante to call it a comedy. The hatred of the wicked, the rage of a divine disposition expressed in Dante's terrible composition are not the inheritance of base souls. The usual presupposition, of course, is still quite doubtful, namely, that the exile from Florence first spurred his serious and extraordinary spirit, which until then had dedicated his poesy primarily only to love, to its highest creation, one in which he exposed the entirety of his life and of the fate of his heart and fatherland simultaneously with his accompanying displeasure. That vengeance, however, that he displays in the Inferno, he displays as if in the name of the Last Judgment, as an appointed judge with prophetic power, not out of personal hatred, but rather with a pious soul roused to indignation by the horrors of the age and out of an almost unknown love of his fatherland. He even portrays himself thus in a passage from the Paradiso where he says, "Should it e'er come to pass that the sacred poem to which both heaven and earth so have set hand, that it hath made me lean through many a year, should overcome the cruelty which doth bar me forth from the fair sheepfold wherein I used to sleep, a lamb, foe to the wolves which war upon it, with changed voice now, and with changed fleece shall I return, a poet, and at the font of my baptism shall I assume the chaplet." He mitigates the horror of the torments of the damned through his own feeling, which almost at the goal of so much misery so enraptures his eyes that he wants to weep, and Virgil says to him, "Why are you gazing still?" We have already noted that most of the punishments in the Inferno are symbolic of the transgressions they chastise, yet several of these are symbolic in a far more general sense. Such is the nature in particular of the portrayal of a metamorphosis where two natures transform themselves simultaneously into and through one another and, in a sense, exchange material. None of the metamorphoses of antiquity can compare to this one as regards pure invention, and if a natural scientist or didactic poet were able to design equally powerful emblems or symbols of the eternal metamorphosis of nature, he could consider himself fortunate indeed. As already indicated, the Inferno differentiates itself from the other parts not only according to the external form of presentation, but by constituting primarily the realm of forms and accordingly the plastic part of the poem. One must recognize the Purgatorio as the picturesque part. Not only are the penances imposed on sinners here treated in part quite graphically and often even with humor, but particularly the journey over the sacred hills of the place of penitence offers a quick variation of transient perspectives, scenes, and various light effects. Finally, at the last boundaries, after the poet has arrived at the river Lethe, the highest splendor of painting and color emerges in the descriptions of the divine and ancient groves of the area, of the heavenly clarity of the water covered by their eternal shadows, and of the maiden he encounters on its shores, and, finally, in the arrival of Beatrice in a cloud of flowers, under a white veil, crowned with olives, concealed in a green mantle, and clothed in the scarlet of living flame. The poet has penetrated through the heart of the earth itself to light. In the darkness of the underworld only form itself could be distinguished. In the Purgatorio, light emerges still wedded to earthly matter and becomes color. In the Paradiso, only the pure music of light remains, the reflex ceases, and the poet elevates himself in stages to the vision of the colorless, pure substance of the deity itself. The view of the cosmic system, a view still clothed in mythological dignity during the age of the poet, and of the quality of the stars and of the measure of their movements, is the foundation upon which his inventions in this part of the poem are based. And if in this sphere of absoluteness he nonetheless allows gradations and distinctions to take place, he suspends them again immediately through the splendid words he has one of the sister souls speak whom he encounters on the moon, how everywhere in heaven is paradise. It follows naturally from the design of the poem that precisely during the elevation through paradise the highest propositions of theology are discussed. The great reverence for this science is prefigured through his love for Beatrice. It is necessary to the degree the vision resolves itself into the purely universal element that the poesy itself become music, form disappear, and in this respect the Inferno appear as the more poetic part. Yet this does not require us to make individual judgments. The particular excellence of each part is preserved and truly discernible only through the congruity of the whole. If the relationship between the three parts within the whole is understood, one necessarily recognizes that the Paradiso is the purely musical and lyrical part, even in the intention of the poet, who also indicates this in the external forms through the more frequent use of Latin words from church hymns. The admirable stature of this poem, which shines through in the interpenetration of all the elements of poesy and art, comes in this way to complete external manifestation. This divine work is neither plastic, picturesque, nor musical, but rather all this at once and in consonant harmony. It is neither dramatic, epic, nor lyrical, but rather a completely unique, singular, and incomparable combination of them all. I believe I have shown simultaneously that it is prophetic and prototypical for the entirety of modern poesy. It encompasses all its conditions and determinations and emerges from the yet variously combined material of those conditions as the first growth elevating itself above the earth and expanding toward heaven, the first fruit of the transfiguration. Those who wish to become acquainted with the poesy of later periods, not according to superficial concepts, but rather at its very source, should exercise their skills on this great and austere spirit in order to know through which means the entirety of the modern period is encompassed, and to see that no lightly tied bonds unite it. Those who are not called to do this should apply the words at the beginning of the first part to themselves: leave all hope, ye that enter. In the preceding discussions we have considered both the essence of the epic poem and the various genres generated by its admixture with other forms. Epic poetry as identity served as the point of departure for poesy, as the state of innocence, as it were, in which everything is still together and unified that later exists only in dispersion, or that only from a condition of dispersion can come back into one of unity. In the course of development this identity flared into a conflict within lyric poetry, and only the ripest fruits of later development provided the means by which unity itself became reconciled on a higher level with that conflict and both became one again within a more complete development. This higher identity is drama, which by encompassing the characteristics of the other two antithetical genres is the highest manifestation of the nature and essence of all art. The course of all natural development is so orderly that what according to the idea is the final synthesis, the unification of all opposites into a totality, is also the final manifestation in time. We have, in our discussion of lyric and epic poetry, already demonstrated in a general fashion that the fundamental antithesis between the infinite and finite expresses itself for art in the highest potence as the antithesis between necessity and freedom. Poesy, however, must in any case and especially in its highest forms doubtlessly portray this opposition itself in its highest potence, and thus as the opposition between necessity and freedom. Although, as has been shown, this conflict does inhere within lyric poetry as well, it does so as conflict and as resolution of the conflict only within the subject, and reverts into the subject. On the whole, lyric poetry is thus characterized primarily by freedom as such. There is no conflict at all in epic poetry. Here necessity predominates as identity, except that, as already mentioned, since there is no real conflict, it can manifest itself not as necessity to the extent that necessity is fate, but rather in identity with freedom and even, to a certain extent, as chance. The epic poem is far more concerned with success than with deed. That success prompts necessity or good fortune to come to the aid of freedom, and it executes what freedom is not able to execute. Here necessity is thus in agreement with freedom without any difference. This is why the hero in the epic cannot end up unhappy without suspending the very nature of this poetic genre. Achilles, if he is the main character in the Iliad, cannot be overcome, just as Hector cannot be the hero of the Iliad precisely because he is overcome. Aeneas is an epic hero only as the conqueror of Latium and founder of Rome. If we were to maintain that identity or necessity is the predominating element in the epic, one might object that necessity might demonstrate its power much more persuasively by executing precisely what freedom does not want rather than, in a reverse fashion, proving to be one with freedom and carrying out what freedom begins. However, necessity cannot appear allied with freedom within the epic without working against freedom from the other side. Achilles is not the victor unless Hector succumbs. If necessity appeared opposed to freedom in the way suggested, that is, by seeking precisely what freedom opposes, the hero would either succumb to necessity or elevate himself above it. In the first case the main character would succumb, in the second, freedom would prove its superiority over necessity which, however, is not supposed to be the case. We can thus assume the following to obtain. Although conflict does inhere within the lyric poem, it is merely subjective. There is never any real objective conflict with necessity. In the epic poem only necessity predominates, yet it must be one with the subject to the extent that if this were not the case, one of the two possibilities just discussed would have to occur. Hence, misfortune, insofar as it arises on the one side, must be countered by relatively good fortune on the other. If according to these principles we now ask in a general fashion, with no particular form in mind, what the nature of that poem must be that, as the totality, would be the synthesis of the two antithetical forms, the first characteristic emerges immediately: a poem of this kind must contain an actual and thus objective conflict between the two elements freedom and necessity, and must contain it such that both appear as such. Hence, a poem of this kind will be able to portray neither a merely subjective conflict nor the presence of pure necessity, necessity which to that extent is congenial to the subject and thus ceases to be necessity. Rather, it must portray necessity genuinely caught in a struggle with freedom, yet such that a balance obtains between the two. The only question now is how this is possible. A genuine conflict is present only when the possibility exists that either side may win. Yet this appears to be unthinkable on both sides in the case at hand, since neither of the two can really be overcome. Necessity cannot, for if it were, it would not be necessity. Freedom cannot, for it is freedom precisely because it cannot be overcome. Yet even if it were conceptually possible for the one or the other to succumb, it would not be poetically possible since it would generate absolute disharmony. The possibility of freedom being overcome by necessity is a thoroughly repugnant thought, just as little, however, can we desire that necessity be overcome by freedom, since this offers to us a vision of the highest anarchy. There thus remains quite naturally no other alternative in this contradiction than that both necessity and freedom emerge from this struggle simultaneously as victorious and vanquished, and accordingly equal in every respect. But precisely this is doubtlessly the highest manifestation of art, namely, that freedom elevate itself to a position of equity with necessity, and that necessity appear as the equal of freedom without the latter losing in significance in the process. For only within such a relationship does that true and absolute indifference become objective, that indifference inhering within the absolute itself and resting on equality in being rather than on simultaneity in being. Freedom and necessity, like the finite and the infinite, can become one only in a condition of equal absoluteness. Since freedom and necessity are the highest expressions of that particular antithesis upon which all art is based, The highest manifestation of art is thus the one in which necessity is victorious without freedom succumbing, and in a reverse fashion in which freedom triumphs without necessity being overcome. The question is now how this, too, is possible. Necessity and freedom, inasmuch as they are universal concepts, must in art necessarily appear symbolically. Since only human nature is subjected to necessity on the one hand, yet capable of freedom on the other, both concepts must be symbolized in and through that human nature, which itself must be represented by individuals who as just such natures in which freedom and necessity are bound to one another are called persons. Yet precisely in human nature, too, do the conditions of possibility obtain for necessity to be victorious without freedom succumbing, and in a reverse fashion for freedom to triumph without the course of necessity being interrupted. For the same person who succumbs to necessity can elevate himself above it through his disposition such that both conquered and victorious at the same time are manifested in their highest indifference. In general, then, human nature is the only means of representation for that relationship. One may well ask, however, in which relationships human nature is itself capable of demonstrating that power of freedom that, independent of necessity, raises its own head victoriously at the same time necessity triumphs. Freedom will be at one with necessity concerning all that is favorable or is in accordance with the subject. Hence, in happiness freedom can appear neither in genuine conflict nor as genuinely equal with necessity. It will become manifest as such only when necessity imposes or inflicts misfortune, and freedom elevating itself above this victory freely accepts that misfortune to the extent that it is necessary or inevitable. In this way it nonetheless equates itself as freedom with necessity. That highest manifestation of human nature through art will thus never be possible except where courage and greatness of character are victorious over misfortune, and where out of the struggle that threatens to destroy the subject freedom emerges as that absolute freedom for which there is no conflict. But further, what will be the nature and form of the portrayal of this elevation of freedom to complete equality with necessity? The epic poem portrays pure necessity, pure identity as such, which for that reason does not itself appear as necessity, since necessity is a concept determined solely by antithesis. Necessity, however, is at one with itself and is constant, such that even the idea of necessity in that particular sense in which it predominates in the epic poem as eternally and evenly flowing identity, does not prompt any movement of the soul, but rather leaves it completely calm. It moves the soul only where it encounters genuine opposition. In the mode of portrayal we are presupposing, however, such opposition is supposed to be manifest, and not merely subjectively, for then the poem would be lyrical but rather objectively. Yet neither should it be manifest objectively as is the case in the epic poem such that the soul's disposition remains calm and unmoved. There is only one possible mode of portrayal in which what is portrayed is just as objective as in the epic poem, and yet in which the subject is just as moved as in the lyric poem. It is that mode in which the action is not portrayed in the narrative, but rather is itself actually presented, the subjective is portrayed objectively. The presupposed genre that should be the final synthesis of all poesy is thus drama. Let us remain a moment with this opposition between drama as action actually presented and epic. If in the epic poem pure identity or necessity must predominate, then a narrator is necessary who by means of the equipoise of his narration himself continually calls one back from too great a participation in the action of the characters, and who draws one's attention to the simple element of success. The same event that in an epic portrayal would leave behind only an objective interest in that success would in a dramatic portrayal directly mix with it the interest in the characters and thereby suspend the pure objectivity of perception. The narrator, by being unknown to the characters, not only precedes and leads the audience in his moderate observation and attunes them to such observation by means of the narrative itself, he also takes the place of necessity, as it were. Since necessity cannot express its own purpose or goal, he guides the audience to it. Since in the dramatic poem, on the other hand, the natures of the two antithetical genres are to be united, participation in the characters must be added to that in the events themselves. Only through this association of events with the participation in characters does that antecedent participation become action and deed. Deeds, however, if they are to move the soul, must be seen just as events; if they are to leave the soul, must be narrated. Deeds emerge at least in part from internal conditions of reflection or of passion and so on, conditions that, because they are essentially subjective, cannot be portrayed objectively except to the extent that the subject in whom they occur is himself actually placed before our eyes. Events allow internal states to appear less frequently and touch upon them less by directing both the object itself as well as the spectator toward the external. As is readily evident, we have from the start deduced drama as tragedy, and to that extent apparently have excluded the other form, namely, comedy. This was necessary, since drama as such can emerge only from a genuine and actual conflict between freedom and necessity, difference and indifference. This says nothing, admittedly, concerning on which side freedom, and on which side necessity resides. The original and absolute manifestation of this conflict, however, is that in which necessity is the objective, freedom the subjective element. This is the state of affairs in tragedy. Tragedy is thus the first form, comedy the second, since it arises as a result of a mere reversal of tragedy. I will accordingly continue in the same way and construe tragedy according to its essence and form. Most of what obtains for tragedy concerning form is also true for comedy, and afterward we can specify with great precision what is altered by a reversal of the essentials. On tragedy. The essence of tragedy is thus an actual and objective conflict between freedom in the subject on the one hand, and necessity on the other, a conflict that does not end such that one or the other succumbs, but rather such that both are manifested in perfect indifference as simultaneously victorious and vanquished. We must now determine more precisely than before just how this can be the case. We remarked that only when necessity imposes misfortune can it genuinely manifest itself as being in conflict with freedom. The question, however, is precisely just what the nature of that misfortune must be in order to be appropriate to tragedy. Mere external misfortune cannot possibly generate genuinely tragic conflict, since we insist in any case that a person elevate himself above external misfortune. Should that person fail to do this, we merely find him despicable. A hero who, like Odysseus on his homeward journey, struggles against a series of unfortunate events and various hardships may well awaken our admiration. We gladly follow him, but he holds no tragic interest for us because the opposition can be overcome by means of a similar power, namely, physical strength or intelligence and shrewdness. Yet even misfortune against which no human help is possible, for example, incurable disease or loss of property, holds no tragic interest for us to the extent that it is merely physical. For we consider the patient bearing of unchangeable misfortune to be merely a subordinate effect of freedom, one that of itself does not transcend the limitations of necessity. In the Poetics, Aristotle presents the following cases of changes of fortune. A just person falls from a state of fortune into one of misfortune. Aristotle remarks quite rightly that this is neither terrible nor pitiable, but rather only horrible, and for that reason unsuitable as subject matter for tragedy. An unjust person moves from unfortunate to fortunate circumstances. This is the least tragic case. A highly unjust and wicked person is removed from fortunate circumstances into misfortune. This configuration may indeed touch our love of man, but it can evoke neither sympathy nor fright. The only possibility is thus a case mediating between these. The subject of tragedy is a person who is exceptional as regards neither virtue nor justice, and who does not fall into misfortune as a result of wickedness or crime, but rather as a result of error. The person to whom this happens is one who earlier stood in fortunate circumstances and was held in high esteem, such as Oedipus, Thyestes, and others. Aristotle adds that for this reason, since poets earlier brought a wide variety of stories onto the stage at that time, during his lifetime, the best tragedies limited themselves to a small number of families such as that of Oedipus, Orestes, Thyestes, Telephus, and others who were brought into circumstances in which they were to suffer greatly or cause others to suffer greatly. Now, Aristotle considered tragedy as he did poesy as such more from the perspective of understanding than from that of reason. Considered from the former perspective, he did indeed describe the singularly highest instance of tragedy. That same instance, however, reveals a yet higher perspective in every single case he presents, namely, that the tragic person is necessarily guilty of a transgression, and the greater the guilt like that of Oedipus the more tragic and involved it is. This is the highest possible misfortune, by fate to become guilty without genuine guilt. It is thus necessary that this guilt itself be necessity, and that it be contracted not through error, as Aristotle says, but through the will of destiny and an unavoidable fate, or by the vengeance of the gods. Such is the nature of Oedipus's guilt. An oracle discloses to Laius that fate has preordained he be slain by the hand of his and Jocasta's son. The son, scarcely born, is bound by the feet. After 3 days and put out on an irreversible mountain range. A shepherd on the mountain finds the child or receives it from the hands of a slave from the house of Laius. He brings the child to the house of Polybus, the most respected citizen of Corinth, where because of its swollen feet it receives the name Oedipus. Upon becoming a youth, Oedipus is driven out of the house of his alleged parents because of the insolence of someone who while drunk calls him a bastard child. He questions the oracle in Delphi concerning his lineage, and although he receives no answer to that particular question, the pronouncement is made that he will sleep with his mother, beget a hated line unbearable to other people, and slay his own father. Having heard this, he bids Corinth farewell in order to avoid his fate and decides to flee to a place so distant that he could never commit the predicted transgressions. During his flight he encounters Laius without knowing that it is Laius, the king of Thebes, and slays him in an argument. Along the way to Thebes he liberates the area from the monstrous Sphinx and enters the city where the decision has been made that whoever would slay the Sphinx would become king and receive Jocasta as his wife. Oedipus's fate thus fulfills itself unknown to him. He marries his mother and begets with her that unfortunate line of sons and daughters. The fate of Phaedra is similar, though not quite the same. Through the hatred of Venus toward her family, ignited by Pasiphae, she is inflamed into love for Hippolytus. We thus see that the struggle between freedom and necessity actually obtains only where the latter undermines the will itself, and freedom is thus attacked on its own ground. Instead of understanding that this situation is the only genuinely tragic one with which no other can even be compared, in which misfortune does not reside precisely in the will and in freedom itself, people have asked rather how the Greeks were able to endure these terrible contradictions inherent in their tragedies. A mortal, preordained by fate for guilt and transgression, even as is the case with Oedipus struggling against fate and fleeing that guilt, nonetheless is frightfully punished for a transgression that was actually a work of fate. Are these contradictions, people have asked, not simply devastating? And where is that foundation of beauty the Greeks nonetheless did achieve in their tragedies? The answer to this question is the following. We have already proved that a genuine struggle between freedom and necessity can occur only in the situation just discussed, one in which fate itself makes the guilty person into a transgressor. That this guilty person, a person who after all only succumbed to the superior power of fate, nevertheless is punished, was necessary precisely in order to show the triumph of freedom, and constituted a recognition of freedom and the honor due it. The protagonist had to struggle against fate, otherwise there was no struggle at all, no expression of freedom. He had to succumb within that which is subject to necessity. Yet in order not to allow necessity to overcome him without simultaneously overcoming it, the protagonist also had to atone voluntarily for this guilt imposed by fate itself. This is the most sublime idea and the greatest victory of freedom, voluntarily to bear the punishment for an unavoidable transgression in order to manifest his freedom precisely in the loss of that very same freedom, and to perish amid a declaration of free will. This, as presented here as well as in my own philosophical letters on dogmatism and criticism, is the innermost spirit of the Greek tragedy. This is the basis for the reconciliation and harmony residing in that tragedy, the reason it does not devastate us, but rather leaves us feeling healed and, as Aristotle says, cleansed. Freedom cannot exist as mere particularity. This is possible only insofar as it elevates itself to universality, and thus comes to an agreement with necessity concerning the consequences of guilt. Since it cannot avoid the unavoidable, it imposes the consequences on itself. I maintain that this is also the only genuinely tragic element in tragedy. Not the unfortunate ending alone, for how can one in any sense call an ending unfortunate in which, for example, the protagonist voluntarily gives his own life, which he can no longer conduct with dignity, or in which he brings down upon himself other consequences of his unmerit guilt, as does Sophocles' Oedipus, who cannot rest until he himself has disclosed the entire, terrible entanglement and that entire, frightful fate itself? How can we call someone unfortunate who has reached such perfection, who has cast aside both fortune and misfortune equally, and has reached that particular condition of the soul where neither really exists for him any longer? Misfortune obtains only as long as the will of necessity is not yet decided and apparent. As soon as the protagonist himself achieves clarity, and his fate lies open before him, there is no more doubt for him, or at least there should not be. And precisely at the moment of greatest suffering he enters into the greatest liberation and greatest dispassion. From that moment on, the insurmountable power of fate, which earlier appeared in absolute dimensions, now appears merely relatively great, for it is overcome by the will and becomes the symbol of the absolutely great, namely, of the attitude and disposition of sublimity. Hence, the tragic effect is by no means based only, or at least initially, on what one usually calls the unfortunate ending. The tragedy can also end with complete reconciliation not only with fate but even with life, as Orestes is reconciled in the Eumenides of Aeschylus. Orestes, too, was preordained by fate and the will of a god, namely, Apollo, to be a transgressor. Yet this guiltlessness does not remove the punishment. Orestes flees from the house of his father and immediately sees the Eumenides, who pursue him even into the sacred temple of Apollo, where the shadow of Clytemnestra awakens those who sleep. Guilt can be removed from him only by actual atonement, and even the Areopagus, to whom Apollo directs him and before whom Apollo himself stands by him, must place equal votes in the two urns so that the equality of necessity and freedom will be preserved before the moral consensus. Only the white stone Pallas casts into the acquittal urn frees him, though even this does not go into effect without simultaneously the goddesses of fate and of necessity, the avenging Erinyes, being reconciled and from thenceforth revered among the people of Athena as divine powers, thereby acquiring their own temple in her city itself across from the mount upon which she dwells. The Greeks sought in their tragedies this kind of equilibrium between justice and humanity, necessity and freedom, a balance without which they could not satisfy their moral sensibility, just as the highest morality itself is expressed in this balance. Precisely this equilibrium is the ultimate concern of tragedy. It is not tragic that a premeditated, free transgression is punished. That a guiltless person unavoidably becomes increasingly guilty through fate itself, as remarked earlier, is the greatest conceivable misfortune. But that this guiltless guilty person accepts punishment voluntarily, this is the sublimity of tragedy. Thereby alone does freedom transfigure itself into the highest identity with necessity. After thus determining the essence and true object of tragedy in the preceding discussion, we must now speak first about the inner structure of tragedy, then about the external form. Since that which in tragedy is opposed to freedom is necessity, it is self-evident that in tragedy absolutely nothing can be left to chance. Even freedom, insofar as it produces the entanglement through its own acts, appears in this respect to be driven by fate. It might appear fortuitous that Oedipus encounters Laios at a certain place, yet we see from the course of events that this encounter was necessary for the fulfillment of fate. To the extent, however, that its necessity can be comprehended only by the development, it is actually not part of the tragedy and is relegated to the past. Let me remark that in Oedipus, for example, everything belonging to the execution of the first oracle's prediction appears necessary precisely through this prediction, and appears bathed in the light of a higher necessity. As for the acts of freedom, however, insofar as they occur only after and in reaction to the blows of fate, they, too, are not accidental precisely because they occur as a result of absolute freedom, and because absolute freedom itself is absolute necessity. Since all empirical necessity itself is necessity only when viewed empirically, viewed in and for itself, however, fortuitousness, then genuine tragedy also cannot be based on empirical necessity. Everything empirically necessary depends on something else through which it is possible, yet even this something else is not necessary in and for itself, but rather only through yet something else. Empirical necessity would not, however, suspend fortuitousness. That particular necessity that appears in tragedy can accordingly only be of an absolute sort, and can only be one that empirically is sooner incomprehensible than comprehensible. So as not to neglect the perspective of understanding to the extent that even an empirical necessity is introduced in the sequence of events, the sequence itself must not be comprehended empirically, but rather only absolutely. Empirical necessity must appear as the tool of higher, absolute necessity. It must serve only to elicit in actual appearance what has already occurred in absolute necessity. This includes the so-called motivation, which is a necessitating element or foundation of action within the subject and which occurs primarily through external means. The parameters of this motivation have already been determined by the preceding discussion. If motivation intends the production of a truly empirical comprehensible necessity, it should be rejected completely, particularly if the poet thereby tries to lower himself to the crude mental capacity of the spectators. The art of motivation would then consist in giving the protagonist merely a character of enormous breadth out of which nothing can emerge in an absolute fashion, and in which thus all possible motives can have free play. This is the perfect way to render the protagonist weak and to make him appear to be the playground for external determining factors. Such a protagonist is not tragic. The tragic hero must, in whatever respect, possess an absoluteness of character such that external elements are merely material for him, and there can never be any doubt how he will act. Indeed, lacking any other fate, his own character would have to take its place. No matter what the nature of external elements, the action itself must always emerge from within him. Overall, however, the initial structure of tragedy, the initial design, must be such that in this respect, too, the action appears unified and constant, and is not dragged along laboriously by means of totally dissimilar motives. Material and fire must be combined such that the whole continues to burn automatically. Let the foremost element of tragedy be a synthesis, an entanglement that can be resolved only in the precise way it is indeed resolved later, such that it leaves no choice for the entire subsequent development. Whatever transitional elements the poet may choose to put into play in order to guide the action to its end, in the final analysis they must themselves emerge from the fateful misfortune hovering over the whole and appear to be tools of that pending misfortune. If this is not the case, the spirit is constantly removed from the higher order of things to the lower, and vice versa. The parameters of a dramatic work regarding what is ethically possible within it are expressed by what one calls the morality of the tragedy. Originally one doubtlessly understood by this the level of ethical development upon which the characters of a drama were placed, and whereby certain kinds of actions were excluded for them, whereas those that do occur are rendered necessary. The first requirement is doubtlessly that made by Aristotle that this morality be of a noble nature, whereby, considering his assertion presented earlier concerning the only possible and indeed highest tragic case, he does not require absolutely guiltless, but rather in the larger sense noble, great morality. The presentation of a real transgressor, yet one who is such only because of the necessity of character, would be possible only in the other tragic case where an extremely unjust person is cast from fortune to misfortune. Among those tragedies remaining from antiquity I know of no such case, and the transgression, if it is presented in a genuinely ethical tragedy, itself always appears imposed by fate. This point, namely, that modernity lacks fate, or at least that it cannot set fate into motion in the same fashion as did antiquity, this one point, I would maintain, already shows us why modernity has often taken recourse in this situation of presenting great transgressions without thereby suspending the noble element of the morality involved, and for that reason of placing the necessity of the transgression into the power of an indomitable character, as Shakespeare has done so often. Since the Greek tragedy is so completely ethical and is actually based on the highest morality, there can be no more question in it concerning its truly moral disposition or atmosphere, at least not in the final analysis. The totality of the portrayal requires that levels obtain also in the morality of the tragedy, particularly Sophocles understood in a general sense not only how to achieve the greatest effect with only a few characters, but also how to produce a self-enclosed totality of morality within these parameters. In the employment of what Aristotle called the copyright of Phaeotov, the extraordinary, the drama distinguishes itself essentially from the epic poem. The epic poem portrays an auspicious set of circumstances, an undivided world where gods and men are one. As we remarked earlier, the intervention of the gods is not miraculous here, because they themselves belong to this world. The drama is actually based more or less on a divided world in that it juxtaposes necessity and freedom. Here the appearance of the gods, in the same fashion as in the epic, would assume the character of the miraculous. Since in the drama there should be no chance, and everything should be either externally or internally necessary, the gods could appear in it only because of some element of necessity residing within them, and thus only insofar as they themselves are co-participants or at least characters who are involved in the action from the outset. By no means may they appear in order to help the characters themselves, particularly the main character, or to be hostile toward them, as in the Iliad, for the protagonist of the tragedy should and must fight his battle alone. Only the moral greatness of his soul should see him through, and the external healing and aid that gods can grant him are hardly even sufficient for his particular condition. His situation can be resolved only internally, and if the gods constitute the reconciling principle as in the Eumenides of Aeschylus, they themselves must submit to the same conditions as do human beings. They, too, can neither reconcile nor rescue except insofar as they re-establish the balance of freedom and necessity and enter into negotiations with the deities of justice and fate. In this case, however, there is nothing miraculous in their appearance. The rescue and aid they do effect, they do not achieve as gods, but rather by subjecting themselves to the lot of human beings and accommodating themselves to justice and necessity. Whenever gods function as hostile elements in the tragedy, they are themselves fate. Neither do they do this in person, but rather their hostile effect manifests itself through an inner necessity in the characters themselves, as is the case with Phaedra. Hence, it would be ruinous for the whole essence of tragedy to call on the gods for help for the sake of ending the action externally, whereas one is actually merely interrupting it internally and leaving it inconclusive. That particular misfortune that gods as such can ameliorate through their mere intervention is in and for itself not a genuinely tragic malady. In reverse fashion, where such a malady is present, they can do nothing. If they are nonetheless called upon in such a situation, this is what one calls the deus ex machina, something generally considered aversive for the essence of tragedy. The reason, if we may conclude the investigation into the inner structure of tragedy with this characterization, is that the action must not be merely externally but rather internally self-enclosed, in the disposition of the character himself, just as it is an internal rebellion that the tragic element actually provokes. Only from this inner reconciliation does that harmony emerge that is required for completion. It suffices bad poets to conclude the laboriously continued action merely externally. Just as little as this may occur, the reconciliation itself may not take place through anything heterogeneous, extraordinary, or anything lying outside the disposition of the character and the action, as if the harshness of true fate could be mitigated by anything other than the greatness, free acceptance, and elevation of the inner disposition. The primary motive of reconciliation is religion, as in Oedipus et Colonus. The highest transfiguration occurs when the god calls him, "Hark, hark, Oedipus, why do you hesitate?" And he then disappears from the eyes of mortals. I will now move on to the external form of tragedy. Our initial concept suggests that the tragedy must not be a narrative, but rather actual and objective action. Yet this concept also yields with strict necessity the other consistent determinations of its external form. When action is narrated, it proceeds through thought, which according to its own nature is the most free process, one in which even the most distant elements come into direct contact with one another. Action presented objectively and actually is viewed, and must thus accommodate itself to the laws of vision and perception. The latter, however, necessarily require constancy and continuity. Continuity of action is accordingly the necessary characteristic of every rational drama. Any variation here must simultaneously effect a variation in the rest of the entire conformation. Hence, it is admittedly foolish to bind oneself to this law of ancient tragedy when one cannot come even remotely close in any other feature, as when the French observe the unity of time in their pieces, which they call abusive tragedies. Yet the French stage does not really observe it except insofar as it is merely limiting. When the poet allows time to pass during the different acts, suspending the unity of action in this case while trying to observe it in other respects merely betrays the paltriness and inability to allow a great action to occur concentrically, as if around one and the same point. The continuity of time is actually the predominant of the three unities Aristotle mentions. Concerning the so-called unity of place, this need obtain only insofar as it is necessary for the continuity of time. Among the few remaining tragedies of antiquity there does exist indeed, in Sophocles himself, in Ajax, the example of a necessary change in place. External continuity of action, something belonging to the most perfect manifestation of tragedy regardless of what modern art critics, out of misunderstood zeal and contrary to their usual ignorance toward it, may have said against the misunderstood unity of time in the French pieces is merely the external manifestation of the inner continuity and unity of action itself. According to its own nature, the latter cannot take place except insofar as the chance features of a genuinely, empirically occurring action and its accompaniment are suspended. Only through the presentation of the essentials, what we might call the pure rhythm of the action, without any embellishment of circumstances and of that which accompanies the main action, is the genuinely plastic completion and perfection in the drama achieved. The most splendid invention in this respect, one inspired completely by the most sublime art, is the chorus of the Greek tragedy. I call it a sublime invention because it does not flatter crude sensibility, and elevates the spectator completely away from the common desire for deception directly into the higher realm of true art and of symbolic portrayal. Although the chorus of the Greek tragedy does indeed encompass multiple functions, the primary one is that it suspends the accidental feature of the accompaniment, since naturally no action can proceed that in addition to the co-participants would not also include other characters who are inactive regarding the main action. To allow them merely to observe or to execute merely secondary gestures would deplete the action, which in every point should be like a full blossom, fertile and pregnant. If now this deficiency is to be eliminated realistically, some weight must be placed in these secondary characters as well, and the whole thereby given that breadth possessed by contemporary tragedy. Antiquity takes this relationship more idealistically, symbolically. It transformed the accompaniment into the chorus, and made it truly, that is, poetically, necessary in their tragedies. The chorus acquired the function of anticipating what went on in the spectator, the emotional movement, the participation, the reflection, and thus in this respect, too, did not allow the spectator to be free, but rather arrested him entirely through art. To a large extent the chorus represents objectivized reflection accompanying the action. Just as free contemplation also raises itself above the fearsome and painful beyond the initial violence of fear and pain, so also was the chorus, in a sense, a continuous means of comfort and reconciliation within the tragedy, whereby the spectator was guided toward more serene reflection and thereby relieved, as it were, of the feeling of pain by that feeling being placed into an object and presented there as already mitigated. That this consummation of tragedy was the primary intention of the chorus, a consummation in which tragedy leaves nothing outside itself and, in a manner of speaking, even draws both the reflection it awakens as well as the movement and the participation itself into its own circle, can be seen from its own constitution. The chorus consisted of not one but several people. If it consisted of one person, then either it would have to speak with the spectators, yet precisely these spectators should be excluded here in order that they see their own participation objectivized, or it would have to speak with itself, yet neither could it do this without appearing too moved or upset, which was contrary to its meaning. It thus had to consist of several persons who nonetheless portrayed only one, whereby the wholly symbolic structure of the chorus reveals itself completely. The chorus was not included in the action as such, for if it were itself the main actor, it could not fulfill its function of ensuring that the disposition of the spectators was settled. The exception that appears to take place in the Eumenides of Aeschylus, where the spectators constitute the chorus themselves, is only apparent, and to a certain extent this feature is part of the high, unsurpassed ethical disposition in which this entire tragedy is composed, since in a certain sense the chorus is the objectified reflection of the spectators and is in agreement with them. Aeschylus thus assumed here that the spectators were on the side of justice and right. Otherwise the chorus is more or less indifferent. The actors speak as if they were completely alone and had no witnesses. Here, too, the wholly symbolic significance of the chorus reveals itself. Like the spectator, it is the confidant of both parties and does not betray the one to the other. Whenever it does participate, however, because it is impartial, it always takes the side of right and of fairness. It counsels peace, seeks to ameliorate, laments injustice, and supports the oppressed, or it reveals its participation in the misfortune through gentle compassion. On the basis of this indifference and impartiality of the chorus, one can see why Schiller's imitation of the chorus in The Bride of Messina was not successful. Since the chorus is a symbolic person, everything can be transferred to it that is otherwise necessary for the action but not already included in that action. Thus it relieves the poet of a large number of other accidental difficulties. Contemporary poets suffocate the action under the burden of devices employed setting it into motion. At the very least they do need a confidant or advisor for the protagonist. This, too, is alleviated by the chorus, since it sees both what is necessary and unavoidable as well as what is avoidable. It functions when appropriate with advice, admonishment, and inducement. Finally, the enormous burden on contemporary poets never to leave an empty theater is eliminated by the chorus. After having construed the tragedy completely from the inside, if we now proceed to the final manifestation, we find that among the three forms of poesy it is the only one that shows us the object from all sides, and thus absolutely. The epic restricts the spectator in every individual case to a certain perspective, as does painting, and always allows him to see only as much of the object as pleases the narrator. Finally, among these three forms the drama is the only genuinely symbolic form, precisely in that it does not merely mean or signify its objects, but rather places them before our very eyes. Hence, it corresponds to the plastic arts among the verbal arts and, as the final totality, concludes this side of the world of art just as sculpture concluded the other. On Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides. After construing in this fashion the essence and inner and outer form of tragedy from completely universal principles, if one now views the genuine works of Greek tragedy and finds them completely in accord with what can be understood universally about them, one can for the first time fully understand the purity and rationality of Greek art. The epic of the Greeks also carries this imprint, though because its rational character permits more fortuitousness one cannot demonstrate it there as strictly and in as much detail as in Greek tragedy, which one can almost view as a geometric or arithmetical problem that unfolds with complete purity and without a break. It belongs to the essence of the epic that it has no definite beginning or ending. The opposite is the case in tragedy. It requires just such a pure unfolding, an absolute self-enclosed nature without anything remaining unsatisfied. If the three Greek tragedians are compared with one another, we find that Euripides must be separated from the other two in more than one respect. The essence of the genuine tragedy of Aeschylus and Sophocles is based wholly on that higher morality that was the spirit and life of their age and of their city. The tragic element in their works is never based on merely external misfortune. Necessity appears rather in a direct struggle with the will itself and combats it on its own ground. Aeschylus's Prometheus does not suffer merely because of external pain, but rather much more deeply in his inner feeling of injustice and oppression. His suffering does not express itself as subjection, since it is not fate but rather the tyranny of the new ruler of the gods that causes this suffering. It expresses itself rather as defiance, as rebellion. Freedom triumphs over necessity precisely because in this feeling of his own personal suffering nonetheless only the universal rebellion against the unbearable dominion of Jupiter motivates him. Prometheus is the archetype of the greatest human inner character, and thereby also the true archetype of tragedy. We have already drawn attention to the moral purity and sublimity in the Eumenides of Aeschylus. Yet in all his pieces we could demonstrate the fundamental law of tragedy, namely, that transgression and guilt are either directly or indirectly the work of necessity. The high morality and absolute purity of the Sophoclean works have been admired by all ages, and express themselves fully in the works of the chorus in Oedipus. May destiny still find me winning the praise of reverent purity in all words and deeds sanctioned by those laws of range sublime, called into life throughout the high clear heaven, whose father is Olympus alone, their parent was no race of mortal men, no, nor shall oblivion ever lay them to sleep, the god is mighty in them, and he grows not old. Something further common to both Sophocles and Aeschylus is that the action is never merely externally self-enclosed, but rather internally and externally at the same time. The effect on the soul is to cleanse it from passion instead of arousing it, and to round it off and make it inwardly whole rather than wresting it out and dividing it. Things stand quite differently with the tragedies of Euripides. That high ethical atmosphere is a thing of the past, other motives take its place. They concern themselves less with the sublime compassion Sophocles affected than with material emotion or feeling wedded more with suffering. Hence, in those passages where he pursues this goal he often displays the most moving images and concepts, though the latter, because at the heart of the matter they lack ethical and poetic purity, nevertheless cannot make us overlook the whole. The older subject matter no longer sufficed for his purposes, which quite often or almost always lie outside the parameters of high and genuine art. He thus had to change the myths in an often sacrilegious fashion, and for this reason also had to introduce the prologue into his plays, which is another proof of the sunken tragic art in them, regardless of what Lessing may say in recommending such prologues. Finally, he is never as concerned with concluding the action in the inner disposition of the character as rather only externally, and in this, as well as in the stronger devices of material stimulus he employs, we can understand what Aristotle means when he says that Euripides had the greatest effect on the spectators. In his attempts to flatter crude sensibility, and, in a fashion, to calm such sensibility, he frequently sinks to the basest of motives, motives that perhaps a contemporary poet might employ, indeed a poet of the worst sort. For example, he finally has Electra marry Pylades. In general one can thus assert that Euripides is great primarily in the portrayal of passion, though neither in that hard yet calm beauty unique to Aeschylus, nor in that beauty wedded with goodness and purified into divinity which is unique to Sophocles. If we compare the two greatest tragic poets, we find that the works of Aeschylus parallel the plastic works of that high and austere style of art, just as those of Sophocles parallel the plastic works of the beautiful style that began before Polyclitus and Phidias. This is not to say that moral sublimity does not radiate through in Aeschylus, even if it does not dwell quite as endemically in all the characters of his works as in those of Sophocles. Nor are we implying that this atmosphere in his presentation is not recognizable where he portrays only great transgressions and terrible characters, such as the malicious murder of Agamemnon and the character of Clytemnestra. Rather, here this germ of morality is yet enclosed in a harder husk and is more austere and inaccessible, whereas in Sophocles moral goodness flows commonly with beauty itself, generating thereby the highest image of divinity. Furthermore, whereas Aeschylus strictly delineates and closes off each of his works, and then places his characters in them, Sophocles distributes art and beauty evenly over the various parts of his works, and lends to each not only an internal absoluteness, but also that element of harmony with the others. We have seen, however, how in the plastic arts that harmonious beauty emerging after the high, austere style was a blossom that could be achieved only at one particular point. It subsequently had to wither or continue in the opposite direction of merely sensual beauty. The same happened in dramatic poesy. Sophocles is the true pinnacle upon which Euripides immediately follows, who is less a priest of unborn, eternal beauty than a servant of temporal, transient beauty. On the essence of comedy. We remarked at the beginning that the general concept does not designate on which side freedom and on which side necessity must be, but that the original relationship between freedom and necessity is that in which necessity appears as the object, freedom as the subject. This, however, is the relationship in tragedy, and for this reason, too, tragedy is the first and what we might call the positive manifestation of drama. The reversal of this relationship must thus yield that form in which necessity or identity is rather the subject, freedom or difference the object. This is indeed the relationship within comedy, as can be seen from the following observations. Every reversal of a necessary and decisive relationship posits an obvious contradiction or absurdity within the subject of this reversal. Now, certain kinds of absurdities are unbearable, partly insofar as they are theoretically perverse and ruinous, partly insofar as they are disadvantageous in a practical sense and have serious consequences. In the case of reversal in question, however, an objective and thus not really theoretical absurdity is posited, and the relationship within that absurdity is such that the objective is not necessity but rather difference or freedom. Necessity insofar as it is the objective element, however, appears only as /8 and only to that extent is it terrible. Since, then, all fear of necessity as fate is simultaneously suspended through this assumed reversal of the relationship, and since we assume that in this relationship of the action no genuine fate is even possible, a pure enjoyment of the absurdity in and for itself becomes possible, this pleasure is what one calls the comic in the larger sense. It expresses itself through a free variation of tension and release. We become tense and prepare to look this absurdity one transcending our powers of comprehension squarely in the eye, yet notice immediately in this tension the complete nonsense and impossibility of the whole affair such that this tension quickly turns into relaxation, a transition expressing itself externally as laughter. If now we can call the reversal of every possible relationship based on contrast a comical relationship, then without a doubt the highest element of the comic and, in a sense, its blossom is where the opposites are reversed in their highest potence thus as necessity and freedom. Furthermore, since a struggle between these two elements in and for itself constitutes objective action, the relationship resulting from such a reversal is already essentially dramatic. We do not deny that every possible reversal of an original relationship has a comical effect. Whenever the coward is put into the position of having to be brave, or the miser wasteful, or whenever in one of our domestic dramas, for example, the wife of the house plays the role of the husband that of the wife, this is a type of comedy. We cannot pursue this general possibility into all the ramifications out of which the countless situations arise upon which contemporary comedy is based. We must only determine the pinnacle of this manifestation. This occurs where a universal contrast between freedom and necessity obtains, yet such that the latter falls to the subject, the former to the object. It is self-evident that because necessity is essentially objective, any necessity in the subject can only be pretended or assumed, an affected absoluteness that is put to shame by necessity in the figure of external difference. Hence, just as freedom and particularity, on the one hand, feign necessity and universality, necessity, on the other, assumes the appearance of freedom under the assumed external appearance of inconsistency and destroys that alleged universality, and yet does so in a deeper sense according to a necessary order. It is necessary that particularity come to nothing wherever it assumes an objective relationship to necessity. Hence, to that extent the highest fate does inhere within comedy, and comedy itself is the highest tragedy. Yet precisely because it itself assumes a nature antithetical to its own, fate appears in an amusing form and only as irony, not, however, as the destiny of necessity. Since every possible affectation and pretension to absoluteness is an unnatural condition, it is the primary task of comedy, since as drama it directs itself wholly toward viewing, not only vividly to present this pretension, but also, because such vividness encompasses primarily only the necessary elements, to lend it a kind of necessity. Subjective absoluteness, whether it be genuine and in harmony with necessity, or merely assumed and thus in contradiction with it, expresses itself as character. Character, however, both in tragedy and in comedy, is a postulate precisely because it is the absolute. It cannot itself be further motivated. It is necessary, however, precisely in the highest potencies of absurdity and nonsense that graphic qualities tend to dissipate if they are not introduced in some other way. This is not the case with the novel, since it is epic. This is possible only if the character is already forced by factors independent of him, by a kind of external necessity, to assume a certain character and display it publicly. The highest manifestation of comedy thus necessarily requires public characters, and in order that maximum vividness be achieved, it must be actual people of public character who are portrayed in the comedy. In this case alone does the poet acquire so much ahead of time that he now can risk everything and comically enhance all the characteristics of these people, since he is accompanied by the constant verification of the independently existing character of the person outside his dramatic poem. Public life in the state becomes a mythology for the poet. Within these parameters he need deny himself nothing, and the more audaciously he employs his poetic rights, the more does he raise himself above the limitations, since, in a sense, the person takes off his personal character under this treatment and becomes universally significant or symbolic. The single highest type of comedy is thus that of ancient Greece or Aristophanes to the extent that it is based on the public characters of real people and takes these as the form into which it pours its creations. Just as Greek tragedy in its perfection proclaims and expresses the highest morality, so also does ancient Greek comedy proclaim the greatest conceivable freedom in the state, a freedom that itself is the highest morality and is inwardly one with that morality. Even if nothing from the dramatic works of the Greeks were left to us besides the comedies of Aristophanes, we would still have to conclude on the basis of these alone that the Greek possessed a degree of culture and a condition of moral concepts that is not only alien to the modern world, but even totally incomprehensible. Spiritually, Aristophanes is genuinely one with Sophocles, and is Sophocles himself, though in the only form in which the latter could still exist after the perfect age of Athens was past and the blossom of morality had passed into licentiousness and luxuriant debauchery. Both are like two identical souls in different bodies, and that moral and poetic crudeness that does not comprehend Aristophanes is also incapable of understanding Sophocles. The usual understanding of the comedies of Aristophanes is to consider them either farces and farcical comedies or immoral pieces, partly because he introduced real people to the theater, partly because of the other liberties he took. Concerning the first point, it is sufficiently well known that Aristophanes presented demagogical heads of the people and even Socrates himself on the stage. The question is merely in what fashion he did this. When Aristophanes brings Cleon onto the stage as an unworthy leader of the people, a thief and squanderer of public funds, he is merely practicing the right inherent in the perfect free state in which every citizen had the right to express his opinion about public and general affairs. That is why Cleon could use no other countermeasures against him than to dispute his citizenship. Yet this right that Aristophanes enjoyed as a citizen is for him actually only the means to an artistic effect, and if his comedy is understood as a mere accusatory file against Cleon, there is nothing unethical about that, it would merely be unpoetic. This same holds true of the Clouds, in which Socrates is presented. As a philosopher, Socrates enjoyed public stature. Yet it would never occur to any Athenian that that particular Socrates Aristophanes portrays was the real Socrates, even without any consideration of his own personal character, which in any case was well able to raise him above the satire. Socrates himself could well be a spectator at the performance of the Clouds. If it were ever to occur to our own dear German imitators to imitate Aristophanes, nothing would come of it except lampoons. Aristophanes does not portray the individual person, but rather the one elevated into the universal, and thus a person quite different from the real one.
Socrates is for Aristophanes a name, and he avenges himself on this name doubtlessly because Socrates was known as a friend of Euripides, whom Aristophanes quite justifiably criticized. In no way did he avenge himself on the person of Socrates. It is a symbolic Socrates he portrays. Precisely that feature that one considers to be a deficiency in Aristophanes, namely, that he distorts Socrates so badly and gives him characteristics and actions that are totally out of character. Precisely this feature makes his poem poetic, whereas in the opposite case it would only have been common, base, or a lampoon. In order to lend his creations credibility, vividness, and accessibility, Aristophanes needed a famous name upon which he could heap all his ridicule. Besides the popularity the name enjoyed, this was doubtlessly the most important factor prompting him to choose precisely the name of Socrates. The comedies of Aristophanes would suffice to prove even without recourse to any universal concept that the comedy in its true manifestation is wholly the fruit of the highest culture, and that it can exist only in a free state. Immediately following the appearance of the first dramas of Aristophanes, which still belong to the older comedy, the rule of the 30 tyrants began in Athens, a rule that by law forbade comic poets from using the names of real people on stage. From this prohibition onward, at least for a time, the comic poets stopped naming their characters after real people of public stature. The result was cheeky allegories. As soon as Athens was free again, the usage was re-implemented so that even in the newer comedies we find the names of real persons. Yet even the poets of the so-called middle comedy, though not using real names, nonetheless portrayed real people and genuine occurrences using fictitious names. By its very nature the comedy is dependent on public life. It has no mythology and no fixed circle of portrayals in the way tragedy has its own tragic period. Hence, the comedy must create its own mythology out of the age itself and public circumstances, which admittedly requires a set of political conditions not only offering appropriate material but also allowing its employment. As soon as the old comedy underwent the aforementioned restrictions, the comic poets were really forced to return to the old myths. Because, however, they could treat these neither epically nor tragically, they had to undertake a reversal and treat them by means of parodies. That which in the old myths had been portrayed as revered or moving was now pulled down into the base and ridiculous. Hence, comedy lives actually from freedom and the flexibility of public life. In Greece it resisted as long as possible sinking from public and political life into domestic life, whereby it lost its mythological power. This occurred in the so-called newer comedies, since according to the usual reports at the time of Alexander, when the democratic form was a thing of the past, a new law even prohibited taking content from public life and presenting it on stage under whatever disguise. We mentioned earlier that there were some exceptions. The inclination to parody public life and the custom of referring everything portrayed in comedy to public life appears to have been so insurmountable that Menander, the head of the newer comedy, while being careful to avoid any reference to public life, began to transform the masks into true caricatures in order to escape even suspicion. We are acquainted with the products of the newer comedy only in fragments and from the remaining translations and imitations of Plautus and Terence. Yet it is necessary to prove both in and for itself and historically that the intrigue plays with completely fictitious characters and entanglements originated first in the later comedy, and the comedy that initially had lived in the atmosphere of public freedom sank into the sphere of domestic customs and events. I mention nothing of the comedy of the Romans because it never enjoyed the public image of the Greek comedy and in its own cultivated time lived primarily only from the fragments of the newer and middle comedy of the Greeks. I will mention only that the form of ancient comedy was analogous to that of the tragedy, except that in the final stage of the newer comedy even the chorus disappeared. On modern dramatic poesy. I will now proceed to the presentation of the tragedy and comedy of modernity. To avoid going completely under in this vast sea, I will attempt to draw attention to those few significant main points of difference between modern drama and that of antiquity, to the areas of coincidence with the latter and to its unique characteristics. I will also base all these references on the specific view of what we must consider to be the highest manifestations in modern tragedy and comedy.
I will thus refer primarily to Shakespeare regarding the main points. The first point with which to begin these considerations is that the combination of opposites, and thus primarily that of the tragic and comic, is the principle upon which modern drama is based. The following reflections will serve to clarify the significance of this combination. The tragic and the comic could be portrayed either in a condition of perfection or in one of indifference that has not been suspended, yet then the poesy itself would appear neither tragic nor comic. It would be a completely different genre, namely, epic poesy. In epic poesy the two elements that are estranged and at odds in the drama are, not united, but rather not even separated yet. The combination of the two elements such that they do not appear separated at all can thus not be the unique characteristic of modern tragedy. It is rather a combination in which both are definitely differentiated, and are differentiated such that the poet shows himself to be simultaneously a master in both, as does Shakespeare, who concentrates his dramatic strength toward both poles and is the emotionally impressive Shakespeare in Falstaff and in Macbeth. Meanwhile we can view this combination of opposing elements as the striving of the modern drama back toward the epic, though without becoming epic. In contrast, that same poesy in the epic strives through the novel toward the dramatic, and thus from both sides suspends the pure limitation of higher art. This combination requires that the poet have access to the tragic and the comic not only in the larger sense and in quantity, but also in its nuances, as does Shakespeare, who in the comic is simultaneously gentle, adventurous, and witty, as in Hamlet, and earthy, as in the Falstaff pieces, without ever becoming base or crude. In contrast, he is similarly devastating in the tragic, as in Lear, chastising, as in Macbeth, touching, moving, and calming, as in Romeo and Juliet and several mixed pieces. If we now look at the subject matter of modern tragedy, this, too, at least in the most perfect manifestation, had to have a mythological dignity. There were thus only three possible sources from which it could be drawn. First, the individual myths that, like those of Greek tragedy, had not united into epic wholes and remained outside the larger circle of the universal epic. They expressed themselves in the modern world through the novellas. History, either legendary or poetic, could be the second source. The third was the religious myth, the legends, the lives of the saints. Shakespeare drew from the first two, since the third did not offer his age and nation any appropriate subject matter. Primarily the Spaniards drew from the third source, and among them particularly Calderon. Shakespeare thus found his subject matter already there. In this sense he was not a creator in the sense of an inventor. Yet in the way he employed, ordered, and animated his subject matter, he shows himself to be equal to antiquity in his own sphere and as the wisest artist. People have remarked, and it is certainly the case, that Shakespeare bound himself precisely to the given subject matter, particularly that of the novellas, that he took up every detail of circumstance even the smallest and left nothing unused, a practice that might often provide a key to the elements of many of his plots that otherwise appear inscrutable, and that he changed the given material as little as possible. Here, too, he is akin to antiquity, though dissimilar to Euripides, who as the more frivolous poet arbitrarily distorts the myths. Our next investigation concerns to what extent the essence of ancient tragedy recurs in the modern version, or whether it is present at all. Do we find genuine fate in modern tragedy, that higher fate that encompasses even the element of freedom within tragedy? As we saw earlier, Aristotle expresses the highest tragic case as being that in which a just person transgresses through error. We must add that this error must be imposed by necessity or the gods, and if at all possible even against free will. The latter case appears to be impossible according to the concepts of the Christian religion. Those powers that undermine the will and impose not only misfortune but evil, are themselves evil, infernal powers. In any case, if an error occasioned by divine providence could be the cause of disaster and transgression, then in the same religion in which this is possible there must also exist the possibility of a corresponding reconciliation. This is indeed given in Catholicism, which, by nature a combination of the sacred and the profane, postulates sins in order to prove the power of grace in their reconciliation. This provided in Catholicism the possibility of truly tragic fate, albeit one different from that of antiquity. Shakespeare was a Protestant, and for him this was not a possibility. If, then, there is an element of atomai in his works, then it can only be one characterized by a dual nature. Disaster is caused by the temptation of evil and hellish powers, yet according to Christian concepts the latter cannot be invincible, and one should and can resist them. The necessity of their effect, insofar as it does occur, thus ultimately reverts back into character or the subject. This is also the case with Shakespeare. In his works the element of character takes the place formerly occupied by fate, yet he posits such a powerful atom into that character that it no longer can be considered free, but stands there rather as insuperable necessity. Although a hellish deception lures Macbeth into murder, there resides no truly objective necessity in the deed itself. Banquo does not let himself be deluded by the voice of the witches, Macbeth does. Hence, it is the inner character that is decisive. The childish foolishness of an old man appears in Lear like a confusing Delphic oracle, and the gentle Desdemona must succumb to the gloomier color wedded to jealousy. For the same reason, because he had to place the necessity of transgression into the inner character, Shakespeare had to treat with terrible consequence the case not accepted by Aristotle of a transgressor who falls from fortune into misfortune. Instead of actual fate he introduces nemesis, yet does so in all the figures in which outrage is overcome by outrage, where one bloody wave drives the next, and the curse of the cursed is always fulfilled. This is particularly the case in English history in the Wars of the Roses. Here he must show himself as a barbarian, since he is undertaking to portray the highest barbarism, the raw slaughter of families among themselves, in which all art appears to be at an end, and the naked power of nature enters, as we read in Lear. If the tigers of the forest or the monsters of the deep were to emerge from torpidity, they would act in such a way. Yet we do find features in which he has sent the grace of art among the Furies, who themselves do not appear personally. Such is the nature of Margaret's lament of love over the head of her illicit and guilty beloved, and her farewell from him. Shakespeare ends this series with Richard III, whom he allows to pursue his goal with enormous energy until he is driven from its pinnacle into the narrowness of despair, and in the turmoil of a losing battle he cries out, with no hope of rescue, "A horse! A horse! My kingdom for a horse!" In the figure of Macbeth the element of revenge penetrates through step by step to the more noble transgressor whom ambition misguided, yet such that he, seduced by hellish deception, still believes it far away. We encounter a gentler, indeed the mildest nemesis in Julius Caesar. Brutus is ruined not so much because of chastising powers as because of the gentleness of his own beautiful, delicate disposition, one that after the deed causes him to take the wrong measures. He had offered to virtue the sacrifice of his deed, a sacrifice he believed he had to make, and also offers himself. The difference between this nemesis and true fate, however, is extremely significant. It emerges from the real world and resides in reality. It is the same nemesis governing history, as with all his subject matter, Shakespeare found this nemesis also in history. Freedom struggling with freedom provokes it. It is a matter of succession, and revenge is not immediately one with the transgression. Nemesis also governed within the cycle of the Greek portrayals, though here necessity restricted and punished itself directly through necessity, and every situation considered in and for itself was a self-enclosed plot. From the very outset, all the tragic myths of the Greeks belonged more to art, and a constant trafficking between gods and men and fate was endemic to them, and thus also the concept of irresistible influence. Perhaps even chance plays a certain role in the most unfathomable of the Shakespearean pieces, Hamlet, yet Shakespeare recognized both it and its consequences, and for that reason chance, too, becomes an intended effect and an element of the highest understanding. If we now summarize our findings and express succinctly Shakespeare's relationship to the sublimity of the tragedy of antiquity, we must call him the greatest creator of character. He cannot portray that sublime, purified, and transfigured beauty that proves itself in the face of fate, a beauty that coincides with moral goodness. The particular beauty that he does portray, he does not render such that it would appear as permeating the whole, and such that the work as a whole would carry its image or imprint. He knows that highest beauty only as individual character. He was not able to subordinate everything to it, because as a modern, as one who comprehends the eternal not within limitation, but rather within boundlessness, he is too widely involved in universality. Antiquity possessed a concentrated universality, and viewed allness not in multiplicity but rather in unity. There is nothing human that Shakespeare did not touch upon, yet he touches it only individually, whereas antiquity touched it in totality. The elements of human nature from the highest to the lowest lie dispersed within him. He knows it all, every passion, every disposition, youth as well as age, the king and the shepherd. If our world were ever lost, one could recreate it from the series of his works. Whereas that ancient lyre enticed the whole world with 4 strings, the new instrument has 1,000 strings, it splits the harmony of the universe in order to create it, and for that reason it is always less calming for the soul. That austere, all-soothing beauty can exist only in simplicity. Commensurate with the nature of the romantic principle, modern comedy does not present action purely as action, isolated and within the plastic limitations of the drama of antiquity, but rather simultaneous with its entire accompaniment. Yet in this regard Shakespeare lends his tragedy the densest richness and pregnancy in every part, including the dimension of breadth, yet without arbitrary superfluity, but rather such that it appears as the richness of nature itself conceived with artistic necessity. The intention of the whole remains clear and then descends into an inexhaustible depth into which all viewpoints can immerse themselves. It follows automatically that with this kind of universality Shakespeare does not have a restricted world, neither inasmuch as the ideal world itself is a restricted, self-enclosed world does he have an ideal world. On the other hand, neither does he have that world directly opposed to the ideal world, one whereby the miserable taste of the French replaces the ideal world, the conventional one. Shakespeare thus portrays neither an ideal nor a conventional world, but rather always the real world. The ideal element is based on the structure of his pieces. Furthermore, he transfers himself easily into every nationality and age as if it were his own, that is, he sketches it as a whole, not concerning himself with the less significant features. That which human beings attempt, the how and why of their designs, Shakespeare knew all of this. Hence, he is at home everywhere. Nothing is alien or surprising to him. He observes a far higher costume than that of customs and epochs. The style of his pieces is structured according to the object itself and varies itself from play to play, and not only chronologically, extending itself to the harshness, softness, regularity or looseness of his verses, or to the brevity and abruptness or the length of his phrases. Now, in order to mention the other features, those regarding the external configuration of modern tragedy, and in order not to linger too long in a discussion of the changes necessarily emerging within that configuration as a result of the previously mentioned differences, such as the departure from the 3 unities, the division of the whole into acts, and so on, in order not to linger too long. Here, let us remark that the peculiar combination of prose and regular verse in the modern drama is itself merely the external expression of its internally mixed epic dramatic nature. Neither do we wish to say much about the so-called bourgeois and other inferior tragedies where the characters appropriately express themselves in prose. Furthermore, that varying employment of such a combination of verse and prose was necessary precisely because of the emergence of the dramatic fullness of secondary characters. We might add that in the combination and in the observation of the appropriate level of language not only as regards the individual, but the whole of a work as well, Shakespeare has shown himself to be a superior artist. Hence, in Hamlet the structure is confused, abrupt, and cloudy, like the hero. In the historical pieces from older and more contemporary English history and from Roman history there predominates a tone quite different in cultivation and purity. In the Roman pieces we find almost no rhyme, whereas in the English ones, as well as in those from older history, we find not only a great many but quite a few extremely picaresque ones. That which in Shakespeare one usually considers to be mistakes, distortions, or even crudeness is for the most part not this at all, and is considered such only by narrow and impotent taste. No one, however, fails to recognize him in his true greatness more than his own countrymen and his English commentators and admirers. They always cling to individual portrayals of passion, of a single character, to the psychology, to individual scenes or words, without any sense for the whole and for his art. Tyche remarks quite appropriately that when one glances at the English commentators it is as if while travelling through a beautiful landscape one passes a tavern in front of which drunken farmers are quarrelling. The idea that Shakespeare wrote simply through fortunate inspiration and in unconscious splendor is an extremely base error and is a legend from a completely uncultivated age that in England began with Pope. The Germans, of course, frequently misunderstood him, not only whenever they became acquainted with him on the basis of a formless translation, but also because all belief in art had perished. Shakespeare's early poems, the sonnets, Adonis, Lucretia, all testify to an extremely likable character and an extremely inward, subjective sensibility, not some unconscious storm and stress genius. Shakespeare later lived completely within the world to the extent that his sphere allowed, until he began to reveal his own existence in a more unrestricted world and in a series of artworks that really do portray the entire infinity of art and of nature. Shakespeare is so all-encompassing in his genius that one could easily consider him, like Homer, to be a collective name and, as has already occurred, to attribute his works to different authors. Here the individual is collective, whereas in antiquity it was the work itself. We would, however, always be forced to view Shakespeare's art with a kind of disconsolateness if we had to view him absolutely as the pinnacle of romantic art. In the drama, since one does have to grant him a certain element of barbarism in order to recognize him as being great, indeed divine within it. In his boundlessness Shakespeare can be compared with none of the tragedians of antiquity. We must, however, be allowed to hope for a Sophocles of the differentiated world, and for a reconciliation within what we might call inful art. At least the possibility of the complete fulfillment of this expectation seems to be hinted at from a previously little-known corner. Spain has produced a spirit that, it is true, has already become an element of the past for us regarding subject matter and concerns, nonetheless, regarding form and art, he is eternal and already displays as achieved and present that which theory seemed to predict perhaps only as a task for future art. I am speaking of Calderon and I am speaking about him on the basis of his one tragedy I know, just as from one work of Sophocles one can surmise his entire spirit. It can be found in the Spanisches Theater, translated by August Wilhelm Schlegel, whom we can thank not only for giving us the first genuine translation of Shakespeare but also for allowing Calderon to appear in the German language. Hence, what I can say about Calderon refers only to this one work. It would be too presumptuous to formulate an evaluation of the entire art of this great spirit from this one work. Yet what is evident in this one piece is the following. At first glance one might be tempted to call Calderon the Southern, perhaps Catholic, Shakespeare, yet additional features distinguish the two poets from one another. The primary feature and the foundation of the entire edifice of his art Calderon has, of course, received from the Catholic religion, whose view of the universe and of the divine order of things essentially requires that there be sin and sinners so that through the mediation of the Church God may prove his grace. This introduces the general necessity of sin, and in Calderon's piece under discussion the entire element of fate develops out of a kind of divine providence. Eusebio, the protagonist of the tragedy, is the unconscious and unrecognized son of a certain Curtio, whose daughter Julia was born of the same mother simultaneously with Eusebio under a miraculous cross in the forest after Curtio had tried to murder their mother there on the basis of unjust suspicion. Through a miracle of the cross, the mother is transported out of the forest back to her house, where Curtio, who has returned thinking he has murdered her, finds her alive with her lovely daughter Julia. The boy Eusebio had remained back at the cross, where he falls into the hands of a gallant man who rears him. The mother remembers only vaguely that she has borne 2 children. This is the basis of the story, though in the tragedy itself it plays only a historical role, that of the first synthesis from which all else emerges. Eusebio, who does not recognize his father and sister, for in the meantime the mother has died, loves Julia. From this the entire fate of the 2 develops. This fate and the following misdeeds of the 2 are caused by the divine arrangement that decreed that Eusebio remain at the cross after the birth. At the same time, that particular kind of fate is introduced which, though not exclusively unique to the Christian religion, is definitely at work there as well, namely, that the guilt of the fathers be avenged on the children into the 3rd and 4th generations, for the curse of the father also pursues the line of Oedipus, just as the abominations of the ancestors follow the line of Pelops. This, too, removes the guilt as a subjective element from the protagonist and directs it to necessity. The first consequence of this love for Julia is that Licerdo, an older brother, demands satisfaction from Eusebio because he has dared to begin a love relationship with her even though he has neither name nor parents. Licerdo falls. This is the beginning of the tragedy, whose first development through several incidents is that Julia enters a convent, whereas Eusebio, who wishes to avenge his own infinite suffering through unending crimes, becomes the leader of a band of robbers. Amid all this destruction heaven sends him the future savior of his soul in the person of the Bishop of Trent, whose life he has saved and who in return promises to be with him at his death and hear his confession. Eusebio and Julia both stand under the particular guardianship of the miraculous cross, whose image nature itself has put on the breast of both. Eusebio knows the effect of this sign and of reverence for the cross, which already has rescued him from the wildest dangers. Now that sign again directs the fate of both. At night Eusebio penetrates into Julia's convent through the cloister gallery all the way into her cell. Yet we see him, startled by a fear Julia does not comprehend, hurrying back over the convent walls where his comrades await him. The sign of the cross he discovers on her breast as on his own separates the 2 and rescues Julia from the ultimate guilt of incest and from breaking her vow. Yet that same sign drives Julia into a further fate. Since the latter has been left standing because of Eusebio's hasty departure, Julia follows him in the confusion of aroused passion and climbs down. At some distance she comes to her senses and wants to return to the cloister, but in the meantime Eusebio's companions have taken the ladder away. Cast out into the wide world in a nun's habit, the delicate Julia now also goes the way of Eusebio and avenges her suffering and her despair through repeated murders and misdeeds, until after a series of such deeds she finally reaches Eusebio. In the meantime, Curtio sets out against the robbers. In a pitched battle swinging this way and that, one in which Julia, dressed in a man's clothing, defends her beloved, Eusebio is finally mortally wounded. Already in his death throes he calls out for Bishop Alberto, who as if by divine providence is passing by and hears his confession, after which Eusebio peacefully dies. This, too, takes place at this lonely place in the forest before the crucifix that protected his birth, decided his fate, and now also makes his end blessed. Curtio, a witness to what is happening, recognizes the place, recognizes Eusebio as his son and Julia in her disguise. Julia confesses to him that her short career since her escape from the convent has been characterized by murder and abominations. The father blesses his son, yet damns her and wants to destroy her, whereupon she embraces the cross and, promising to atone for her guilt in the convent, pleads with it for help. The cross raises itself and rises with her into the air. This is the brief content of the tragedy, in which, as is evident, most of what occurs does so through divine providence and is imposed by a Christian fate according to which there must be sinners so that the power of divine grace can be revealed in them. This decides the essential features of the tragedy, which needs neither diabolical powers for seduction nor merely external nemesis for chastisement. If, then, we actually admire in Shakespeare only that element of infinite understanding, which by being infinite appears as reason, in Calderon we must recognize reason itself. These are not purely real relationships and circumstances into which an unfathomable understanding puts the reflection of an absolute world, These are absolute relationships, it is the absolute world itself. Although essential features of his characters are grand and rendered with uncommon sharpness and sureness, Calderon needs to rely on such characteristics less, since he employs a more genuine element of fate. Yet we must elevate Calderon equally with respect to the inner form of his composition. If we subject this work to the highest standard, namely, that the intention of the artist has passed over into the work itself, become completely one with it and thus indiscernible by virtue of precisely this absolute discernibleness, in this respect he can be compared only with Sophocles. In Shakespeare the objectivation and indiscernibleness of intention as such are based only on unfathomability. Calderon is completely transparent. One sees all the way to the bottom of his intention, indeed, he frequently expresses it himself, as does Sophocles. Yet it is so fused with the object that it no longer appears as intention, just as in a crystal the most perfect pattern can be perfectly presented and yet indiscernible. Among contemporary authors, Calderon alone has achieved this highest and absolute presence of mind and circumspection, this ultimate indifference between intention and necessity. Such transparency already necessitates that the superfluous accompanying elements cannot be as thoroughly rendered as in Shakespeare. The entire form is more concentrated, and although here, too, comic passages exist next to the tragic ones, from the one perspective they do not possess that heavy import as in Shakespeare, and from the other perspective are more indissolubly cast from the same mold as the tragic ones. One would be greatly mistaken to expect the work of Calderon to be a pious and saintly portrayal of the kind most people out of ignorance expect from such works. This is no Genoveva, in which Catholicism is intentionally presented as pious and extremely gloomy. We find rather a completely poetic and indissoluble cheerfulness in it. Everything in it, in the highest style, is profane, except the art itself, which appears truly holy. The structure of the whole is more rational to a degree one probably would not have expected from modern poesy if one had abstracted its character from Shakespeare alone. Calderon has collected the dispersed principles of the romantic genre into a stricter unity, one approaching true beauty. Without observing the old rules, he has compressed the action. His drama is more dramatic and hence more pure. Within this form his art always constitutes pure rendering of contours side by side with the highest coloration, such that from the largest to the smallest, even unto the choice of poetic meter, form, and content interpenetrate one another in the most intimate fashion. Motivation has not been neglected, but it does not obtrude. It is a completely integrating part of the organization of the whole, from which nothing can be removed and to which nothing can be added. Within the whole that motivation is always based on providence, although in individual circumstances it can manifest itself, a. as chance, as when Julia no longer finds the ladder, b. with a moral element, since the arousal in her breast drives her to crimes, or, c. absolutely in the appearance and reappearance of the priest. Finally, in the higher world upon which his poesy is based, Calderon has the advantage that reconciliation is prepared simultaneously with sin, and necessity directly with difference. He treats the miracles of his religion as an indisputable mythology, and faith in it as the insuperable divinity of disposition and attitude. Through these Eusebio and Julia are saved. The reconciliation he has the Father speak over Eusebio in words of that particular genuine simplicity exemplary of antiquity: "No, you are no victim of misfortune, you my beloved son, who in his tragic end earns such glory." This reconciliation soothes as does the end of Oedipus or the final lot of Antigone. In the transition from contemporary tragedy to comedy it is doubtlessly most appropriate to mention the greatest poem of the Germans, Faust by Goethe. It is difficult, however, to lend persuasive enough substantiation to one's evaluation of the spirit of the whole from that which we now possess. Hence, one holding the usual view of it may find rather surprising my assertion that with respect to its intention this poem is far more Aristophanic than tragic. I will thus content myself with presenting the most general perspective on this poem to the extent I believe I understand it. Fate does not just apply to action. Over against the knowledge of the individual as individual stands the essential nature of the universe and of nature as an unconquerable necessity. The subject as subject cannot enjoy the infinite as infinite, yet it is a necessary inclination of that subject. Here is thus an eternal contradiction. Let us call this a more ideal potence of fate, one that with respect to the subject stands in no less a position of opposition and conflict than in action. The disrupted harmony can express itself on two sides here, and the conflict can seek a dual resolution. The point of departure is the unsatisfied thirst to view and enjoy as subject the inner essence of things. The first development is to still this insatiable desire outside the goals and parameters of reason, through excesses of the spirit, as expressed in this passage from Faust: Go, spurn intelligence and science, man's lodestar and supreme reliance, be furthered by the liar-in-chief in works of fraud and make-believe, and I shall have you dead to rights. The other way to alleviate the unsatisfied yearning of the spirit is to plunge into the world itself, and to bear both its woes and joys. In this direction, too, the outcome is already decided. Here, too, it is eternally impossible for something finite to participate in the infinite, something expressed in the following words: Fate has endowed him with a forward-driving impetuousness that reaches past all sights, and which, precipitately striving, would overleap the earth's delights. Through dissipation I will drag him, through shallow insignificance, I'll have him sticking, writhing, flagging, and for his parched incontinence have food and drink suspended at lip level. In vain will he be yearning for relief. In Goethe's Faust these two directions are portrayed, or rather are directly united such that from the one the other simultaneously emerges. Because of dramatic considerations the emphasis had to be placed on the other direction, namely, the encounter of such a spirit with the world. According to the limited overview we have of the poem at this point, we can see clearly that in this direction Faust is to travel through the highest sphere of the tragic. Yet the serene design of the whole, even in its initial contours, the truth of misguided striving, and the authenticity of the yearning for the highest life already suggest that the struggle will resolve itself in a higher realm of authority and that Faust will be consummated after being elevated into higher spheres. In this respect this poem, as alien as this may seem, possesses a truly Dantean significance, although it is to a far greater degree a comedy and in the poetic sense more divine than the work of Dante. The wild life into which Faust throws himself becomes an inferno for him according to a necessary consequence. In light of the serene intention of the whole, the first purification from the torments of knowledge and false imagination will have to consist in an initiation into the principles of deviltry as the actual foundation of the rational view of the world, and the consummation must involve his learning to recognize and enjoy the essential through being elevated above himself and above the non-essential. Even these few features more suspected than really known concerning the nature of this poem, show that it is a completely original work in every respect, comparable only to itself and self-enclosed. This particular type of fate is unique and might even be called a new invention if it were not rendered in the German manner so to speak, and thus already originally represented by the mythological person of Faust. Through this unique conflict beginning in knowledge, the poem acquired its scientific side such that if ever a poem could be called philosophical, that predicate must be attributed to Goethe's Faust alone. This splendid spirit, united with the energy of an extraordinary poet and the profundity of the philosopher, has opened in this poem an eternally fresh source of science that alone sufficed to rejuvenate the science of the age and to bathe it in the freshness of new life. Let anyone wishing to penetrate into the true sanctuary of nature approach these tones from a higher world and absorb at an early age the energy emerging here as if in dense rays of light and moving the innermost depths of the world. One might call Goethe's Faust a modern comedy in the high style, constructed out of the entire material of the age. Just as the tragedy lives in the atmosphere of public morality, so the comedy lives in the air of public freedom. Public life disappeared with the coming of the New World. The state was displaced by the church, just as in the larger sense the real was displaced by the ideal. Universal life could be found only in the church. As if out of a mythology, comedy could develop only out of that church and its customs, rituals, and public actions. The first comedies were thus performances of biblical stories in which the devil usually played the comic person. In Spain, probably the first fatherland of these works, and the place they endured up into the past century, they were called autos sacramentals. This type of comedy was the original element of the muse of Calderon, who was as great in comedy as in tragedy and lived almost exclusively in this subject matter. A second genre developed from the first, the comedies of the saints. Only very few of these were not actually performed. In this genre, too, Calderon is a master. In Spain, the pastoral plays constituted the first transition from this ideal world into the common, real world. Shakespeare, one might say, whose birth and epoch did not offer that higher ground, himself created for the comedy a completely unique, romantic world, to a certain extent also a pastoral world, but of much richer coloration, energy, and fullness. Here, too, the individual had to step into the picture and create the world that was not actually given to him. What can be more unique and further from the conventional than the world in As You Like It and What You Will? In one particular work, the comedy of Aro Ars, Shakespeare has treated an old theme, yet in an even higher potence and with a multiplication of confusion. Calderon, too, whenever he based the material of his comedy completely on invention, also took a romantic world as its basis, as did Shakespeare. He did, however, have the advantage of nation and actuality, which Shakespeare did not have, since in Spain in the age of Calderon there still existed a kind of public life at least in the sphere of the romantic, and his heroes, as romantic as they may appear, nonetheless did have the customs of the age and the life of that particular world as a background. Just as the French first put the reversed ideal world, the conventional world, in the place of the ideal world to which they could not elevate themselves, so also in the comedy, their influence has actually totally driven aside that true, absolute comedy based on some element of public life. This is not to say that the Spaniards would not have been acquainted as well with character pieces and intrigue plays, they are rather the real inventors of such pieces, though theirs are based on a romantic life. Those of the French are based on common, social, or domestic life, just as they are the inventors of the comédie larmoyante. The Germans also experienced some initial, still genuine, and earthy stirrings of a type of comedy similarly emerging from religion, as demonstrated in several pieces by Hans Sachs, in which religion is treated without mockery and yet in a paradoxical fashion, and biblical myths are treated comically. After these initial stirrings, however, and after Protestantism damaged the public life of religion here, Germany lived almost exclusively from foreign spoils. The only unique invention of the Germans as a group is still that they have struck the most profound chord of Philistinism and cheap domesticity in their family poems, and in the usual comedies have documented with the most natural facility the infamy of predominating moral concepts and of vile high-mindedness. There is no consolation for this shame of the German theatre except perhaps that other nations have pursued this German refuse with lust. After the highest totality in the drama in its two forms is achieved, the verbal arts can only strive back toward the formative arts, but not cultivate themselves further. In song, poesy returns to music, to painting in dance, partly insofar as it is ballet, partly insofar as it is pantomime, and to the actual plastic arts in the theatre arts, which constitute a living form of the plastic arts. Since these arts, as already stated, emerge through a reverse inclination from the verbal to the formative arts, they constitute their own sphere of secondary arts. I believe I need only mention them within the parameters of our present construction, since their laws as complex arts emerge from the laws of those from which they are composed. Whatever cannot be comprehended in this fashion can only be based on empirical or technical rules, which from the outset are excluded from our construction. I will remark only that the most perfect composition of all the arts, the unification of poesy and music through song, of poesy and painting through dance, both in turn synthesized together, is the most complex theatre manifestation, such as was the drama of antiquity. Only a caricature has remained for us, the opera, which in a higher and nobler style both from the side of poesy as well as from that of the other competing arts,
might sooner guide us back to the performance of that ancient drama combined with music and song. Music, song, dance, as well as all the various types of drama, live only in public life, and form an alliance in such life. Wherever public life disappears, instead of that real, external drama in which, in all its forms, an entire people participates as a political or moral totality, only an inward, ideal drama can unite the people. This ideal drama is the worship service, the only kind of truly public action that has remained for the contemporary age, and even so only in an extremely diminished and reduced form. The purpose of this essay is to illuminate several prejudices and utterances against and concerning the philosophy of nature that have arisen partly from a one-sided and false view of philosophy, and partly from shallowness and complete lack of scientific sensibility. When we assume a relationship between the philosophy of nature and philosophy in general, this relationship is by no means to be understood as a subordinate one. What philosophy is, it is completely and undividedly. Whatever is not philosophy in just this sense, or whatever merely borrows its principles from philosophy and for the rest is completely removed from the subject matter of philosophy and pursues goals other than philosophical ones, cannot be called philosophy or even philosophical science in the stricter sense. All distinctions made in this regard are empty and merely ideal. There is only one philosophy and one science of philosophy. What one calls different philosophical sciences are mere presentations of the one, undivided whole of philosophy under different ideal determinations, or, to use the familiar term, in different potences. The complete manifestation of philosophy emerges only within the totality of all potences. The principle of philosophy, as the identity of all these potences, thus necessarily has no potence itself. This point of indifference of absolute unity, however, resides in its own turn in every particular unity in and for itself, just as in every unity all unities recur. The construction of philosophy does not direct itself to a construction of potences as such and thus as different potences, but rather within each potence only to the presentation of the absolute such that each in and for itself is the whole. The relationship between the individual parts in the closed and organic whole of philosophy resembles that between the various figures in a perfectly constructed poetic work, where every figure, by being a part of the whole, as a perfect reflex of that whole is actually absolute and independent in its own turn. One can extract the individual potence out of the whole and treat it in and for itself, but only insofar as one really presents the absolute within it is this presentation itself philosophy. In every other case, where one treats the individual potence as a particular and presents laws or rules for it as a particular, it can only be a theory of a specific object, such as a theory of nature or a theory of art. One can comprehend this in a more general sense by noting that all antitheses and differences are merely different forms that are non-essential within those differences. Only in their unity are they real, and since the unity of all cannot itself be a particular, they are real only to the extent that each in itself represents the absolute whole, the universe. By basing laws on the particular as particular, one thereby removes the object from the absolute, and science from philosophy. The philosophy of nature as such is thus philosophy wholly and undividedly. Inasmuch as nature is objective knowledge, and inasmuch as the expression of the point of indifference insofar as it resides in nature is truth, and the expression of that point insofar as it resides in the ideal world is beauty, all of philosophy viewed from the theoretical side can be called the philosophy of nature. It does not concern us here that in a different respect the theory of nature, as speculative physics, takes its principles from the philosophy of nature, and for now we are excluding this reference entirely. We are speaking here of the philosophy of nature as such and in and for itself, and not about that which is merely derived from it, even though this is almost universally mistaken for it. According to this explanation, one can only speak of a relationship between the philosophy of nature to philosophy either insofar as its idea is referred to something one considers philosophy, or insofar as it in its absoluteness is viewed as an integral and necessary part of the entirety of philosophy. Philosophy itself, however, can be viewed from a dual perspective, either from the purely scientific side or in its reference to the world.
The latter itself has two sides, the reference to religion insofar as the latter is itself speculation that has become an unchangeable objective view of things, and the reference to morality insofar as the latter is an objective expression of speculative ideas within action. Poesy, as long as it has not yet become the affair of the collective or at least of an entire larger community and the most important element of a nation, is itself viewed only within such references. Only the two already discussed are valid as unconditional and universal points of reference, points to which for this reason we will restrict ourselves in the present investigation as well.